Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A blow came at the building. The man swung his sword. It flew forward rapidly. The man raised the weapon above himself. He used the meteor strike skill. Destroyed buildings appeared. Looking straight ahead, the man asked again. Standing in front of him, the boy asked that this was all he had. The warrior gritted his teeth, hearing that if this. Stretching the weapon in front of him, the hero said that now it was his turn. He swung his sword sharply. A glow appeared in front of him. It was said that this was the story of the Excluded Hero. Monsters appeared. The thought arose that once upon a time many plants and animals on planet Earth turned into monsters. The creatures walked forward. It was said that invaders had arrived from different dimensions. The elf stretched his hand in front of him. The building exploded. The whole city was on fire. The thought arose that now the world was experiencing an era of great chaos. Sitting on the ground, the boy screamed for help. The beast looked at him furiously. Suddenly, a blow came at him. The monster was lying on the ground, and it occurred to him that humanity had created a guild to fight anarchy. A glow appeared around the people, and it was said that this was also a squad of heroes with special abilities. The monster's eyes lit up. He raised his weapon up. The creature struck. Gritting his teeth, Harvey asked what the hell, why was he so strong? He held back the monster's blow. Looking away, the man thought that he couldn't block it. The man tried hard to hold the monster. Jake gritted his teeth. Turning his head, he shouted that now. Stretching his arms forward, the girl replied that she knew. Frowning, she used the skill of Scorching Thunder. A bright beam flew at the monster. A flash of lightning appeared. The man landed on the ground. Sarah smirked and asked what, well, and how about him? He would never survive her Scorching Thunder. The monster raised his head up and shouted. The girl looked at him in fear. Suddenly, the guy grabbed her. She looked at him in amazement and turned around. It was said that there was no scratch after a direct hit by the ability. The man's eyes lit up. Mia held the weapon in her hands. The thought occurred that this allowed them to buy time. She rushed forward abruptly. The girl used the skill of a quick strike. The monster fell to his knees. He screamed furiously in pain. Looking at the girl, he screamed. Mia raised her finger up. The man rushed towards the creature. A meteorite strike flew at the monster. A devastating explosion occurred. Holding the sword in his hands, Bill said about the dungeon. The thought occurred that the Kara's Guild, their undefeated team, occupying first place. Looking to the side, the man said that the boss was killed. The hero looked at the team. Grinning, he thought that he was also one of the founders of Bill's team, well, or was one. The monster was lying on the ground. The protagonist stood among the corpses of creatures. Sitting in front of him, the man turned around. Jake looked surprised when he heard that they were excluding him from the team. It was raining from the sky, and the hero asked again. The protagonist walked straight. He looked at the phone. Jake smiled and asked that he worked like crazy for 7 years and all he got was 10 million won. His gaze froze in place. Raising his hand, the man asked what he had done for the team. Sarah put her hand to her face and said that even a newbie could do what he did if she practiced a little. Mia looked away and said that he was weak. Bill frowned and said that this team no longer needed him. The hero looked up. Standing still, he wondered why he stayed in Karas. It was cloudy, and the thought occurred to him that the story of the hero Jake was coming to an end. Lightning was falling from the sky. The hero frowned and said that he could not leave all this in an instant like this. A green grid appeared in front of him. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that the test, his unique ability randomly activated in special situations. Jake left the squad. It was said that after he was expelled from Karas, he looked for a new guild for a whole week. The hero looked at the monitor. Sitting at the computer, he thought that he finally found the fun guild. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his eyes in amazement. Notifications appeared in front of him that the chances that the fun guild would grow into a large one if Jake joined. The hero's eyes lit up. Messages appeared that 99%. The guild appeared. It was said that he sees the probability, and with this ability, he will be more successful than them. A dark room appeared. There was food on the table. Putting her hands on her hips, the girl said that the electricity was out, and she had only poured ramen. Suddenly, the hero opened the doors. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard who he was, to which he replied fun. Frowning, Jake said that he was here to join the fun guild. Standing in front of him, the girl asked what to join the guild. Suddenly, the hero fell to the floor, and she asked again. The protagonist was unconscious. It was heard that he was okay. Jake stood up abruptly. Looking at him, the girl asked what he finally woke up. Raising her eyebrows, Kate said that he had been out for about an hour. Jake, right. Putting her hand to her head, the hero asked how she knew his name. She held his passport in her hands. Looking at the hero, the girl asked what the Kara's guild was. Why was he trying to join her small guild after being in a big one? The protagonist lowered his head. Standing in front of her, he said that he would explain everything. The girl clapped her hands. She lowered her head and said that she understood his situation. Looking straight ahead, Kate said that but with his experience, he can join another. She does not understand why he chose her. The hero looked at her in confusion and wondered if she would believe him if he told her the truth. His eye lit up, a thought appeared that in this mysterious ability that he has. Taking off the headphones, the girl said that it seems that he cannot talk about it, then she will first tell about herself. Looking straight ahead, she added that she is a child of an elf and a human, a half-elf. The protagonist looked at her in confusion and asked again. The creatures walked forward. It was said that after numerous invasions from different dimensions, many species appeared in the world. The girl looked away. A thought arose that one of them was elves. Sitting at the table, Kate said that the blood of elves flows in her, who once exterminated people, that she thinks he still wants to join the fun guild. Jake looked at her in silence. The girl did not take her eyes off him. Her hands began to tremble. It seemed that she was trying to scare him, but her hands were shaking very badly. The girl looked at him in surprise, hearing that she had nothing against elves. He had seen them a couple of times. They were not much different from people. Smiling, the hero said that he knew, and only bastards would discriminate against elves because they belonged to a different species. The elf put her hand to her face. Sitting in front of him, she said that she understood him, would consider his application and contact him, to which the protagonist replied that fine, thank you. A glow appeared near the staff. Jake looked at it, and thought that the Pluron was reacting. The glow suddenly intensified greatly. They looked at the glow, the thought appeared that the spirit of Kier. The hero opened his eyes in amazement, and thought that he had been sleeping for 12 years, why him? Suddenly a bright light appeared, and he asked again. The girl stretched out her hand forward. A bright beam hit the building. It was visible in the middle of the city. Kate looked away. She looked surprised and said that it couldn't be. The hero looked at his hand. The thought appeared that Kira had made a contract with a person. The protagonist looked down. It was said that the excluded hero was Jake. The hero clenched his fist. The thought appeared that he had just received a super rare class that only 20 people in the world have. From now on he is an elementalist. People walked forward. It was said that there are people who sign a contract with special creatures and use their powers. The magician raised his hands up. The man looked forward. Mark frowned. John looked away. A crowd of people appeared. It was said that the elementalists of this world are unusual creatures, but each of them has power comparable to the power of an entire guild. The hero looked at the glow. The thought appeared that now too. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. It was said that another unusual elementalist was born. Jake clenched his fist tightly. The guild sign appeared. It was heard that so. Taking a step forward, the hero asked that he made a contract with the spirit, to which the girl responded approvingly. The image of an elf appeared. It was heard that with the spirit of the wind Kira. Looking straight ahead, Kate said that it was her late mother. Stretching his hands forward, the protagonist said that then he should return it. Maybe they can break the contract, to which the girl replied that it was too late. A glow appeared around the hero. It was heard that once the spirit chose its owner, it is not so easy to change it. Jake looked in amazement, hearing that this will only happen when the owner goes to another world. Sitting in front of him, Kate heard what he should do now, to which she asked what else. Raising her hands, the girl said that he passed the test, or maybe he wanted to run away, to which the hero replied that he did not. Looking straight ahead, he said that he only wanted to join the fun guild, he was not interested in any other. Looking at him, the girl replied that it was a reasonable choice. Smiling, she said that I understand, well, from now on she will teach him how to use the spirit. The elf looked in amazement, hearing that no, they will try right now. Holding the sphere above his hand, the hero said that on TM. A barrier appeared around the buildings. It was said that the territory of monsters or TM, the designation of a special area where monsters appear. Creatures appeared. The thought arose that from the 5th to the 1st class, the closer to the 1st class, the more powerful the monsters that appear become. People were walking through the city. Walking forward, the hero thought that Buchan was a 5th grade TM. It was a great place to try everything. The girl turned her head to the side. Standing in front of her, the protagonist asked if something was wrong. Lowering her head, Kate replied that to be honest, this was her first time at TM after training at the Hero Academy. Raising his eyebrows, Jake asked why she didn't tell him earlier, to which the girl replied that she was embarrassed because she was the leader of the guild, to which he said that then he would take on the role of leader. The hero stepped over the barrier. They walked forward. People were walking among the ruins. Turning his head, the protagonist asked if she could tell what type of monsters might appear here, to which the elf replied that yes, let her give him a minute. A monster appeared. It was heard that the monsters that might be in Buchan were basilisks. A crowd of chicks appeared. It was said that according to the news about 2 weeks ago there was an accident in which a truck carrying chickens overturned. Holding a gun in his hands, the hero said that chickens, he says. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist added that he thinks they are perfect for training. Ruins appeared. It was said that from now on this is a battlefield, a place where blood can be spilled and flesh can be torn at any moment. Walking forward, Jake thought about the fact that their team currently consists of 2 people. He needs to take on the role of a tank and the one who will deal damage. The girl suddenly looked at him in surprise. She froze and shouted that she felt something in the parking lot. The basilisk picked up the man. Looking straight ahead, he exclaimed. The hero held the gun in front of him. Turning around, he shouted that he should stand behind and support him. The monster slammed its paw on the ground. The basilisk stretched its paw forward. The thought appeared that it was approaching. The protagonist held back the monster's blow. He smirked slightly. Jake looked to the side and turned to the girl. She closed her eyes and began to chant. Kate looked ahead. Suddenly, she used the wind arrow skill. The blow hit the basilisk. A devastating explosion occurred. The basilisk lay on the ground. Looking at her, the hero said that it was great, to which the elf replied that, by the way, when she graduated from the Hero Academy, she was the best in her class. Suddenly, a monster ran behind the car. The girl looked in amazement. The basilisk suddenly jumped up, and it was heard from behind. The protagonist turned around abruptly. His eyes lit up. He activated the skill. Jake looked at the monsters. He began to conduct a check. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that they needed to find a way to dodge. The protagonist ducked, seeing a notification that if he ducked, the chance of dodging would be 82%. Jake lowered his head. The hero extended his hand forward and activated acceleration. He struck the basilisks. The protagonist looked down. The monsters were lying on the ground. Looking at him, the girl said that it was incredible how he was able to find a common language with Kira so quickly. He really woke up only a day ago. The hero stood still. An idea appeared, what kind of monster it was. He held a weapon in his hands. The protagonist lowered his head and offered to farm, to which the elf responded approvingly. Jake, wide-eyed, wondered if this was enough. His eyes lit up. Turning around, he shouted that he should take care of himself. The monster appeared behind the girl. He struck a sharp blow. The monster's paw lay on the stones. A glow appeared around them. The monster looked forward. It was heard that she was okay. Looking straight ahead, Kate asked why there was such a monster on the 5th level TM here, to which the hero replied that it seemed so. The creature raised its head up. It was said that it was another species. The hero's eyes lit up. The basilisk looked furiously. It was said that the probability of winning was 12%. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked that she could slow it down, to which the girl asked again. Standing behind him, the elf said that if only for a moment then, to which Jake thought that was enough. A bright glow appeared around the paw. The monster screamed furiously. It flew up sharply. Looking to the side, the hero screamed that now. Looking straight ahead, Cake used the slowing wind technique. The protagonist rushed towards the glow. He was rapidly approaching the monster. Jake swung his sword. The basilisk's beak was closed. It suddenly opened its mouth. The hero was approaching it. Its eyes lit up. Frowning, the man said that he was useless. A red glow appeared. The basilisk was imprisoned in a net. The protagonist used the wind/skill. He extended the weapon in front of him. Jake fell to the ground. The man stood on the edge of the roof. He lowered his head and exclaimed. The man smiled and asked that there was another elementalist in Korea besides him. The monster territory in Gyeonggi province appeared. There were ruins on the ground. Gray smoke rose up. A monster suddenly emerged from the ground. Several monsters appeared. The man frowned and shouted that he was coming here. A glow appeared around him. A blow came towards the monsters. The hunter clenched his teeth tightly. Looking to the side, he shouted that he had to hurry. He couldn't hold it back for too long. Taking a step forward, the girl said that she knew. Looking straight ahead, she used the chain lightning skill. A blow came towards the creatures. A bright flash appeared in front of her. A yellow glow hung in the air. Smiling, Sarah said that to think that they were making such a fuss over these little ones. The man raised his hands and yelled that he almost got hit, to which she replied that this is why she told him to lose weight. Harvey looked surprised to hear that he should prepare to retreat anyway. The monster appeared behind the girl. Gritting her teeth, Sarah thought that one of them was still alive, and then yelled that he should cover. Her eyes widened. The monster was approaching her. The thought occurred to her that this guy was no longer on their team. Suddenly, a blow flew at the monster. They stood in front of each other. Bill frowned. The creatures were lying on the ground. Raising her head up, the girl said that it was too heavy. Looking down, Harvey asked that this monster was different from the usual. It was some kind. Looking away, Sarah said that there was nothing strange about them. Looking at them, Bill said that it was an ordinary giant worm. He clenched his fist tightly and added that why not. After hitting the monster, the man asked what they were so scared of that monster. Harvey stretched his hands out in front of him and said what about that. They looked away. Mia was walking forward. Looking straight ahead, she said that the second zone was finished. Turning around, the man said that he told her not to act as she wanted. Frowning, he added that there was no one else here to take care of her. Looking at him, Mia said that she knew. Looking down, Harvey said that Jake, did they really end up in this situation because of that guy? Standing in front of them, Bill yelled that it was impossible. Clenching his fists, he added that even if he left, he was just Jake, they didn't need someone like him anymore. A glow appeared around the man. The girl looked at him. Kate looked in amazement and thought that he had single-handedly taken down that giant. The hero looked forward. A thought appeared that who the hell was he? The man stepped forward. Standing around the corner, he asked that the two of them had killed that type of monster themselves. The guy smiled broadly and added that this was a gold mine. Running up to the hero, Kate asked that he was uninjured. Suddenly, the hero began to fall to the side. Sitting next to him, the girl asked that he was okay. Raising his hand, the protagonist turned to her. Smiling, he offered to farm. The elf looked at her in amazement. Hearing that the types of monsters were very rare, they would definitely be able to sell them for a high price. Frowning, Kate shouted that he was joking. She was so worried, she thought that something had happened to him. Sitting on the ground, she added that she still didn't find this too much, to which Jake replied that it would be difficult for two. Taking a step forward, the man said that it looked like they needed help. Taking off his glasses, the guy said hello. He closed his eyes and said that his name was Chuck. He was from the Montan Monster Processing Company. Looking at him, the girl asked what a monster processing company was, to which the hero replied that they were people who specialized in collecting monster waste. Frowning, he added that a businessman does business at TM. Smiling, the guy said that their company was brand new, so he had to do this to earn his keep. They looked away, hearing that in any case, how about leaving the processing of basilisk carcasses to them? Smiling, Kate said that was great, they would just leave it to him. The guy put his hand on his side. A thought appeared that something seemed wrong. Putting on gloves, Chuck said that he would first check the bodies. Sitting down, he added that they cut them up well. Meat of this quality would certainly be expensive. Smiling, the elf said that they would start by moving to a new office. Lowering his head, the guy thought that that was it. He would leave him as much waste as he wanted. Holding the crystal in his hands, he added that in return. Chuck smiled and thought that he would take something worthwhile for himself. A glowing crystal appeared. The thought arose that a magic crystal that only appears after the death of species, he could get rich thanks to this. Suddenly, stones appeared around him. They grabbed their weapons. Putting his hands out to the sides, Chuck shouted for them to spare him. He would give them back the magic crystal. He looked scared, hearing that all these businessmen have bad habits. Kate's eyes widened in surprise, hearing that how dare he steal someone else's item. The man took a step forward. The thought appeared that this person. He smiled and asked that this is their magic crystal. Taking a step forward, Kate asked what was that Joe from the Dice Guild was doing in a place like this. The hero was holding a crystal in his hands. Looking straight ahead, he said that it was an item from their fun guild. He, a top-notch hero, was going to rob them. Smiling, Joe replied that by order of the association, he had to catch this variety. The protagonist's eyes lit up and he said that it was his problem. The thought arose that it was very dangerous. Removing his hand behind his back, the man said that it seemed he had misunderstood something. A notification appeared that the probability of winning was 0%. Suddenly, he jumped up. Swinging, the man said that this was not a request. Jake opened his eyes wide and wondered when he had time. The man leaned his head against the ground. Smiling, Joe said that it was more of a warning. The hero looked at him, hearing that his young dear elementalist. The man pinned the hero to the ground. Chuck gritted his teeth and yelled what the hell, then wondered why he had to run into this guy here. Joe stood in the crowd. It was said that he was the leader of one of the largest guilds in Korea Dice. The man put his hands in his pockets. The thought came that he was also the only earth elementalist in the entire world, a transcendental hero. He smiled widely. Holding his staff out in front of him, Kate yelled at him to get away from Jake. She looked in surprise when he said that it would be better if she stayed where she was. Frowning, the mage said that otherwise he would die. Gritting her teeth, the girl thought that this man was serious. The hero's hand was on the ground. The man looked at the glow, hearing that he would die. The hero's eyes lit up and he said that he was the one who would die. A bright glow appeared around them. The mage crossed his arms. He slid along the ground. Sitting on the ground, Joe thought that he was definitely sealed in the earth. He frowned. The protagonist sat up, thinking that they should just look at this bastard. A sphere appeared in front of the hero. It was said that at the moment he fell to the ground, he summoned an element to reduce the damage. Adjusting his glasses, Joe thought that in addition, hiding the element, he managed to counterattack. Jake was breathing heavily. It was thought that seriously, what an interesting guy. He frowned. Notifications appeared that in case of further use of elemental magic, the probability of death was 95%. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that he spent all the remaining mana on this attack, but it still did not cause any damage. The man adjusted his glasses. It was thought that so this is what a first-class hero is. He is not his rival. Taking a step forward, Joe said that and now. Walking towards the hero, he added that since they had exchanged greeting blows, maybe they would move on to the second round. Looking at the crystal, the elementalist asked who would be the first. Raising his hands up, the protagonist said that he surrendered. Standing in front of him, the man asked how he could surrender, to which Jake replied that his goal was the magic crystal, right? He no longer wanted to continue the fight. The elementalist gritted his teeth. heard that he was not going to violate the Declaration of Surrender, paragraph 9 of Article 38 of the Hero Law, to which he replied that he was just trying to have fun. He looked away. Helicopters flew towards him. It was heard that but these guys arrived on time, members of the association. Looking up, Kate asked what the helicopter of the Hero Association. Standing on the helicopter, the girl shouted that how could he go alone. Turning around, Joe replied that he had completed his task, so there was no need to scold him immediately after his arrival. Looking at the hero, he added that they would determine the winner later. By the way, what was his name? Covering his face with his hands, the hero introduced himself and said that he was from the Fun Guild. Smiling, Joe said that the Fun Guild. Standing in front of him, the man said that they should take part in the test for promotion to the 4th class. Putting his hand to his face, he added that he would personally recommend him. Frowning, the protagonist asked why. Leaving, the elementalist replied that he just felt like it. The helicopter was on the ground. Smiling, Joe asked what she heard. What he said, right, let him write them a letter of recommendation, to which the girl replied that the test was in 2 days, how could they send a letter right now? She looked surprised and said that, moreover, their guild was not registered. A cut appeared on the man's hand. A thought arose that he was injured. How is that possible? Looking up, Joe said that it was fun, he was having so much fun. The guild sign appeared. Kneeling, Chuck said that he was wrong. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that he had enough of apologizing. Let him get ready for a scolding, to which the guy shouted that he should listen to him first. Smiling, Chuck said that he overheard their conversation. He was going to participate in the test for promotion to the 4th class, right? Raising his finger up, he added that the test was in 2 days, so shouldn't they change their equipment right now, to which the protagonist asked that he change weapons. Jake held the weapon in his hands. It was heard that apparently, his sword had reached the end of its service life. The same applies to other equipment. If he takes the test like this, a disaster will happen. Putting his hand to his chest, the guy said that they would go to a workshop he knew and sort it out, and after that he would beat him. Kate looked at the hero. The city appeared. The guy opened the doors of the workshop. Looking away, the protagonist thought. The workshop appeared. It was heard that there was no one here. Frowning, the girl asked if this was another of his tricks, to which Chuck replied that of course not. Taking a step forward, the man asked who they were. Holding a hammer in his hands, he said that today was their day off. Smiling, the blacksmith asked what brought them here. The thought arose that the gnome was a blacksmith. The people stood still. It was said that the gnomes, a race consisting of first-class blacksmiths. Weapons appeared. The thought arose that this was the race that the hero wanted to meet the most, since the gnome weapons can boast of S-rank quality. Looking at the blacksmith, the girl said that she saw a gnome for the first time, to which the hero replied that he did too. Turning around, Kate added that he was not so bad. Just think, he brought them to a workshop run by a gnome. The girl froze and wondered where he had gone. Standing in front of the hero, the blacksmith asked what a gnome was. What nonsense. Smiling, the man said that he was a man, a native Korean, no less. Looking at him, the hero thought that he was Korean. Holding the staff in her hands, the girl shouted that he was lying. He was definitely a gnome, to which the protagonist replied that he should show his ID, to which the blacksmith replied that they were such crazy idiots. Holding the ID in his hands, the blacksmith said that they should see it for themselves, his ID. The girl looked surprised and said that it was true, to which Jake said that he should show it to him too. Taking his ID, the hero asked him that he was 27 years old, and what kind of photo it was. Turning around, Kate asked if the ID wasn't stolen, to which the protagonist replied that they would report it to the police. Clutching her head, the girl screamed that this idiot had tricked them again, to which Jake asked to call the police. The man looked at them in surprise and asked again. The hero opened his eyes in amazement, hearing that he could look at his sword, to which he asked again. The blacksmith looked down and said that he should look at these marks. Frowning, he asked that it seemed that he was a wind elementalist. Standing in front of him, the protagonist asked how he knew, to which the man replied that a first-class blacksmith could guess the owner of the sword by the marks on it. The blacksmith, holding the weapon in his hands, said that unfortunately it seemed that this sword could not withstand the power of the elements. Lowering his head, the man said that let them give him a minute, he had the perfect weapon for elementalists. Pulling the weapon forward, he added that he had found a sword that unites the elements. The hero looked at him in amazement when he heard that it was Nate's sword. Raising his eyebrows, Kate asked him that he named the sword after himself. A building appeared, and it was said that time had flown by, the day of the promotion exam. The protagonist reached out to the door handle. Many people were standing in the room. Turning her head, the girl said that there were so many people here. Looking away, Jake thought that it was the 4th rank test. It was so long ago, when he was still in Karaz. There were also many people then. Smiling, the guy said that it was crazy. The hero looked away when he heard that it was the guy who was expelled from Karaz, who would have thought that he would show up for this exam. If he were in his place, he would be too ashamed to continue to act like a hero. Frowning, Kate asked what they were talking about him, right? To which the protagonist replied that let it be, people tend to slander others when they are together. The man swung at him, The thought occurred that in any case he was relieved since there were no rumors about what happened in Buchin. Looking straight ahead, Jake thought that he should hide the fact that he was an elementalist as long as possible. Nothing good would come of it if he attracted unnecessary attention. People turned around when they heard that it was quiet. They were making such a fuss over a simple promotion test. Walking straight ahead, the man said that they should come to their senses. The hero frowned when he heard that they, guys, were the most ordinary. They were idiots who could not even compare to the average level. The man stopped next to him. Frowning, Barry said that in a word, they were low skill. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that this bastard was Joe. Gritting his teeth, the examiner asked that he did not think so. A notification appeared that the probability of passing the test was 1%. The thought occurred that he had definitely written a letter of recommendation. The man held a bag in his hands. Standing behind him, the girl said that she had sent a letter of recommendation for the promotion of the 4th class of the team he was talking about, to which Joe asked what already. Looking at the documents, the girl said that, but this was strange. The dossier appeared. A question was heard. Why did he choose Barry as an examiner? The place where the 4th class exam was being held appeared. People were running forward at a rapid pace. The examiner stood still. He looked at them silently. The people swung their weapons. It was heard that first studying the examiner, and then attacking him immediately after the battle began was such a reckless strategy. The man's eyes lit up. It was heard that they were all. Looking straight ahead, the examiner said that they were just idiots. The people fell to the ground. Barry put his hand in his pocket. A notification appeared that the 12th team had failed the test. Looking at him, the man exclaimed. Putting his hands on his hips, the guy asked if Barry had gone too far, to which the girl replied that she doubted that anyone would be able to pass the exam at all. Smiling, Carl said that 5th grade imitators were all like that. Amanda closed her eyes and asked what the hell and how she could report to her superiors. Looking straight ahead, Ron said that the last team would be coming. A photo of the hero and Kate appeared, and it was heard that they would look, the fun guild. Smiling, the guy said that it must be them. Putting his hands on his hips, he added that these guys were recommended by their guild leader. People walked forward. It was heard that they would have a hard time. The hero entered the testing room. Looking up, Carl said that this man did not have any flexibility. The examiner stood with a sword in his hands. It was heard that he meant the leader of their team. Barry looked away. They stood in front of each other. A message appeared that welcome to the 4th grade examination hall. They would be fighting the examiner for the next 5 minutes. The man put his hand in his pocket. It was said that the requirements for passing were met when they either completely defeated the examiner or received confirmation from him. Frowning, Kate asked how they thought the 5th grade team would be able to defeat the examiner. The man raised his eyebrows. It seemed that he must have fought many teams, but he did not have a scratch on him. Standing still, the protagonist said that he should help him from behind, like on TM, to which the girl responded approvingly. A glow appeared around the hero, and he said that it would not be an easy battle. They braced themselves, hearing that the 4th grade examination. The man struck. It was heard that it was starting right now. Jake clenched his teeth tightly and thought that he attacked him right after it began. An explosion occurred in the middle of the room. Looking to the side, the girl turned. Barry stretched out his hand in front of him. Looking straight ahead, he asked again. The girl stood in front of him. The thought occurred that he blocked. The man looked away. The hero stretched out his hand forward. The thought occurred that the letter of recommendation was not fake. Suddenly, Kate flew to the side. Barry jumped up. His eyes lit up brightly. The protagonist stood in front of him. Holding back a blow, he thought that he could not believe that a wooden sword could cause so much damage. Frowning, Jake added that he needed to increase the distance first. The man flew to the side. He landed on the ground. Looking straight ahead, Barry thought that wind magic, he has such an annoying talent. The hero abruptly used the acceleration skill. The man looked away. It was heard that why he chose Barry as an examiner. Standing behind Joe, the girl asked that if he wrote something like a letter of recommendation, wouldn't it work against them? The fun guild is in for hard times. Smiling, the man said that because this bastard is one of a kind. The examiner frowned. It was heard that the swordsman, cutting the wind. He began to swing the weapon. The hero clenched his teeth tightly. Many blows flew at him. Barry smiled, looking at him. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that damn, he is not as fast as before. Memories appeared. The thought arose that he still feels the consequences of past battles, with the basilisk and Joe. Holding the weapon in his hands, Jake thought that, moreover, for some time now this sword began to consume an incredible amount of mana. Lowering his gaze, the examiner asked that he received a letter of recommendation from Joe only thanks to this skill. The girl pulled the staff in front of her, hearing that he would destroy it right here. A glow appeared around the staff and she shouted that he should get away from Jake. A blow flew across the ground. Kate landed on the ground. Sitting behind her, the hero turned to her, to which she replied that he should leave it to her. Frowning, the girl thought that she could not hide behind Jake forever. She had to do this. Standing in front of her, the man asked that she would not retreat, stupid, to which the mage replied that she was not stupid. Raising her hand up, she added that she was the head of the Fun Guild. Smiling, Barry asked so she was an elf. The girl rushed forward. The thought appeared that unlike a simple mage who dared to attack him. Swinging his sword, the examiner shouted that as expected, she was stupid. Kate closed her eyes. The thought appeared that the elves could hear the flow of mana. Beams flew around her. Extending her staff forward, she used wind power. The blow rushed forward. Reflecting it, the man asked what she thought, that it would work at such a close range. A glow appeared behind him. Barry held his hand out and asked that she had only prepared one blow. He looked down and asked again. The man was parrying the blows, thinking that a fifth grader would use such a complex skill. He frowned. Pentagrams were flying around him, thinking that hexagonal magic was also used. He lowered his head and said no, heptagonal. The blows were flying towards him. It was said that they had caught him. There was a devastating explosion. The girl covered her face with her hands. Frowning, she thought that he had been hit pretty hard, even if he was an examiner. Barry smiled and said that it was not bad. Closing the distance and cornering him was a good move. He extended his sword forward and added that, but it was too slow. Kate's eyes widened, thinking that he had blocked the seven-sided magic. Holding the weapon in his hands, the hero heard that this was how he would attack him. The protagonist lowered his head and replied that he would lose due to his arrogance. A glow appeared around him, thinking that this sword could not absorb mana, and he had just used up almost all of it. Swinging, Jake thought that he would gather up the remains that he could and strike. He used the skill Wind Blade. The hero looked straight ahead. The award stands appeared. The man was standing by the window and said to let him in. Holding the documents in his hands, the guy said that this was a report on the status of Bill's team for today. Looking away, the man thought. Putting his hands behind his back, he asked that he was feeling well. Frowning, Sean said that the guy he sent to Bill's team after eliminating Jake. Looking at the documents, the guy replied that the results of the examination indicated that he was still in the adaptation stage and seemed a little unstable, to which the man said that Bill himself would stabilize his condition, because the guy was much more useful than Jake. Looking directly, the employee said that there is some information about Jake. Sean winced, hearing that it became known that Jake passed the test for promotion of the 4th class. Turning around, he asked that this scum, a brat who could not get a single letter of recommendation, passed the test for promotion. The man looked surprised to hear what the matter was. He received a letter of recommendation from Joe. The broken sword lay on the floor, and he asked again. The hero held the weapon in front of him. He looked down. Barry glared at him. He smirked and thought that he was wondering how he was able to get a letter of recommendation from Joe. The examiner lowered his head and said okay, he gives up. The thought occurred to him that sending an elementalist to the exam was cheating. The hallway of the building appeared. Sitting on the couch, the protagonist said he thought he would survive. Smiling, the girl asked who the hell he was. How did he learn to use elemental magic so quickly? To which Jake replied that he didn't even know. Looking at his hand, he thought that he definitely felt like he had become closer to elemental magic thanks to this battle. The man looked away. The thought occurred to him that maybe he had planned this. Smiling, the hero said that she was great too. They were able to win because she distracted him, to which Kate replied that it was nothing. Looking away, the protagonist added that they somehow won the exam battle, but they still had the exam interview. The people entered the hallway. The protagonist and Kate looked at them, and heard that the next ones, the Fun Guild, should come in. Sitting at the table, the girl said that the previous team had prepared a lot, to which the guy replied that their exam battle had also been interesting. The protagonist and the girl entered the room. Smiling, the guy said that then, if there were no objections, they would be promoted. They looked surprised to hear that no, they should be expelled. Adam looked down and said that the tank had hesitated too much. In this case, he would definitely panic when their team was attacked. Closing his eyes, he added that this team was like a 4th class team. It was just funny. The hero frowned when he heard that the guild had failed the promotion back then, in which case no one would get it, to which he thought that they were talking as if they wanted them to hear it. They sat down on the chairs, hearing that they should sit down, to which they introduced themselves. The boy looked at the documents in amazement. He held out his hand and said that out of all the teams that had taken part this time, they were the only ones who had passed the exam battle, which was very surprising. The protagonist smiled and said that he was flattering them. He thought they were just lucky, and the girl had thanked him. Adam sighed, hearing that it was the two of them against the examiner. He didn't think they needed to have an interview about that. He held out his hand and said that he would let him look at her ears. The girl brushed her hair back, hearing that her hairstyle looked so boring, to which she replied that yes, she understood. Kate looked down, hearing that they had this. The examiner smiled and asked that she was a half-elf. Raising his eyebrows, he added that he thought she was a pure blood. What a shame. The boy looked at him and shouted that he could watch his words. Raising his hand, Adam said that he was right, asking for forgiveness. He did it out of habit, without knowing it. The hero looked angrily, hearing that he could not relax, to which he thought that he was a bastard. Taking his hand, Kate said that everything was fine. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that okay, he would hold back. Smiling, Adam said that they would continue the interview. The thought arose that he could not succumb to such provocations. Looking at the documents, the girl said that Kate's father works at the Institute for the Study of Monsters in Kyoto, right? To which she replied that yes, that's right. Sitting in front of the hero, she added that he had recently caught a mutated basilisk on TM, to which the protagonist replied that that was exactly it. Looking to the side, the examiner said that a new guild consisting of 2 people, at this rate. Looking down, the man said he was sorry. In 10 years of being a hero, this was the first time he had seen a half-elf create a guild. He smirked and added that there was something he wanted to know. Sitting at the table, Adam asked if South Korea was ever attacked by elves, which side would she be on? Kate looked at him in amazement. She mumbled nervously. The man frowned when he heard that she really didn't want to know, to which he asked again. Looking straight at her, the hero asked that the Warriors Guild train their members like this. Frowning, he added that up until now they hadn't cared about promotions at all, they just kept attacking their guild leader. The people looked at him in amazement. Adam slammed his fist on the table and shouted that it was up to him to decide. Looking at him, the guy asked that they could stop this, to which the protagonist replied that instead of hearing humiliation about the guild. Frowning, Jake shouted that he would rather refuse the promotion. The girl froze, listening to him say that he was an idiot. Let them calm down, they came here today to fight. Clenching her fist, she thought that they screwed up. The guild sign appeared. The elf was sitting on a chair. Looking at her, the hero said that he should forgive them, they failed the promotion because of him, to which she replied that everything was fine. Smirking, Kate said that on the other hand, she was grateful to him for standing up for her. The protagonist looked at her in amazement, hearing that this was the first time someone stood up for her. He looked down and asked that if she said that, then why did she keep pressing the refresh button? The loading appeared, it was heard that she just wanted to see who passed, he was really sorry. The girl shuddered and said that it was loading. She opened her eyes in amazement, and said that the team that passed the exam for promotion of the 4th class. They looked at each other. Looking at Adam, the girl asked what he was thinking about. The man caught the apple, hearing that he was sure that everything would be fine, to which he replied that yes, he apologized for what he had done before. Smiling, he added that he had overdone it a little, and he was a little curious. Holding the apple in his hands, the examiner asked how much they would grow in the end. Frowning, Adam thought that arrogant bastards. They looked at the screen, the thought arose that let them try to climb up as much as they could. A list of guilds appeared, it was said that because at the top he was going to destroy them, it was heard that he passed. The monster territory of Gyeonggi province appeared. The bus suddenly stopped. People were holding posters. A man was getting off the bus. The man looked away, hearing that it was Bill's team. The guy frowned and shouted that they should disappear. Bill smiled and asked what he was doing. He closed his eyes and said that thanks for coming to support them, they might get hurt, so they should watch from afar. The squad walked forward, they heard that Bill was such a cutie, wishing them luck today. The man crossed the barrier. Frowning, the man said that these scum were so noisy, getting on his nerves. Harvey looked away and said that there were more people today than yesterday, to which the squad leader asked how they knew and appeared like this every time. Bill turned around, hearing that he saw a woman in front of the entrance. Archie put his hand to his face and said that she was so ugly that he almost threw up. Smiling, he asked what kind of women he liked, to which Bill replied that they were pretty. The guy closed his eyes and said that he was bringing some hot girls with him this weekend, so why don't they go clubbing? Looking at him, Sarah said that she and Mia were already here, could he please stop saying that in front of them? Archie smiled and said that then why don't they join in, to which she asked why she should join in. The girl became embarrassed when she heard that there would be a lot of male models there who wanted to see her, to which she replied what was he talking about. The guy closed his eyes and said that he would invite some hot guys, and then thought that it was easy, even too easy, if he convinced her she would fall for it right away. He looked away. Mia crossed her arms, thinking that however, he had no idea what she had in mind. Looking at the guy, the girl asked again, to which he replied no, nothing, thinking that he should get to know her better. Bill turned his head to the side. The guy turned to him, waving his hand. He extended his hand forward and said that it had been a long time since they last met on TM, to which the man replied that it seemed like several months. The squad leader looked at him in surprise and asked where that guy had gone, to which he was asked again. Bill looked to the side, hearing that it was the guy who had been carrying their things. The man turned his head and replied that he had left their team, and that he was a newbie who had recently joined them, to which the guy said that it was nice to meet him, his name was Archie, his role was support. Bill frowned, hearing that it was true, what a pity, to which he asked why. The hero waved his weapon, it was heard that when he was in their group about a year ago, he had done them a great favor. The protagonist moved forward, it was said that even when he thought about it now, his movements back then were no joke, it was incredible how he could move so well with such a huge bag. The guy smirked and asked what his contact would give him, if he hadn't joined another guild yet, they would take him. Bill stood still, and he heard that good luck anyway. Looking straight ahead, he asked what the man had called Jake incredible. Archie closed his eyes and said that from what he had heard, he was always in his way, those people had overestimated him. He asked again in amazement when he heard that he should give him his sword. Bill held out his hand and said that it was his sword, give it to him. Flames appeared around the weapon. The man swung his sword sharply. His eyes lit up brightly. Walking forward, the woman asked what was really going on here. She ran out without her phone and wallet. Frowning, the guy said that this area was marked as a Class 4 TM, let them evacuate quickly. Rushing forward, the man said that house prices would fall, to which the man replied that people would lose their houses, so what did it matter? Stopping, the girl asked what it was, to which the hero replied that he thought so. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that the 4th class TM was a saber-toothed cat. The monster growled furiously. Jake rushed forward and addressed the girl. Kate extended her staff in front of her. Beams flew near the hero. The blows landed on the monster. The hero swung his sword. Standing behind him, the girl said that she thought it was too early for them to go to the 4th class TM, but it was much easier than she expected, to which the protagonist replied that the type of basilisk they fought was different. Looking at the corpses of the monsters, Kate asked how they would drag the bodies of the saber-toothed cats to the first floor, to which Jake replied that he thought they should call a monster recycling company. They looked away in amazement, hearing a cry for help. Rushing forward, the girl said that it looked like there was still a person here who had not evacuated, to which the hero replied that they would save him faster. Raising his eyebrows, the hero thought, by the way, does that voice seem familiar? Standing around the corner, the protagonist shouted that they were members of the Fun Guild, they were okay. Looking at the monster, the guy shouted for them to save it. The monsters were lying on the ground. Smirking, Kate said that to think they met in this place, she thought it was fate. Crossing her arms, she asked him that he did not think so, to which Chuck replied that he suddenly had a stomach ache, although his stomach was really bad then. Closing his eyes, the hero asked if they could end it here, saying that they were able to get a good weapon thanks to him, to which the girl replied that he was too kind. Looking at the guy, the protagonist asked what, and since he was already here, what about signing a contract with them to process monsters, to which Chuck asked again. Stretching his hand forward, Jake said that although they had a rough start, he thought his abilities were pretty good, to which the guy said thank you very much, from now on he will work with them. Rushing forward, he added that they should leave the Teklas in the building for him. Closing his eyes, Kate asked what he would do if he tricked them again, to which the hero said that it was okay, they still needed someone like him, even with the basilisk, he still made sure to collect the loot, right? Turning his head, he added that now that something had become clear, it was heard that they should stop hunting innocent creatures. Holding a microphone in his hands, the man shouted that creatures are life that must be respected, creatures are life. Looking to the side, the girl asked what those people were, right? To which the protagonist replied that they were the IUCN. The people were holding posters in their hands. The thought came that the International Creature Protection Union, also known as the IUCN. The people ran forward. It was said that this organization, which claims that monsters can coexist with humans like ordinary plants and animals, caused great damage with their recent protests in the TM area. Looking to the side, the girl asked that he agreed with the opinion of those people, to which the protagonist replied that no, they were talking nonsense. The monster stepped on the man. The thought came that I wonder if those people would say the same words if they saw monsters killing people right in front of their eyes. The man holding the shield in his hand said that they should not approach, to which the villagers shouted that why not, let them all stick together, for the sake of these precious children. The protesters ran forward. It was heard that they broke through, let them push them and enter. The hero froze, hearing that the heroes were there, let them not let them leave. The villagers surrounded them. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked what this thing was. The girl opened her eyes in fear and shouted that they should look at it. She began to cry and added that how could they do such atrocities to them, and the guy said that on behalf of all human beings, he asked for forgiveness. Turning her head, the girl asked that how could they call themselves heroes after doing this to them. It was heard that heroes, these bastards are only murderers. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought how annoying, heroes can't touch ordinary people, they will have to choose to resist them until the Hero Association sends help or. His eyes widened, hearing that they can get out of the way. Looking straight ahead, Joe said that he had business with him. Turning around, the guy asked what and who the hell he was. A glow appeared around the man's legs and he said that he was the one he hated the most. Suddenly, a wall rose up behind him. Smiling, Joe said hello. The man stood still. It was said that some people call him an earth dragon. He put his hands in his pockets. It seemed that someone was calling him a clown. The man smiled widely. The ground broke under Joe. It was said that in the West he is also known as an earthquake. Adjusting his glasses, he said that he liked the nickname Scoundrel better. Looking at him, the guy exclaimed, and the other asked what the first-rank hero was doing here. Jake froze in bewilderment, and wondered why this guy kept showing up and making a fuss. Did he really have nothing better to do? Standing in front of the people, the man said that now it was time to go back. Smiling, he added that he was going to hell. Suddenly, a devastating explosion erupted. The monster opened its mouth wide. Gritting his teeth, the hero wondered what the hell this was. The creature looked straight ahead, and the thought arose that it was his elemental. Standing next to the monster, Joe said that he should grab them. The beams rushed towards the people. They began to grab them. The people flew into the air. The people looked in amazement, and it was heard that he should let them go right now. Should a national hero behave like that with civilians? Raising her hand, the girl said that it was incredible. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that he had dealt with all the civilians without harming them. His control was so precise, it was incredible. They looked at him in surprise, hearing that he should forgive them for making them wait. Walking forward, Joe said that he heard that they passed the exam for promotion to the 4th class. The thought arose that he had fought with such a monster. Smiling, the protagonist replied that it was all thanks to him. After all, he was the one who assigned him an excellent examiner. Standing in front of him, the man said that he must be talking about Barry. This guy is a bit hot-tempered. The thought arose that in fact he almost died. Lowering his head, he added that, well, in any case, it seems that he has become stronger. He is interested. A glow appeared around him and the man asked which of them will be stronger. Frowning, Jake asked that he came here to talk about this. Looking at them, the people said that this is Joe. What is he doing at the 4th class TM? What is his relationship with the team? And Kate said that there are members of other guilds here. Smiling, Joe said that there are so many extra eyes. For starters, they will move to another place. A construction site appeared. Builders were walking along it. The man walked forward. He heard that he wasn't working today, to which he replied that it was too tiring. Turning his head, the hero thought that this was the headquarters of the Dice Guild. There were a lot of people here, and the man said that they were currently working on expanding the underground training facility. Although it was a bit noisy, they should be patient, to which he responded approvingly. A high-rise building appeared. They walked along the building. A glow appeared around the hero. Looking to the side, he thought that it felt like entering a quiet cafe with no customers. The sounds of the construction site had disappeared too. Smiling, Kate said that it was incredible. To think that they were able to cover such a large building with a magical barrier. They must have borrowed a huge amount of money to build such a large building and cover it with this giant barrier. They spare no expense when it comes to their headquarters. To which the hero asked why it was so difficult to do, to which she replied that of course. Putting her hand forward, the girl said that she thought they spent at least 20 billion on this, to which the protagonist asked, what 20? Do they really have that much money to spend? Standing behind them, the girl said that thanks for noticing. Brittany smirked and said that it seemed like they were interested in their magical barrier. They almost guessed the price. Looking at her, Jake asked that isn't this the deputy head of the Dice Guild, Brittany? To which Kate replied that she thought it was an ordinary secretary. Putting his hand to his face, the man said that he remembered the fun guild they met last time. Let him prepare everything for the meeting. To which the girl replied that okay, she will prepare everything immediately. Taking his face, Brittany asked what he thought she would say exactly that. Where did he go today, ignoring the schedule? Looking at them, the hero heard what she was doing with her guild master, to which the girl replied that if he was the guild master, then he should behave appropriately. The thought arose that it did not matter whether they were outside or inside, it was still noisy. They were sitting on the couches. Looking at the phone, Joe asked what was going on. What do they think? Why did he bring them here? Turning his head, the protagonist asked what could be, because of the elemental he possessed. Holding a glass in his hands, the man answered that it was a bull's eye. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared in front of them. A pet appeared on the table. Stroking it, the elementalist said that he should say hello. This is his elemental partner. Jake looked in amazement, hearing that they had seen him before, yes, to which he thought that wasn't it too much of a difference. Looking at the man, Leo said that helping with the construction, there was a lot to do, to which Joe replied that it would only take a minute. Looking to the side, the pet asked what the guest was, to which the hero greeted him. Leo smiled, looking at him. Stretching his hands forward, the protagonist wondered what he was doing. Looking at the hero, the man asked that he could release his elemental, to which Jake replied that he could. A glow appeared above the hero's hand. Looking at the spirit, the pet said that it was an elemental. Lowering his head, Joe said that as expected, it was a wind elemental. What was his name? To which the hero replied that it was Zeke. Smiling, the man said that Zeke was the reason he wanted to meet them. Looking at the hero, he added that the only elemental discovered in their country at the moment was Leo, and this had not changed during his 17 years of work as an elementalist. Frowning, the elementalist said that he also looked through his hero dossier, but could not find anything related to this elemental. The hero entered the room. It was heard that the only moment that caused suspicion was when he left Karaz and joined the Fun Guild. Looking straight ahead, the man said that however, it makes no sense to conclude that he received an elemental in a new guild, as he signed a contract with the spirit of the wind. Turning his head, the protagonist said that well, to which Kate replied that she would explain. Looking at the man, she said that before that, Zeke had another owner, to which he asked again. Looking straight ahead, Kate said that her mother Kira was the previous owner of Zeke. Sitting on the couch, the elementalist said that so that's how it is. Putting his hand to his face, he added that who would have thought that in the end he would sign a contract with Kira's elemental. This has never happened before. The man frowned, thinking about the fact that he thought that when the owner dies, his elemental also disappears, but it seems They still didn't fully understand the creatures called elementals. Putting his hand to his face, the elementalist said, well, although that didn't dispel his doubts, maybe they'll stop there and get down to business. The girl looked at him in amazement, and asked if Zeke wasn't the main reason. Putting his hand forward, the man replied that was also true. But today he wanted to talk about the two things they were here for from the start, to which the hero asked again. Adjusting his glasses, Joe said that they should allow him to be frank. Lowering his head, he added that as the head of the Dice Guild, he wanted to lead their guild. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked again. Smiling, the man said that 100% of the shares of the Fun Guild were worth 20 billion. Leaning on the table, Kate asked if he was serious, to which the elementalist replied that he would never joke about such things. He could give her more if she felt it was not enough. Lowering his head, he added that they could keep the two-person team they had now, or hire another hero if they wanted. He would personally teach them how to use elemental magic, and he would not interfere with their team's activities under any circumstances. Looking forward, the elementalist asked, well, that sounds like a good offer, okay? Smiling, the girl replied that it was definitely a great offer, but too sudden, to which Joe replied that he could give them time to think about it. Sitting on a chair, the elementalist said that of course, the sooner they answered him, the better, to which the hero replied that he did not want to. The man looked at him in confusion and asked again. Looking at him, the protagonist said that they would never sell the guild. The bag fell to the ground. Putting his hand on his hip, the guy asked what happened here. Looking straight ahead, Chuck said that he cleaned everything up and went back to where Jake went. Holding his hair in his hands, he said that he was going to brag about finding something amazing, but looking at the hero, the man said that if he didn't like the amount, he could increase it. Lowering his head, Jake said that he heard that he spent about 20 billion to cover this place with a magical barrier. Looking away, he said that it was not enough. Smiling, the hero said that because their guild fun, like the guild dice, will become a great guild. The man looked at him. Kate grabbed the hero and asked why he decided alone. They looked away. The man grabbed his face and laughed. Smiling widely, Joe asked that he wanted to turn a guild with two people into a great one, and if he was too arrogant. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that well, he would call it confidence. Adjusting his glasses, the elementalist thought that it was confidence. He did sound confident. As expected, he was an interesting brat. Raising his hands up, Joe said that fine, he would refuse the deal, to which the girl replied that he should hear her out first. Snapping his finger, the man said that since he had come this far, he would give it to him. The girl held the crystal in her hands. It seemed that she remembered it. A thought arose that maybe it was the magic crystal from their last meeting. Looking at it, the hero asked why he was giving it back to him. Smiling, Joe said that the association had finished their research. He was going to give it to him after he captured his guild. He was pretty good as his elementalist mentor, right? Looking at the crystal, the protagonist replied that he would accept it with gratitude then. And yet, what is this? Why did he make such a fuss? Suddenly, a spirit flew into the crystal. A bright light appeared. Looking straight ahead, the man said that elementalists can increase their power by absorbing it from such magic crystals. Let him collect them. Jake held the sphere in his hands. It was heard that if he does this, then Zeke will be able to materialize as Leo, to which the hero thought that Zeke will be able to materialize. The Korean branch appeared. Smiling, the girl said that this is an international union for the protection of creatures. How can she help them? Looking straight ahead, she asked what he says. Their cat turned into a creature. People were sitting at their workstations. It was heard that they should be sure they would catch him carefully. How much time would it take him to finish the advertising poster they had talked about yesterday? He thought, 3 hours. Raising her hand, the girl asked when their next volunteer activity was scheduled, to which the employee replied that it was the 21st of this month. Stretching her hand forward, she added that the last time they helped Grandma, she was so touched when she hugged her, to which the girl replied that yes, everyone was kind. The news appeared. It was heard that she always felt so sorry for them. They should spread the word that there is good in people. Closing her eyes, the employee said that one day other people will understand this too. Isn't their mission to make people realize? Suddenly she looked amazed. The employees looked away in fear. The monster was sitting in a cage. She heard it sound like he was hungry. Now that she thought about it, it was time for the kids to get a snack. The girl held her hand out and asked what she should take out, to which she replied that she should give him something lighter. The employee smiled and asked who she should give him. The woman was lying on the floor. She heard it sound like an old lady. Putting her hand on her side, the girl said that she was still alive, to which the employee replied that she was too frisky for an old person. The man stuck the key in the lock. The old lady fell to the floor. She looked at him in fear when he said, "Bon appetit." The monster suddenly pounced on her. Putting her hand to her face, the girl said that their cat was so cute when he ate. Looking away, she asked if she could bring them all here, to which the employee replied that he shouldn't overfeed them, just bring one more here for dinner. She looked away in amazement. The car was shining its headlights right at them, and it seemed like the manager had arrived. The guy got out of the car. He silently looked forward. Liam smiled and said hello. Looking at him, The colleague asked how his business trip was, to which the guy replied that he had brought a lot of cute and kind children with him. They were in the next building, so they could check them later. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the manager said that now, everyone, he has good news. Opening the case, he said that it was a prototype of the item that their partners had been studying for a long time. Holding the weapon in his hands, he added that it was finally ready. The guy turned around, hearing what kind of thing it was, to which he asked that they understood the basilisk that had recently been discovered at TM in Pushan. The monster raised its head up. It was heard that although they had successfully created a species by giving it a magic crystal, its resistance was low and its body was quickly corroded, and they were also having trouble controlling it. Standing in front of the monster, Liam said that however, this time it would be different. Smiling, he added that he would make it even better. Suddenly, a glow appeared in front of him. A scream was heard from the cage. Looking at the glow, the guy grinned. He clapped his hands. The employees began to clap. Smiling, the guy said that this was indeed a beautiful creature. The fourth class of TM appeared. People were walking along the street. Walking forward, Kate said that unlike yesterday, today there is a barrier, to which the hero replied that after yesterday's conflict with the MSCS, he thinks they came to the conclusion that it will not be possible to get rid of saber-toothed cats quickly. Looking at the girl, he added that if they were lucky, they could get a magic crystal from a variety today. Frowning, Chuck asked what the hell, where the hell was he yesterday? The girl flinched and said that he scared her. Looking at him, Jake asked what was wrong, to which the guy replied that he suddenly left him alone after asking him to take care of the saber-toothed cat yesterday, to which he said that for sure, his mistake. Chuck lowered his head down. He closed his eyes and smiled, to which Kate asked what was wrong with him. He was crazy. They looked at the phone, hearing that he wondered if they would be able to maintain their composure after seeing this. Suddenly, their eyes widened in amazement. Smiling, Chuck said that the basilisks and yesterday's saber-toothed cat, he sold everything. Looking at the phone, Kate asked what it was, 8 zeros, 500 million, to which the guy replied that since this type of basilisk was the first one discovered, he was able to sell it for a high price. Raising her hands up, the girl said that damn, she knew, she was confident in him, to which the guy said that he would sell anything that came to his hands for a good price. Looking away, he said that by the way, he needed to tell them something about the commission. Usually he takes 10% for collecting and selling. Frowning, the hero replied that it was 4%. Chuck asked again, amazed? Stretching his arms out to the sides, he shouted that even in their business it is customary, to which the protagonist said 4%, and the guy said 8%. Raising his finger up, Jake said okay, thanks, 4%, to which Chuck shouted that he should wait. How can he finish the negotiations himself? Looking at them, the girl heard that he had always been such a bandit, to which she asked what the hell those two were doing. She looked away in surprise, hearing that she was here again. The beast took a step forward. He looked away. Raising her eyebrows, Kate thought, what for? Putting her hand on her hip, the girl asked that she was a tamer, and the man said that she saw her for the first time. It was Mary from the Snowflake Guild. The girl adjusted her hair. The beast followed her. It was heard that she was known for hunting only saber-toothed tigers, though why, he didn't even know. The hero and the party looked at her. Smiling, Kate said that the tamer looked amazing. Looking away, the protagonist said that they would enter TM faster. This tamer specializes in hunting saber-toothed cats. The pet looked ahead. It was heard that if they were late, then this chinchilla would take everything in its path. Looking at the hero, the pet exclaimed. Jake looked at it and thought what the hell. The pet opened its mouth. Turning its head, Kate shouted that he should take care of himself. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that everything was fine, he should just stand still. A notification appeared that the probability that the monster standing in front would attack him was less than 20%. The pet licked the hero. The girl looked at him in bewilderment. Looking at him, Mary said that it was strange to think that he would be interested in another person. Smiling, she said that she was glad to meet them. Her name was Mary. She was from the Snowflake Guild. Extending his hand, the protagonist said that it was nice to meet her. He was from the Fun Guild, Jake, and this was the head of his guild, Kate. Looking at him, the girl asked if they had hamsters at home, to which Jake replied that no, he didn't have any animals at all. Putting her hand to her face, Mary said that it was so strange, it couldn't be that a chinchilla behaved like that without any reason, and Chuck said that Mary was made of snowflakes. Smiling, the guy said that it was a great honor to meet her. He was the director of the Montan Monster Remnant Collection Company. If she needed help dealing with the monster bodies, let her contact him, to which she replied that she didn't need to. The pet froze, looking at him. Lowering his head, the guy said that he should look there. The chinchilla grabbed Chuck. It was heard that Mary was talking to representatives of another guild, that ice woman. Looking away, the guy asked again that weren't those two the same people who talked to Joe yesterday. Turning his head, the hero thought, damn, they were being stared at. Looking away, the girl said that she was sorry for attracting other people's attention. Taking a step forward, she added that they would go first, good luck to them, to which the protagonist replied that yes, good luck to her too. Looking away, Jake thought that Mary was from the Snowflake Guild. The girl walked next to the pet. The thought occurred to him that the last time he saw news about her was 3 or 4 years ago. Judging by how popular she was, she should have already been promoted to the 3rd class. She smirked. The question arose, so why is she still in the 4th? Closing his eyes, the hero thought that, well, in any case, it was none of his business. Putting his hand on his side, he said that they would also come in. Chuck was lying on the ground, hearing that he could stay here, to which he responded approvingly. A residential building appeared. The hero and the girl walked along the corridor. Looking to the side, Kate asked what was going on. They had already passed 5 floors, but there were still no monsters in sight. Looking at her, the protagonist answered that maybe the other guilds had cleared everything. Standing on the stairs, he said that there was nothing to be done, they should continue to go up and look for them, to which the girl said that they could use the elevator, and he asked what if he got stuck halfway up. Leaning against the wall, Kate asked that asking a mage to go up the stairs was too much. He didn't think so, to which Jake replied that mages also needed to develop their endurance. Looking at them, the guy asked who was there. Frowning, he asked what was wrong with these idiots. Connor, holding onto the handrail, asked that didn't they see the sign on the 1st floor, said that buildings 207 to 209 were the knife guild points, so they should go somewhere else. Frowning, Kate asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about, to which she was told that it seemed like these idiots didn't even understand Korean. People were standing near the building. It was said that the point is a place created to take a favorable position on the TM. If a large guild occupies the point, then ordinary guilds can only put up with it. Looking at him, the hero thought that this is especially true when it comes to guilds consisting of only 2 people, and the guy shouted that if they understood everything, then let them get lost. Frowning, the protagonist replied that he should let him get lost, and then thought that however, the Fun Guild is an unusual guild. Connor gritted his teeth, hearing that he knows that taking a place in the territory of monsters is prohibited. He will file a complaint about their actions to the Ministry of Heroes, to which he replied that this bastard. Holding a weapon in his hands, the guy asked what he thinks that the Ministry of Heroes will take responsibility for their lives. Looking at him, Jake asked what he was threatening them with, and then thought that 1 tank, 2 warriors, 1 mage. A ladder appeared, and the thought occurred that due to the peculiarities of the location of this emergency ladder, it would be difficult for 4 people to go down at once. The hero's eyes lit up and he thought that they could do it. A notification appeared that the probability of winning the battle with this team was. Jumping up, the hunter asked what and what. The protagonist parried the blow. A message appeared that 80%. Gritting his teeth, Connor thought what for. He did not even flinch. Looking to the side, he shouted what they were doing. Let them attack. Stretching his hand forward, the mage responded approvingly. Frowning, the protagonist turned to the girl. Stretching her staff forward, Kate shouted that she was ready. A water and fire arrow collided with each other. A bright flash occurred. An explosion appeared from the building. Jake and the girl rushed forward. Looking at them, the guy shouted that they were running away, after them, quickly. Turning around, Kate asked who was running away. A wall of fire appeared in front of them. The hero jumped up. Connor gritted his teeth and turned around. The protagonist struck him. Frowning, the guy thought what the hell, this bastard really was a 4th class like him. He heard what he was doing. Swinging, Jake said that his legs were in a vulnerable position. A blow flew at the guy. He fell to the ground. Looking to the side, Connor asked what he thought. He could leave after this. His guild would find him. The sword stuck in the ground. They heard what and what. Grinning, the hero asked what they said, that they would take responsibility for their lives. Standing still, the guy said that he thought they were no match for them. Looking to the side, Kate asked what could be. For now they would leave everything as it was. The thought arose that using several abilities. The protagonist and the girl looked down. The thought arose that who the hell are these guys? The mage extended his hand forward, hearing that he should quickly put out the fire, to which he replied that he was not very good at water magic, he needed time. The man closed his eyes and said that they had not found a single saber-toothed cat, for now they were just wasting their energy in this damn place. Looking to the side, he exclaimed. Suddenly, the guy used the skill water blade. Turning his head, he said that it was ready, now they can go. The monster looked forward. It was her that let him lead to. The man rolled his eyes and asked to save him. The mage looked at him in amazement. Turning around, Kate said that she could hear screams coming from the evacuation stairs. The hero frowned when he heard that it was a saber-toothed cat, to which he thought that no, he shouldn't have screamed so loudly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The monster took a step forward. A notification appeared that the probability of Jake getting out of this place alive was. The beast growled furiously. His eyes lit up. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist saw that it was 0.5%, to which he thought that it was a type of saber-toothed cat. A notification that said that the probability of Jake getting out of this place alive was. The monster opened its mouth and growled. The monster stuck out its tongue and looked ahead. A message about 0.5%. The guy looked down and thought that it was a type of saber-toothed cat. The guy and the girl looked at the silhouette of the approaching monster. The heroes looked at it in surprise, and Kate asked if this creature could be a saber-toothed cat. Jake replied that he thought it was a variety of them, but he had never seen such an incredible variety. The saber-toothed monster looked at them with fury. The two guys screamed in horror when they saw the monster. One of them asked with a trembling voice what the hell this thing crawled out of. The other guy repeated about the variety. Jake turned back and yelled at the two to team up with him. One of the guys ran away in the other direction and shouted at him to stop fooling around, asking how 4 people could handle this kind. The hero turned around and looked and thought that these crazy bastards, he thought that it was impossible for 2 people to handle a class 4 variety. The saber-toothed cat moved forward loudly. The heroes prepared for the attack, shouting that it was coming. Jake took out his sword. He pointed it at the monster and began to attack. The hero clenched his teeth and thought about how monstrous the power was, and that if he had not covered the sword with his element, it would have broken long ago, and instead of wasting time, he should finish this creature off in one move. The cat attacked the hero, with a glowing red paw. Jake watched as her huge paw was close. Kate used the slowing wind and counterattacked the monster. She held the attack and shouted to him that it was time now. The young man, without thinking twice, began to fight. He swung his sword, using the wind blade. Jake was focused on the enemy. The hero attacked Sabretooth, and his blow passed near the target. He thought, asking if it dodged. The monster raised her paw in his direction. The cat with a sharp blow knocked Jake out. The hero flew to the side and thought about how this monster could be so fast. The girl raised her palm, preparing for a new attack. She shouted Jake's name. She used the wind arrow and blue arrows flew towards the monster. The cat looked with fury and saw the arrows approaching. After the blow, Sabretooth turned into a bright red light. She growled and rushed at Kate. The girl was shocked and said that she could not dodge. She called Sheila. The enraged beast ran towards Kate, screaming. The girl watched as Sheila attacked Sabretooth. They broke through the wall of the building and flew out into the street. Kate went to the hole in the wall and called Beast. The girl heard someone and turned her eyes. There they said that she heard an explosion and decided to check. Who would have thought that you would be here too? The woman walked towards them and said that she was glad to meet them again, the Fun Guild. The heroes saw, thought Mary. Jake was sitting on the floor, near the broken wall. Mary noted that it looked like they would have had big problems if she hadn't come a little later. The woman approached Kate, looked at the hole in the wall and said that she would deal with this creature and asked to take Jake and run away from here. The girl answered her that she couldn't handle it alone and suggested asking for help from other heroes. Mary, lowering her head, looked at her and told her not to worry, because she knew the saber-toothed cats better than anyone else. Kate looked at her carefully and thought that her aura had changed. Mary jumped out of the house and flew down. The huge beast Sheila was diligently fighting the cat. Saber-toothed cat looked at her helplessly. The creature rushed at the beast, stunning her. The girl flew down, calling for the beast. Sheila responded. Looking up, the monster bit her chest. Mary activated the magic of freezing rain. She sent power down. Ice blocks fell down on the cat, throwing Sheila aside. Sabretooth was frozen in ice. It didn't take long before she growled and violently got out of the ice block. The girl landed on Sheila's head and thought, wondering how it could still stand up after being hit by so many ice arrows, and that it was not for nothing that this was a different variation. The monster was moving towards them, screaming. Mary extended her hand, filling it with energy, saying that in any case, the result would not change. She shot a large glowing arrow, which was called a snow shot. The cat dodged again and continued the attack. The woman thought that this saber-toothed cat had great strength. She paid attention to its knees, attacked right at it, thinking that there was also a great weakness. The monster flew, stumbling, to the ground. Saber-toothed lay motionless, not expecting such an outcome. Mary told her that she would not be able to get up after that. The woman bent her knee and watched and thought that the unusual mobility that saber-toothed cats have is due to their flexibility, but if their muscles contract from the cold. There were pieces of ice stuck in the monster's leg. Mary added that the joints could not withstand their weight and were collapsing. The woman adjusted her glove, saying that their battle ended the moment her ice arrow hit her. Kate watched from the building below, noting that it was incredible, a species that she and Jake had a hard time fighting. The wounded boy was bleeding and calling out to Kate. She walked up to him, and he said that they needed to help Mary right away. The girl waved her hand and told him not to worry because she had already taken care of everything. Jay's eye lit up brightly and he said that no, it was not over yet. It was reported that the probability of Mary defeating the saber-toothed cat was. He listened carefully to this information, his eyes wide. Mary approached the cat's body, and he thought that if she did, she would be in danger. The woman pointed her hand and said that she would end this as painlessly as possible. Suddenly, the monster woke up and began to scream loudly. The cat raised its head up, as if calling out. The beast had come. More and more saber-toothed cats surrounded Mary and the beast. She looked to the side and a notification came that less than 10% remained. The cats furiously attacked the heroes. Kate held the wounded Jake by the arm and they watched what was happening. She said that the cat had summoned all the saber-toothed cats nearby. The hero thoughtfully watched and thought about what happened in the end. The guy turned to her and asked if she could use levitation. The girl worriedly answered that although not perfect, but she could use it to some extent. Jake, hugging Kate, charged the energy ball and told her that it was good, let her use it on his signal. The girl became embarrassed and called out to him, thinking about where he put his hand. The ball was spinning in his hand and he thought that there was no other way. He ran forward. Taking the girl in his arms, he jumped down, using acceleration. Kate, frightened, screamed for him to wait. They were falling down fast and she wondered if he shouldn't have told her what he was going to do first. The saber-toothed creatures were attacking the heroes with fury. Bright flashes of energy were flying at them. Mary continued to block them, casting spells with her hands. She felt, looking forward, how someone rushed at her from behind. Sheila took out the attacking cat with a blow to the nose. The saber-toothed cats continued to surround them from all sides. Mary raised her forearm to her face and thought that there were too many of them here. She looked out, looking into their glowing eyes, wondering where their kind was hiding. She needed to bring it down faster. Mary heard someone shout from above. The couple was almost landing down. Jake was shouting for Kate to use levitation as soon as possible. She hugged the hero tightly and said that she had already used it. The girl raised her weapon up, using levitation. A pink light lit up. Jake, falling rapidly, looked down and thought that she managed to slow them down, but she was not strong enough to stop them in the air. The boy used his magic, thinking that he wanted to save his mana, but it seemed that he had no other choice. He activated the wind bomb and the surrounding area was illuminated with blue light. Kate cried out in joy, asking if it worked. Jake looked at the pack and pulled out his sword, thinking that he should aim straight ahead. His gaze was unwavering, thinking that he should aim straight ahead, like the time he killed that type of basilisk. The hero flew at them, using wind blade, swinging his sword. His energy crushed the monsters, destroying them. The couple landed down. The hero stuck his sword into the asphalt and knelt down and exhaled. He thought he tried to use his mana as efficiently as possible, but it still took a lot of his strength. Mary ran towards them and shouted that she had told them to stay away. The boy turned around, stood up from the ground and asked if that was all she wanted to say to the one who came to her aid, seriously. The woman looked at him and replied that she did not need their help, she could handle everything herself. Mary looked down, hearing the young man ask her about the cats that were behind her. Sheila nervously exclaimed, standing behind Kate. The girl looked to the side and saw more cats, noting that this attack did not destroy all of them. The hero turned around and said that they were not the same ones. Under the huge saber-toothed cat, smaller ones were crowded. Jake noticed that she continued to summon more saber-toothed cats. Mary watched this and cried out that his joints should have fallen apart by now. Jake looked ahead calmly and noted that he didn't know how, but he thought this cat could restore them. He went on to say that he had never seen such healing abilities in a saber-toothed cat before. The woman stood there dumbfounded and repeated about the healing abilities. She opened her eyes wide when she heard someone calling her. In front of her was a dying girl who was telling Mary to get out of here. The woman looked at her hands, they were stained with black. Jake turned, looking back, saying that most of them were down, and the species was only slightly injured, and if they worked together, he was sure they could do it. Mary ran forward as fast as she could. Jake watched her go and tried to call out to her. He looked at what was happening sternly, and reasoned about why she suddenly became so reckless, and no wonder she was working alone. Jake turned around and asked Kate to cover him. She replied that she understood. The evil monsters were running towards her. The girl ran, preparing to send her magic. She reached the huge monster and prepared to attack it. Saber-toothed cat pounced on Mary from behind. The woman screamed furiously for him to not interfere with her. She struck, throwing the monster back. Mary turned and thought about how incredibly fast he was restoring his strength. The angry monster began to attack the heroine. The guy attacked the monster with lightning speed, saying that if he were in his place, he would not eat her, because cold food can give you a stomachache. After the swing of the hero's sword, saber-toothed cat flew back. The cat screamed loudly. Sheila landed nearby. Kate, using the wind spear, brought down an attack on the lying monster to finish it off. Jake flew towards the defenseless cat and thought that it was all over for her. Suddenly, Mary stood in the way, spreading her arms. She asked not to kill him. The guy abruptly stopped in front of her. He turned to her and screamed what the hell she was doing. They had to kill him before he could recover. The woman stood there and screamed back that she needed a living saber-toothed cat, because she had to capture the species without killing it. He was angry at her and clarified, did she really want to capture it alive? He said that she was crazy and not to interfere with him. The girl concentrated and began to absorb energy, saying that she could not leave. Jake clenched his teeth in anger and asked why she was acting like this. The huge monster was restoring its energy, standing behind him. The cat was screaming, enveloped in powerful magic. The boy and Kate looked on in surprise and wondered what was going on. The saber-tooths were approaching behind them. Kate called out to Jake and noted that she was calling more cats here. The boy looked down and thought, this is bad, his mana is running out, what to do now? He opened his eyes wide and thought, pathetic. The hooded man extended his hand forward and exclaimed about gravity control 9G. All the cats were pinned to the ground by magic. The young man turned around, grabbed his sword and asked who they were. The hero looked at the man in surprise, who said that they were still such amateurs. Jake recognized him. The man with the cane, putting his hand in his pocket, said that despite the fact that they passed the promotion test, they could not handle a couple of cats. He added that he was very disappointed. Carl rubbed his hands and said that it meant that he was not a prodigy after all. Amanda, grabbing her katana, said that even so, she was still impressed that they lasted as long as they could. The four looked at them attentively and intently. Ron asked to stop chatting and wrap it up. It was Barry's team. The man in shoes was musing that finally, he was waiting for the big shots to appear. Liam watched them through binoculars and mused that they must be from the third-class team of the Dice Guild. He lowered his binoculars, smirked, and continued that he had hoped for the first-class team to join the fight, and that it seemed he had asked too much. Notice of the MSCS, Korean branch. Manager Liam. Someone approached him behind him and asked what their next steps were, sir. Liam turned and replied that they had nothing more to do here for now and suggested retreating. The defeated monster lay on the ground and he continued to reason that it was not a complete loss. And the fact that the mana crystal had dispersed throughout the body at the last moment was a problem, but the power it contained was impressive. There were several hooded men behind him, and he finished by saying that they would continue work as scheduled. The dead saber-toothed cats lay on the ground. A huge monster lay, its body moving from something. Carl and Amanda looked at it sternly. He asked what it was. Barry looked away calmly and started saying what he thought. The heroes were watching the big pile of monster. The examiner continued that the heroes department had a lot of work to do. The man in the suit was helping Jake walk. Kate stopped the people in suits approaching her. Mary and Sheila were walking down the street. She stopped and turned around. A week later, a sign hung crookedly above the window of the building that said about the Fun Guild. He was holding a smartphone in his hands and scrolling through the news. Jake put his hand behind his head and looked at the phone. He was asked about what happened there. Chuck came up to Jake and said that the monster territory they had been in had been all over the news for several days, and it looked like they had been through a lot. Jake calmly replied that he had said that he couldn't discuss this with ordinary people. He thought that if he continued asking him, he would make him go through a lot too. Chuck exclaimed that they were business partners and he had the right to know about everything. The hero let out a tired sigh and thought that maybe they shouldn't have hired him after all. The rescuers were crouched in the rubble near the body, and he reasoned that 8 heroes had died on TM that day. Monsters were hiding in the darkness, and Jake noted that the hero department had greatly underestimated the number of saber-toothed cats hiding in the underground parking lot. They were looking for their victims, and he added that the sudden appearance of the species had triggered an influx of these monsters, which led to the tragedy. Jake peeled off the bandage on his cheek and thought that he had a bad feeling about this. This was too well planned to be an accident. He imagined the previous picture where Mary stood between him and the monster, and continued to reason that moreover, the mutation of the species was unlike anything he had seen before. Jake peeled off the bandage from his other cheek and mused that maybe he didn't have to think about it so much, since the hero department would be presenting the results of their investigation soon. Chuck looked away and said that he just realized that he hadn't seen Kate today. The hero closed his eyes and said that she had some personal matters to take care of, so she took a week off. The boys turned around to see the phone ringing. Jake walked over to it, and Chuck noted that he had never seen that phone ring before. The hero replied that it was the guild hotline, which all guilds had. Jake picked up the phone and thought about who would call their guild hotline. He said that it was the Fun Guild. How could he? He heard a familiar voice. After saying hello, the girl said that it was Mary from the Snowflake Guild. The hero asked again, surprised. Chuck heard it and turned around sharply in his direction. He put on his movie glasses and wondered where the hell his popcorn was. Jake continued the conversation, asking how she was doing. He looked away and smiled when she said that she was sorry for calling the hotline, but that was the only way to contact them. In response, he laughed and said that he understood. Mary held the phone to her ear and asked how his injuries were. The guy replied that it had been a week and his wounds were almost healed. The girl was looking at the city, standing by the window. He asked how she was doing, to which she replied that she was doing great. Jake looked away and thought that it was unlikely that she called the hotline just to ask how he was feeling. The girl was silent for a moment and continued to say that she knew it was sudden. She asked him to meet her today. Jake pushed the phone away in surprise. He asked again about today. Chuck's mouth dropped open, popcorn and drink in hand, thinking that this couldn't be happening. It was a sunny day, overlooking a high-rise building. Kate was on her knees, calling her father and asking how he was doing. She was rewinding her gun and listening as he told her he heard she had encountered a TM species. Asking if she was hurt, Kate said no, she was fine. She grabbed the phone and listened as her father told her she needed to be extra careful in Class 4 monster territory, and that the backup that stood behind her was getting targeted more often than she thought. She asked if he was serious, because her father had said this 100 times before. Dad kept saying that if they saw invaders, they shouldn't look back, just run. Kate stopped him, telling him to stop. Her father smirked. The girl continued listening attentively, and he said that it was still nice to know she was working with a reliable guy. Kate smiled and said yes, Jake had been a great help to the guild. Father sat with the phone to his ear and listened. She said that if she hadn't met him, she would still be where she was. He said that he understood. The man looked away, said that he hoped to meet him one day. Notification about the chief scientist, Casper. He took Kate's portrait in his hands and said that the hero inherited your mother's element, and he wanted to know a lot about him. A girl knocked on the door and said that they needed him to study a sample that had just arrived. Casper turned around and said that of course, he would be right there. Let them start without him for now. Kate took the phone away from her ear, hearing father say that he needed to go because something had happened. She asked him to wait and asked when he was going to come to Korea. The girl sat by the window and listened to Casper on the phone talking about coming to her mother's death anniversary, said they would talk later and hung up. Kate said that was so like him, he only says what he needs to say. The girl stretched and said that she needed to do some work and suddenly heard a ringing sound. Kate looked at the phone screen and wondered why he was calling her. In clear weather, people were walking down the street. Jake changed his clothes and put his hand in his pocket. Chuck held out a bracelet and told him to take this lucky mustache, because it is believed to bring good luck, and wished him good luck. The hero asked again, good luck with what? Jake put on the bracelet, gritting his teeth and thinking that he put it on so that Chuck would stop whining. The hero turned around, because he was called. Mary fixed her hair and asked if she made him wait. Jake looked at her and thought that she looked different than when they met at TM. The guy put his hand on his belt and said that he just arrived. Mary replied that it was a relief. They walked down the street discussing that they were going to where the girl had reserved a table, and from behind, a little distance away, someone was watching them. Chuck, his mouth wide open, noted, turning to Kate, that they were having dinner together. The girl in the cap spread her arms and asked what he was thinking about. Kate puffed out her cheeks and thought that she had the audacity to point her arrow at them at TM. But now she was talking to Jake as if nothing had happened. It must be some kind of plan to take him away. The couple sat at the table, eating dinner, where Mary noted that the food was really good. The hero agreed with her. From the street, Chuck and Kate watched them. She reasoned that as the head of the guild, she definitely did not think so. Mary drank coffee with Hero, noting that he smelled amazing. He did not argue with that. Kate watched them and continued to think that they were exactly. The girl was shooting a dash and Jake complimented her on her excellent shooting. The two continued to watch and Kate suspected that it was true. The couple walked around the city and the young man offered to carry the teddy bear. The girl replied that everything was fine. The watchers were following them. Chuck said that it was suspicious. Kate hit him hard on the back of the head and thought that they were definitely on a date. Chuck tried to catch up with Kate, who was trying to get away. He asked if she was not going to do anything. The girl answered about why she should care who he wanted to date. Kate lowered her head, taking off her cap, and thought that she knew she shouldn't care, but then why did she feel irritated? The sun was setting in the city. Jake stretched, raising his arms, and said that it was fun. He hadn't been out and had fun like this for a long time. Mary hugged the bear and agreed, saying that thanks to him, she felt much better. The guy looked ahead calmly and led her to the question of whether she thought it was time to tell him why she wanted to see him today. The girl turned around and exclaimed in confusion. Jake looked at her and clarified that she hadn't asked to meet just to spend time together. He added that he was waiting for her to tell him something. She lowered her head and began to talk about how she hoped he could keep her company. The sun was hiding behind the buildings. They stopped and Jake asked about the hospital. The girl answered that her sister was being treated here. The guy looked away and thought about her sister being sick. He lowered his head, as his eye lit up, and apologized. He saw Mary standing next to his sick sister in the ward and wondered why his ability was activated now. The girl was standing next to her with a toy in her hands and said that this was her sister. The girl was lying in a mask and a notification popped up saying that the current state was unconscious. Mana discoloration syndrome, 95% progression. Jake looked ahead and considered the fact that it was mana discoloration syndrome. Mary walked up to her sister, putting down the toy and asking the boy about him, asking why she only hunted saber-toothed cats. So it was because of her. She looked at her sister and continued about how they were attacked by a saber-toothed cat 4 years ago, and she has been in a coma since then, and the doctors say they don't know the reason. The hero lowered his head and stated that that's why she was chasing saber-toothed cats. The boy watched as she circled around her sister's bed, saying that she thought she would find a clue if she continued, but it seemed she had made a mistake. Mary looked out the window and said that she thought that curing the species might help her sister, but the reports she saw today showed no connection. She turned around, covering her face with her hands, apologizing for acting like that day and knowing that he and Kate were in danger because of her. Jake spread his arms out and told her not to worry and that he understood her. Suddenly, he was immersed in magic. Profile determination notice, Mary of the Snowflake Guild, said to be a vital figure for the growth of the Fun Guild. Mary looked at him, holding the pendant around her neck. It was reported that 1/4 was currently collected. The hero looked at her deeply and wondered if their guild needed her. He narrowed his eyes and thought that he had seen this probability statistic before, when they saved Sack in that TM. Flashback to Jake and Kate standing in front of the guy lying on the ground. Jake tries to stop the offended girl, saying that he thinks that's enough. The hero looks further, choosing the Analyze command. A message about Chuck. He sits on his knees and cries. It is reported that he is a key figure for the growth of the Fun Guild. At that moment, a notification that 0/4 has been collected. Jake looked ahead in surprise and thought that it seemed to him that his ability was directing him to some kind of quest. He thought that he had never seen his analysis skill behave like this before. The hero extends his hand to the sitting Chuck, and he thinks that he hired him to work with their guild to see the response of his skill, and now for the second time. The hero stands in front of Mary and looks at her, thinking that the ability activated that day reacted to Mary in the same way. A notification that 1/4 has currently been collected. The girl looks at him, holding the pendant in her hand. Jake continued to think that if he found only one of the 4. He put his hand on his face and thought that means, including Mary, he needs 3 more people to complete the quest. The girl raised her hands and said that Jake didn't look well. Was he okay? The hero held his head and replied that everything was fine, just a little dizzy. He thought about how when he discovered this guild, his ability predicted a 99% chance that after he joined, it would become a major guild. He held his head and continued to think that now, out of nowhere, there were additional requirements. The guy grimaced in pain and thought that he had no idea that his analysis skill could mock him like that. Jake's eyes shone with magic, and he thought that in any case, if necessary, he would do whatever was necessary. He looked at Mary and asked how many years she had been hunting saber-toothed cats. The girl raised her hands and answered that about 4. The hero turned his head, looked at his sister, and asked that in all this time she had not found any clues on how to bring her sister out of a coma. Mary nodded, saying that everything was correct. Jake looked her in the eye and said that he did not know the details and therefore, perhaps, it was not for him to tell, but if she still had not found anything useful, did not she think it was worth thinking about a new approach? The girl was scared and carefully asked him to give an example. He pulled out a tube and said that he would get it now. Jake rolled up his sleeve and continued that if she gets a cut or wound, she disinfects the area and applies some ointment. And does she know what ointment to use? The guy pointed to his wrist. Mary answered that she did not. Jake said that one of the common ingredients in this ointment is Centella asiatica. There were drops of water on the green leaves. He added that it was also known as Indian pennyworth, and it was a common plant that could be found in the mountains and fields. Mary listened attentively. Placing her hand on her chest, the hero said that it had antibacterial and anti-inflammatory, as well as other useful properties, and that these plants had not yet turned into monsters, but many researchers hoped that this would happen. Jake pointed to his injured hand and noted that directly applying the leaves or stems of the plant would not help to heal open wounds, and that it was the extract of this plant that had healing properties. The guy added that it was interesting to think about it, although these little plants had nothing to do with why they got injured, and they somehow turned out to be part of the healing process. The girl with a sad face lowered her head and remained silent. The girl was lying under a blanket, wearing a mask, and the hero was saying that maybe her sister was in the same situation. Maybe the reason for her critical condition was something else, not related to the saber-toothed cats. She looked at her sister with fear, and he thought that Mary already knew everything without him. The girl reached out to her sister. The guy thought that she was trying to move on. He remembered how she fought, using magic skills, and reasoned that her desire to hunt saber-tooths arose from an obsession with revenge on the monsters who did this to her sister. Mary was depressed and sadly placed her hand on her head. Jake intervened and said that he had a proposition for her. She turned around and asked about the proposition. He straightened up and said that he would like to officially hire her. The girl asked again. She turned around and asked what he meant, that he wanted her to join the Fun Guild. Jake replied that that was exactly what he wanted. He looked at her and noted that if she agreed, the entire guild would do everything in their power to help find a cure for her sister. Mary pressed her hands to her chest and blushed, exclaiming that she did not make empty promises and they could include this in the contract if it gave him some guarantees. Jake dove into the analysis. He stood by his sister's bed and saw a notification about the probability of waking up from a coma, and about Mary's probability of finding a cure for her sister, and also the probability of recovery if Mary joined the Fun Guild. He looked at her sister and saw the same notification about 95% as before, thinking about it. The guy looked down and thought that he had no way of knowing if her sister would recover, but he still needed to recruit her by any means necessary. Mary lowered her head and asked, breaking the silence, if she could tell him her decision after she thought about it for a bit. The hero raised his hand and said that of course, there was no problem with that. The girl thanked him. The guy was inspired and thought that it seemed like the best thing he could do right now was to give her a chance to figure everything out. Jake ran out into the hallway, waving his hand, said that he didn't want to stay long and would now leave her alone with herself. Mary followed him and replied that everything was fine. She apologized for dragging him here. He noticed the bracelet on his hand and stopped. Jake took off the bracelet and said that he had to give her something. She asked curiously what it was. He handed her the bracelet and said that this bracelet was made of lucky mustache and it brought good luck. He thought it would look better on her sister than on him. The girl took it, began to examine it, and thanked him, saying that she was sure she would like it. He turned around and said that he was leaving and hoped for a quick answer. Mary held the bracelet in her hands and bid farewell with warmth. A tall building in the sun. A glowing sign on the floor of a room. People were sitting at a table waiting. Guildmaster Sean closed his eyes and said that they were late. A man walked up to the microphone and announced that they had waited long enough and they should continue the meeting even if one of the guilds was not present. The men turned to the man with his hands in his pockets. The guy put his hand on his neck and said that who would schedule a meeting at such an ungodly hour. The man walked on and mused that it did not look like there was anyone important there. It was Guildmaster Dice Joe. The girl behind him said that she had told them many times that they needed to hurry. The man turned around and said that he had a lot to do as it was, so why of all people did he have to come here? Rick watched them and said that for someone who was late, he talked too much. He looked at him with disdain and added that it was obvious that everyone was only waiting for him, the lazy one. It was the leader of the Warriors Guild, Rick. Joe raised his head and smiled, saying that they should see who had returned from the dead here and that he thought his entire guild had fallen to a Class 1 TM. Rick stood up furiously and shouted that it would take more than that to destroy them, adding that they had cleared out that TM a million years ago. Someone laughed. A voice sighed from the side, asking whether the two of them had to be so loud. Joe looked towards the person who had asked. The man put his hand to his face and said that despite being the leader of the guild, he was still so immature. The man turned away slightly and added that he thought he had learned his lesson after he had beaten him, but he could see that it had no effect. It was the leader of the Red Hall Guild, Ben. Joe frowned, angry, and turned to him, saying that if he had any grievances against him, why not settle them outside? Ben looked at him with disdain and replied that he did not, adding that why waste his time fighting with an obviously weak opponent. It was reported about Ben against Joa. It was said that Ben had 52 wins and 51 losses in 103 matches, and that Joa had 51 wins and 52 losses in 103 matches. The girl could not stand it and turned to them, saying that they were still trying to tear each other's throats out and were behaving like children. She sat with her hands folded under her head and added, asking why a man always needed to prove something. It was the head of the Snowball Guild, Clara. Joe turned to her and straightened up, saying that who is here with us? We haven't seen each other for a long time, Clara, it's been 3 years. He continued, noticing that she had changed, asking if she was preparing for the image of an old lady. She got angry, slamming the table, asking who he called old. Joe took his seat, putting his feet on the table, said that he saw that Clara was still as cantankerous as before. The girl turned to Joe and made a remark, saying that no woman wants to be called an old lady. Interrupting the conversation, the man said that since the guild leaders were here, he suggested starting a meeting. Mike looked down and continued that they urgently called them all here today because in the incident with the Class 4 TM that happened a week ago in Incheon, new details have emerged. They have found evidence pointing to the involvement of the MSCS. Ben, Rick and Clara listened intently. Joe put his hands behind his head and said, about those protesters. He smirked and began to speculate whether this meant that they could break right into their headquarters. The boy frowned and said that they had urgently gathered them there today because new details had emerged in the Class 4 TM incident that had happened a week ago in Incheon. They had found evidence that pointed to the involvement of the MSCS. The boys in the office listened attentively. Joe held his hands behind his head and said that these were the protesters. He smirked and asked if that meant that they could storm right into their headquarters. Joe heard the girl say with a serious expression that he should think about what he was saying. Clara closed her eyes and said that the MSCS acted on a global level. One proof of their involvement was not enough for them to do whatever they wanted, and then asked why they thought the guilds had tolerated their actions all this time. The boy took the microphone in his hand and stated that Chloe was right. The hero department did not have enough evidence to take action. If they were not careful, it would escalate into a diplomatic issue. An image of a monster appeared on the screen. Looking at the creature, the guy said that it was a photo of a type of saber-toothed cat. The puzzled guys began to discuss how they had never seen such monsters. Smiling, Ben noted that it looked pretty disgusting. The guy lowered his head to the microphone and said that as they could see, this type was very different from the usual monster. The hero department received reports of such deformed variants. Looking at the screen, he added that this type of red weaver ant was discovered on Mount Jiangsan. Carnivorous plants appeared on the screen, after which the guy said that a few months ago, a large number of variant Deodelians appeared in one of the private country clubs. These monsters, like the saber-toothed cat, were deformed. Crossing his arms, Rick asked why he was telling them all this, noting that there was nothing unusual in the appearance of new monsters. Shaking his head, the boy replied that it was true. but that these monsters were not specific varieties based on their appearance. Looking at the creature's DNA, the boy said that DNA testing at the Monster Research Department had revealed a new genetic variation unique to this variety of saber-toothed cats. Chloe asked the boy with an interested expression to get down to business. The boy said with a serious expression that there was a mana crystal inside it. He pictured a huge crystal and explained that, as they probably knew, a special material called a mana crystal could be found in almost all varieties. He pictured the boys looking at the crystal and stated that the Monster Research Department had concluded that the variety only appeared when these crystals, which contained a huge amount of mana, merged with the monster. Placing his hands on the table, Mike added that, however, the mana crystal found in the saber-toothed cat variety was artificially created. A mental image of a crystal being formed from a liquid appeared in his mind, and he emphasized that, more notably, it was liquid. Looking at the various monsters, the onlookers began to ask if he was claiming that someone had created a liquid mana crystal. Hadn't he just said that their current technology was insufficient to create mana crystals? The girl looked at Joe and asked if he knew that, to which he replied that he didn't. He knew nothing about mana crystals other than the fact that elementals absorbed them. Joe calmly wondered if the recent increase in the number of species being discovered meant that the experiment was being carried out to create liquid mana crystals. He stated with satisfaction that there was no doubt who was conducting these disgusting experiments. Ben turned his gaze and said that it was interesting, but there was something that wasn't scary yet. Looking at Mike, he asked what this had to do with the MSCS, noting that before the meeting they had said there was evidence pointing to their involvement. Frowning, the guy said that on the day of the saber-toothed cat incident, there were several suspicious individuals on the TM property. An image of a drone filming people on the roof appeared on the screen. They turned their attention to the man, while Mike said that the man they were looking at now had been identified using facial recognition software. Mike looked at the guy and told them his name was Liam. He was 33 years old. They believed he was a manager at the MSCS. Mike imagined the guy walking in a white coat and noted that 4 years ago he stopped being a researcher at the Faculty of Magical Engineering, but there were reports that he was fired because of the incident. Holding his face, Ben asked what happened. Mike held the tablet in front of him. He imagined Liam's eyes shining brightly and told him that the records indicated that he stole a mana crystal from the research center and conducted illegal experiments on people. Standing in front of the audience, the guy emphasized that based on the evidence they had collected, the Hero Association considers Liam the prime suspect in this incident. Looking at the guys, Mike said that in order to apprehend him as soon as possible, they asked them to assist in the investigation. Blue skies surrounded the city. People were standing at the bus stop. The guys started taking pictures of Jake. They looked at him and discussed whether he was a hero. The main character wrote to Kate and asked if she would come to the office today. Confused, the protagonist asked why she wasn't responding, adding that he needed to talk to her today. Jake imagined himself standing in front of the girl and noted that he still hadn't heard back from Mary. It would be better to talk about hiring her as soon as possible. An image of Mary appeared in his mind, pulling on her glove and stressing that even without the information he had gained from his ability, having an experienced hero like Mary in the guild would be great. Closing his eyes, the protagonist stated that the only problem was that they didn't have enough funds. Recruiting someone like Mary would be expensive. The protagonist introduced Chuck and added that they had the money Montan had earned selling all those monster scraps. If they could come to a fair price, they could pay her with what they had. Dumbfounded, Jake ran to the car. He looked at the driver and asked to be dropped off at the corner of 5th Street. Smiling, the man asked if he was one of the heroes, to which he replied in the affirmative. The driver laughed and said that no one would have thought that he would one day be giving a ride to a hero. He would definitely brag about it when he went out to lunch with the other taxi drivers. Turning around, the man said that judging by his sharp gaze he must be from one of those famous guilds, then asked if he was from the Red Hall Warriors, or Dice, then asked if he was from Kara's, adding that they had been on everyone's lips lately. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he was not from those big guilds. He was from a new guild called Fun, then thought that he was sure that he had never heard of them. With his hands on the wheel, the driver asked if this wasn't the guild that dealt with the saber-toothed cats near the Greenscape apartments. The car stopped at a traffic light and the man said that he knew about it because he lives there. The driver looked away and said that it was a coincidence, and he couldn't thank him enough. The protagonist was suddenly taken aback. His gaze fell on the girl with cat ears while the driver said that he couldn't imagine that he had to see this so early in the morning. They followed the girl and the man said that hybrids scared him, because of their animal nature or something like that. They sometimes become wild. Jake answered with a serious look that she looks like an ordinary high school girl. She is wearing a school uniform, so she must be one of those transformed hybrids, to which the driver said that it doesn't matter whether she is a student or not. They are not the same as people. It may be different for heroes, but ordinary people like them will die the moment one of them attacks. The protagonist calmly remained silent after these words. The protagonist imagined people running away from the fire and began to reason that after everything that had happened, he could not understand why he believed in such things. People had been attacked and invaded many times, so such beliefs were quite natural. But she was still a child, she should not be judged so harshly. Jake saw his reflection in the window. The protagonist imagined a crowd of people surrounding Kate, and emphasized the fact that he was sure that she had encountered people all her life who judged her for being a half-elf. The protagonist suddenly frowned. He saw two guys chasing her. Jake suddenly turned around and said that he would get off there. The protagonist began to run away, and the taxi driver shouted after him that he had not paid. The guys continued to follow the girl. She suddenly turned around. The hybrid began to run away. The bandits began to catch up with her, shouting that she saw through them. The guy caught her and put a rag to her face. Her gaze began to go blank. The bandits were examining the girl and were discussing. She was a young hybrid. They had hit the jackpot. Their VIP clients would be very happy when. Jake stood behind them and asked what they were doing. The protagonist bowed his head and said that he would count to 3. If they did not let her go, they would die. The protagonist rushed into battle. Jake frowned and counted to 3. The protagonist with glowing eyes noticed the man wave his hand. He stopped in front of him. The man smirked and said that this was their business and the protagonist should not interfere. Jake seriously wondered who he was. Sunlight enveloped the building of the guild fun. The phone lying on the table began to vibrate. Kate turned her attention to it. Chuck was sitting on the couch and asked why she did not answer Jake's messages, after which the girl screamed that these were not his messages, they were spam. Kate closed her eyes and asked why she would ignore him, to which Chuck replied that he thought she was still upset about yesterday. Looking at her phone, the girl asked why the protagonist was gone for so long and why he was writing to her. She was suddenly taken aback. She read messages from Jake that they would meet at the mark he sent her, because he thought someone was going to be kidnapped, so it was time to grab equipment. Clouds of dust rose in the city. The protagonist stood in front of the bandits. The protagonist prepared to attack and said that if the man stepped aside, he would not be charged. The protagonist's face was serious. The man swung his fist and suggested that it was time to die. Dodging a powerful attack, Jake came to the conclusion that he was not the type to negotiate with. Leaning over, the bandit asked if the hero was there. The protagonist landed on the ground. He attacked the bandit multiple times and stated that the hero was right behind him. Jake wished him death with glowing eyes. The man swung his fist at the protagonist. The protagonist turned around and blocked his attack. A pink aura hovered around them. Frowning, Jake began to reason that there was clearly mana invested in this attack, otherwise he would not have been able to stop his sword. Looking at his opponent, the protagonist wondered if he was a hero too. The guys behind him began to carry the girl to the car. Turning around, Jake came to the conclusion that if he did not hurry, he would miss them. The man waved his hand and asked him not to turn around. He slammed his fist on the ground. Jumping back, the protagonist thought that he tried to minimize the damage, since they were in a residential area. A blue aura surrounded him and Jake assumed that he had no choice, he had to kill the man with one blow. The guy smiled and asked him to stop it. He stood over them and stated that he couldn't let the two of them destroy the entire neighborhood. With his hands in his pockets, the stranger stated that Jake was lucky that they were in a hurry. They usually killed all the witnesses, but they didn't have time to play around with him. Looking at the bandit, the protagonist wondered if they were all involved in this, noting that he could use mana too. The guy with a smile on his face asked the man if he had already forgotten that he had been ordered to complete the task as quietly as possible. This was his first job, and he had already caused so much trouble, maybe the boss would want to talk to him. The man looked up and said that he was speechless. He punched the wall. A cloud of dust rose in front of the protagonist. His face was wary. The bandits disappeared from his sight. Sheathing his katana, Jake noted that they had fled. Looking around, the protagonist stated that something was wrong with them. The protagonist began jumping between the buildings. He was looking down at the area. His eyes started to glow as the protagonist used analyze. He started scanning the city and asked where he needed to go to catch the truck. Jumping from rooftop to rooftop, Jake noted that if he continued analyzing the route, he would be able to find them. Someone called him on the phone. Holding the phone to his ear, the protagonist asked if Kate was heading to the location he sent her. The protagonist, with a serious expression, told him that he saw a young hybrid girl being kidnapped. Sitting in the car, Kate heard him following them, so he needed her to call the police. He would contact her as soon as he found them, after which the girl asked him to be careful. She frowned and looked at the phone screen. Disappointed, Kate wondered if someone from another species had been kidnapped. There had been a spike in hate crimes lately. She sat in the car and asked why it never ended. The van was parked in front of an abandoned building. Jake came there. He held a katana in his hands and noted that he had found them. Looking at the car, the protagonist emphasized the fact that this was definitely the truck he had seen today. The bandit was sleeping in the car. He noticed a knock on the glass. The furious protagonist stood in front of him. Looking at the phone, the guy loudly asked how the hell he had found them. The protagonist smashed the window and snatched the phone from his hands. Angry, Jake asked if the guy had heard him knocking. The bandit began to shake and said that he could explain everything. The protagonist tore off the car door, saying that the guy should get out, noting that they could chat later. Jake grabbed him and lifted him off the ground. Holding the katana in front of his throat, the protagonist explained that he was a hero who saw a crime, which meant he had the power to arrest him and decide whether he would live or die. This was his last chance. Looking at the frightened guy, the protagonist ordered to explain what was going on there. It was dark in the warehouse. The hostages were tied up. They were shaking with fear. The man was dragging the tied-up man on his shoulder. He put him on the ground. Crossing his arms, the bandit asked if this was the special item they had picked up today. They examined the girl and said that it was a human-cat hybrid, just like the VIP client had ordered. A piece of tape was removed from her mouth. The stunned girl began to beg to let her go. She frowned and screamed that she would give everything to the last moment to be let go. The man stood up and was taken aback by the words that she had about 2 million won. The furious girl said that she had worked all weekend to earn money. This was all she had. The man smirked and said that he hated to say it, but it was just a pittance. He grabbed her hair and said that it was a pittance compared to the 900 million won they would sell her for. Looking at the frightened girl, the gang leader suggested that they had already planned to experiment on her, but she shouldn't get too upset. They were treated differently than the other hybrids they had sold. The shocked girl mentally asked for help. She noticed the corpses covered with cloth. There were many corpses lying on the ground. The man held out his hand and said that they had 40 minutes before the client arrived. They needed to prepare everything and hide these bags somewhere far away. The tearful girl asked if they knew that what they were doing was illegal. The bandit smirked and asked what they would do for it. He held out his hand and asked her if she thought anyone cared about a hybrid like her. He imagined humans running away from monsters and stated that after everything her kind had done to them, it would be considered nothing more than sweet revenge. The girl listened to him attentively. Her eyes began to glow brightly as he said that to most, she was just a monster. A red aura enveloped the girl as she thought that she didn't want this, but she needed to get out, even if it meant going crazy. She was suddenly taken aback. The hybrid's eyes widened and she wondered why her mana was blocked. The guy behind her swung his hand and informed her that she couldn't use her mana. He slammed his hand on the ground. The girl, pinned to the floor, asked what he had done to her. He smiled and said that they had administered a mana suppressor. It was quite effective on hybrids. They all knew about her little antics, so they had taken all the precautions. The man, looking displeased, ordered him to take it easy and not to damage the goods, after which the bandit replied that hybrids always lose in a fight. If they do not teach them discipline, they will start trouble later. She was blindfolded and gagged. Turning around, the stranger said that he thought she got the message. She needed to be carried to the living room. If she started to get into trouble again, she could be knocked out. His body suddenly shuddered. Looking up, the stranger asked if there was something above. Jake swung his fist. He destroyed the wall. The protagonist landed on the ground. Covering his hand from the dust, the bandit asked who he was. Shrouded in a green aura, the protagonist said that he was detaining them. Holding his hand in front of him, he added that he was detaining them on charges of illegal alien trafficking and kidnapping, according to the Hero Act. The guy stood next to him and shouted that this man was a hero who had gotten in their way when they were kidnapping the girl. Jake watched them closely. Looking at the hostages, he wondered if these guys were the main culprits. The kidnapped girl was lying separately. The protagonist's gaze fell on the body bags. A vein of anger appeared on his face, after which he emphasized that the situation was even worse than it seemed. Looking at the bandits, Jake said that he was going to let the police deal with this, but changed his mind. Taking out his katana from its sheath, the protagonist said that from now on, they were nothing more than monsters that he must destroy. The man lowered his head. He fell to his knees and shouted that he was asking for mercy. They were just following orders. Their boss was holding them by the throat. Enraged, Jake asked who their boss was. Kneeling, the bandit said that they could not say his name, but they still wanted to beg for mercy. The man smirked and asked if the protagonist thought he would respond like that. The guys pounced on Jake. His eyes began to glow brightly. The protagonist analyzed the situation around him. A powerful blow was heard. Looking at the ground, the warriors asked where the protagonist had disappeared to. Jake hovered above them and said that he was there. Watching the guys, the protagonist reasoned that they were hiding their presence in order to ambush him, clearly not amateurs. The protagonist rushed into battle and wondered if they were heroes too. Jake rushed past them and struck them. He swung his katana. The guy tried to hit the protagonist from behind. The protagonist ducked his head and dodged the attack. Dumbfounded, the guy thought that Jake was very fast. The protagonist swung his sword. The bandit fell to the ground. The man began to tremble and said that it was impossible. Looking at the protagonist, he thought that he had knocked down all of his men, considering that they were no weaker than 5th-rank heroes. Jake said with a serious expression that the man might not even try to escape. The corpses were lying on the ground. The gang leader was unconscious. The protagonist removed the tape from the girl's face, after which she asked who he was. Sitting over her, the protagonist said that he was there to help her. Now she was free. Untying her hands, the protagonist noted that the police were already on their way and asked her to tell him about what happened today. the girl turned around. Looking at the body bags, she asked what about them. Jake calmly replied that he was sorry, but none of them survived. The girl began to tremble. She burst into tears and asked why they were being treated like this, why everyone was treating him like monsters. The protagonist was surprised by her words. The protagonist lowered his head and thought about saying something to calm her down, but he couldn't get the words out. The police were running towards the warehouse while Jake was arguing that deep down he knew that nothing he could say would change the situation for the better. The guy held the radio in front of his mouth and said that the Alpha team was calling headquarters. They were currently investigating the area. They were informed that a hero from the Fun Guild had caught the kidnappers. Kate's face was scared. The night sky surrounded the temple. Liam sat across from the man and said that he really appreciated that he found the time for him, to which he received a response that he should thank him for agreeing to this meeting. Smiling, Liam emphasized that the sample the man provided was very useful. They were almost able to control mana crystals with 100% accuracy. The mysterious stranger, holding a bottle in his hand, said that he had heard the news too. It seemed that Liam had caused quite a stir. He poured alcohol into a shot glass, saying that the association was keeping a close eye on them, and then asked if they could still operate without problems, to which Liam replied that he had nothing to worry about. Sitting opposite, the stranger said that if the guy said so, but he would be honest, he did not want him to get into trouble. He had enough bad news for today. Looking up, Liam asked what he meant. The stranger imagined a warehouse and suggested that some minor pest had appeared in the factory. Now the police were prowling everywhere. There were many important materials there that could help in their research. Because of this, their supplies were stopped. Jake escorted the girl away from the crime scene while the man said he didn't know if it was a coincidence. But the saboteur who found the warehouse was the same man who defeated the saber-toothed mutant cat, and he wanted it to be resolved quietly and quickly. Liam drank alcohol, saying he never imagined something like this would happen. Purple veins appeared on his face, and then he said there was nothing to worry about. Putting his hand on his chest, Liam said that they would personally take care of everything. The police were standing in front of the fenced-off building. The protagonist stood near the stairs, reporting that it was confirmed that 12 children remained alive. The rest were not so lucky. The protagonist extended his hand to the interlocutor. Turning around, he heard his name. The guy looked at his confused girlfriend and said that she was here. Putting his hand on his chest, Kate asked if he had figured everything out. Watching the man carry away the corpse, Jake replied that he almost couldn't save everyone. The girl was surprised to hear that someone had already died before he arrived. The doctor put the bloody stretcher on the ground. Turning around, Kate clarified what happened to the criminals. The protagonist looked at his stunned friend, telling her that they were all arrested. The police would investigate this case, and thought that this was the first time he had seen such a chilling expression on her face. Looking down, the protagonist thought that although he understood why she was so angry, because she was a hybrid herself, he was sure that there was something more than just this warehouse. He watched as the man was led away by the arms, thinking that leaving these fools alive was the only option to find out what really happened. Turning around, the guy said that he doubted that they would show up here, but he heard them talking about the arrival of a VIP client. Let them definitely look into this issue as well. The policeman adjusted his cap and said that they would deal with it here, so he could go. He stood in front of Jake, saying that one of the victims wanted to talk to him. The girl was sitting in the car. The boys were walking down the street. The protagonist walked in front of the girls, listening to them say that they preferred this option and thought that she wanted them to take her home instead of staying with the police. Smiling, Rena said that he was right there. Looking at the building in the distance, the protagonist thought that this was the Blue Sky Orphanage. He imagined the children running, thinking that it was a center for young and vulnerable representatives of various species that had come to Earth from other worlds. It worked like a normal orphanage, providing the children with the basics, food and shelter, until they reached adulthood. Looking away, the guy thought that he heard that this was the largest institution of its kind in their country. He did not even imagine that children who grew up in such places were also targets for abduction. Jake looked ahead thoughtfully. Looking at the woman near the building, the protagonist wondered who it was. Mandy was desperately clenching her fists and calling the girl. Rena jumped into her arms with a scream. Stroking her head, the woman said that she didn't have to apologize, it wasn't her fault. She stood in front of the protagonist and said that she was asking for forgiveness, she didn't even notice them. Hugging the girl, Mandy said that she was the director of the Blue Sky Orphanage. The police called her today. They were Jake and Kate from the Fun Guild. The woman bowed and said that she didn't know how to thank them for saving the child. The guys looked at each other, hearing that if they weren't too busy, let her treat them to a cup of tea, she wouldn't keep them for long. Mandy walked in front of them along the corridor. Looking at her, the guy said that it was pretty quiet here for an orphanage. The girl happily peeked out from behind the door, shouting that she was there. The principal watched as Rena hugged the children and told them that it was time for them to go to bed. Jake smiled and said that the children these days never seemed to get the rest they needed. Looking at the girl leaving, the protagonist reflected on how even after everything she had been through today, she still managed to keep a brave face. The children were sitting on the couch. Mandy smiled and said that she was sorry. The children could be quite energetic at times. She hung her head and said that when the police contacted her, she was so upset that she accidentally told them that Rena had been kidnapped. It seemed that they had stayed up because they were worried about her. Kate sat next to her friend and asked if there were any other victims besides her. The woman looked at her seriously, answering that Rena was the only one from their house who was involved in this incident. It seemed that the other children were from similar institutions nearby. The girl frowned, asking if she was saying that there had been another similar incident before. She turned around, hearing the stranger apologize for interrupting them. Holding a tray, Layla said that she had brought tea. Putting the cups on the table, the girl said that everything was fine. It was her duty to take care of everything when they had guests. She looked at him tensely. Layla extended her hand, asking if these were the people they had talked about earlier. The girl bowed her head, saying that she was very grateful that they had saved Rena. Kate listened with a serious expression. That you see, Layla had experienced something similar. The headmistress sat next to the girl, telling her that 4 years ago, 2 children from their orphanage were kidnapped. She returned alive, but the other child was not so lucky. Slamming her hands on the table, the guild leader asked if there was anything else they could help them with. Mandy shook her head at the fact that if she didn't mind they would like to donate whatever they could, and said that it was very kind of them, but it wasn't necessary. The woman looked at him with an intense expression, and said that other groups had offered to help them in the past, and they had all made the same promises. Imagining herself standing in front of the men, she said that they had promised constant financial support, and talked about Korea becoming a place where different species could live together in harmony. But in reality no one had cared about them when they really needed help. Turning back to the girl, the director said that when Layla was kidnapped, only one major guild had helped them, and the protagonist asked which guild she was talking about. The boy imagined the man holding the boy's head, listening to him say that the dice, controlled by Joe, they would never have been able to find Layla without his help. Jake frowned as he thought back to 4 years ago. This was when the man was known for causing trouble wherever he went. This was before he became the guild master. Imagining the boy crossing his arms in displeasure, Mandy informed him that there had been a lot of backlash from their supporters at the time, causing quite a bit of tension, with quite a few benefactors from other races holding a grudge against the heroes. The protagonist sat quietly, thinking about how this was quite a dilemma. Even though it was simply about helping those in need, there was still a significant conflict of interest. Lowering her head, the woman explained that given their current situation, they were not yet in a position to determine what was best for their home on their own. So while she appreciated their offer, she was afraid they could not accept any more help at this time. Kate pulled her hair back and replied that if that was their only concern, then there was no need to worry. She opened her ears and said that she could see that she was not fully human. Layla put her hand to her mouth and asked if she was half-elf, and the director said that she thought she was the leader of the Fun Guild. The girl sat on the couch and said that the Fun Guild was created by a half-elf, but there was nothing wrong with that. Frowning, Kate said that growing up, she faced a lot of discrimination just because of her elf nature. Remembering how she stood next to the crowd, she said that there was a time in her life when she withdrew from the world and looked at everything through a lens of bitterness, afraid of those who despised her for who she was. The girl turned to the protagonist, saying that she then realized that there were people who chose understanding over prejudice, and believed that they were the ones who could actually change things for the better. The woman was taken aback, hearing that she was one of those people. Mandy looked ahead in surprise. Imagining the happy guys, she thought about the possibility that there was a wind that was trying to break down the seemingly indestructible barrier of species differences. For a moment she felt a breeze rush past her eyes. The guy imagined a door slightly open, thinking that this wind blew through that door. Remembering how Rena desperately looked out, Jake thought about the wind carrying a new wave of hope for someone. The lantern illuminated the dark street. Kate bowed down in front of the protagonist and asked for forgiveness. Imagining the girl standing in front of the director, the protagonist said that she probably understood even better than he did that the monthly donations would hit their guild budget hard. He smiled and said that she really took responsibility and sounded like a real guild master. He was impressed. After all, she was the guild master of fun. As long as she didn't do anything dangerous, he would support her every decision. Kate clasped her hands in excitement. She crossed her arms and asked why he was dating Mary alone if he thought so highly of her. How could he date another guild master without even telling his own? Rena ran towards the boys and shouted that they should wait. The girl tried to catch her breath. Bending down, she said that there was something she hadn't been able to tell them before. Rena held her wrist, saying that she was grateful to them for saving her today. She was so shocked that she couldn't even thank them properly. She teared up and said that thanks to them she felt like she had the strength to move on. She was very grateful to them for that. The protagonist stood quietly, listening to her want to give them something as a token of her gratitude. Creating a bright flash in her hands, the girl said that it was an artifact from Karlum. Rena held out the bright object, saying that this was the world she called home. The protagonist took the glowing stone. Putting her hand on his shoulder, Kate asked if it was a mana crystal. The plot moves us to the building of the guild, Fun. Crossing her arms, the girl asked if he was seriously thinking about inviting Mary to them. The guy stood in the office and said that they were now a 4th-rank guild, clarifying whether he thought it was high time to attract new talents. Nothing was decided yet, but she said she would think about it. Imagining the happy guys at the table, Kate thought that it turns out that they were not on a date then. She was wrong all this time. She sat on the couch, asking if he seriously thought they could actually hire someone like Mary. The girl choked when she heard Jake imply that it wasn't every day that they got a chance to hire a hero like her, especially for a small guild like theirs. Raising a finger, Kate replied that if he thought that was the case, then fine. But this was the first and last time, and next time he should discuss it with her before doing so. She brought her hand to her face and said what she thought, and that was the end of their conversation. The protagonist shook his head when he heard the leader ask what happened to the gift from Rena, when they used it. Holding a glowing stone, the protagonist asked if he was referring to that mana crystal. He picked up the artifact and told her that it seemed to have a lot more mana than the ones they found here. Turning away, the guy said that they could just hand it over to the sylph, but he thought it might be a good learning opportunity. Putting the crystal on the table, Jake said that she would see everything soon. The protagonist created a flash in his hand. Watching the ball fly under the sweater, he asked where he thought he would go. Taking Zeke in his hand, the protagonist said that they were in the office, there was nowhere to hide. He watched the ball fly in a circle and said that he should calm down, his head was starting to hurt. Kate stood next to him, wondering since when he could talk to the sylph like that, it seemed that he was close to him, like her mother once was. Putting his hand on the stone, the guy told the spirit that this was a mana crystal, he knows, he loves them. Jake stopped the flying Zeke and said that not so fast. The protagonist recalled how the boys covered themselves from the flash, asking if he remembered how he did the same trick in the Dice Guild, if he even understood how awkward he felt then. Bringing the ball to his face, the protagonist said that if he continued to act like a spoiled child, he would not receive this mana crystal. Looking at the flying sylph, he asked to make 3 jumps now. The spirit flew in a circle, listening to the fact that it was necessary to spin clockwise. Frowning, the girl thought about what she expected, he would simply train him, and not make a sergeant out of him. Imagining a smiling mother, she thought about how when he was with her mother, she treated him like a companion for life, even more like a close friend, but Jake treated him like a pet. The girl clenched her fist in tears and thought that he himself chose him as his master. Good luck to the baby. Holding out his hand, the protagonist said that he was doing well, since he was now following his instructions well, he could get a mana crystal as a reward. The protagonist watched as the spirit flew towards the stone and said that it should slow down. The guys were blinded by a bright light. Covering his face with his hand, the guy thought that this time the reaction was much stronger. Maybe it was because Zeke absorbed more mana than usual. He remembered Joe smiling and saying that he needed to collect as many as possible. Eventually his sylph would be able to gain physical form. Looking at the cracking stone, Jake wondered if the spirit really began to gain physical form, as the man said. Bright fragments scattered around the room. The protagonist closed his eyes. The protagonist looked down. He was flying in a dark space. Dumbfounded, the guy wondered where he was. Jake spread his arms wide, hearing Zeke say that he didn't need to worry, he was inside the virtual space he had created. The protagonist turned around, confused. The spirit was flying in front of him, saying that it was nice to meet him, they could finally talk properly. Flying closer, the protagonist asked what was going on, he didn't know he could talk, and the sylph replied that he was grateful for the mana crystal, he was able to temporarily create this space for them to talk. Zeke gradually cracked, saying that he didn't think he could hold it for too long. Frowning, the guy clarified why he brought him here. Did he really want to tell him something? Adding that if this space absorbed so much mana, he would be at great risk. The spirit looked at him, answering that they were being followed. Imagining a guy sitting in blood, he said that just as he was able to restore his strength with the mana crystal, they were getting stronger every day using these crystals. Sylph imagined a guy in the crowd and said that he should pay close attention to the people around him. Sometimes those they trusted the most were the ones they hid the most from them. Taken aback, Jake asked what that meant. Did he mean that one of his acquaintances was a traitor? And he replied that he couldn't be sure of that, he would have to find out for himself. Emanating light, Zeke said that there was one more thing, he must protect Kate at all costs. This was Kira's wish, and the reason why he was chosen as her successor. Frowning, the protagonist asked if he was really chosen to be her successor. How was he supposed to understand this if he was just dumping it all on him like that? The spirit disintegrated into bright particles and replied that he would understand everything in due time. The protagonist looked at the light in panic, hearing that they would meet when the moment came, and asked to wait. He was sweating anxiously. Kate stood over him sadly, asking if he was okay. The girl sat on the floor and said that she thought something went wrong, because he did not wake up. With his head down, Jake said that he had just met a sylph. The protagonist looked at the light and said that he did not know how to explain it. The spirit in front of the guy's sword. The protagonist, taken aback, thought that Zeke looked different now. The plot moves us to the MSCS, Korean division, where the sun illuminated the buildings. The men were standing in the lab. The rat was sitting on the table. The guys stood quietly, listening to their names being called. Liam poured a test tube on the animal and said that he heard that the kidnapping of the last hybrid did not go according to plan. Introducing the police officers near the fence building, he explained that because of this, they lost a large delivery base and the faith of their business partner began to weaken. Looking at the mutated rat, the man asked who he should hold accountable for this mess. Matthew answered with a serious expression that he understood how it might sound, but their task was to thoroughly reconnoiter the area. They did not destroy the hero who appeared because they were afraid of exposing themselves. Frowning, he heard that they were really afraid. Liam turned around in rage, clarifying if this was his excuse for not being able to calmly deal with one single hero. He knew that he did not create both of them for this. The guy lowered his head, listening to what he was not going to repeat again. Turning around, the angry man said that they should bring him the head of Jake from the guild, Fun. The guys put their hands behind their backs and answered that they understood him. The worker ran quickly down the corridor. Throwing open the door to the lab, he said they had a problem. The guy remembered how men's arms were twisted and talked about heroes. Imagining a serious crowd walking down the street, the worker said they simply burst in and started grabbing everything from the office. The man frowned and said that these were direct orders from the association to arrest them all immediately. Liam's face was furious. The plot shifts to earlier when Barry knocked on the door. Entering the room, he asked if the master had called him. Smiling, Joe said that he heard what happened at the 4th rank, TM. They said that their team had rushed in and saved the day. The man stood in front of him, telling him that they had simply helped clean up. By the time they got there, the monster was almost defeated. He listened with his head down, that the manager understood that he had just returned to work, but there was something he needed to take care of, and asked again if there was another, TM. Joe stood up from the couch and said that not this time. The man frowned and said that he needed him to arrest the manager of the MSCS, Liam, and all of his subordinates. Barry asked seriously if the association had given their consent to this. If they acted without their approval, they would get in trouble. The chief smiled and said that they would have to take their chances. It was his decision. The association had ordered the guilds to pass on all information, but if they followed protocol, they would never get caught. He put his hands in his pockets and said that the more important thing was that there was a rat in the association. The man frowned and asked if he meant that there was someone in the Hero Association who was working with the ISS. Joe stood in front of him, telling him that there had to be some connection with the recent cases of heroes getting caught up in questionable incidents. Considering the hype, he saw no reason to team up with other guilds. Barry hung his head and listened to him tell him to be careful. He had a bad feeling that they might be up to something worse than they thought. He stood in front of the crowd on the street. Looking away, the man heard a scream that they were not doing anything illegal. Barry watched as the guy twisted the criminal's arms and thought that he had warned him about illegal activities. Looking at the twisted guys, he thought that none of these people were a threat. Carl walked behind him and said that when they checked, most of the workers turned out to be ordinary civilians. They questioned them, but no one said anything. The man looked down when he heard that they were all going to die. The criminal was lying on the floor, saying that when he found out about everything. Barry crouched down next to him and asked what he was talking about. The guy parted his lips, saying that they were all. He turned around with a crazy look, continuing to say that they were all going to die when they got here. Looking down, the man clarified who they was and added that he should stop being vague and just answer. The criminal lay before the boys, telling them that when blessed, they would see how blind and selfish they had been. Barry watched intently, wondering what blessed was, if it had anything to do with what Liam was planning. Carl held out his hand, saying he was just a fanatic talking nonsense, and they should move on. Amanda turned around, worried, and said something was heading this way. Ron looked at the dark aura in the hallway, saying it was like a monster's. Ralph frowned, saying they should kill the heroes. Matthew smiled ominously, saying they should see who was here, the same faces they had seen before. He stood in the sparks of mana, saying it was great, he was just looking for someone to take his anger out on. Ron stood in front of the boys, telling them he didn't know anything except that they were very dangerous. Barry turned around, asking if they knew where Liam was. Matthew smirked and said of course. Why did he ask? He bent down, surrounded by dark energy. The guy created monsters behind him, shouting that they would still turn into lifeless vessels. The snakes rushed towards the guys. Taking out her weapon from its sheath, Amanda used the style of a single sword. She dealt multiple blows, activating a cut with the wing of a blue dragon. The girl looked in surprise. Amanda watched as the monsters twisted the guys, wondering why they were attacking them. Weren't they on the same side? Looking at Matthew's outstretched hand, she thought that something was definitely wrong with this guy. Ralph swung his fist behind her and said that they should wait. Now he will save them. Turning around, the girl thought about what she forgot, because there was another one. A bright flash appeared in front of the enemy. Taken aback, the man said that he was a hero. He extended his fist towards the boy, indicating that he had blocked the attack. Ron frowned and said that it was his turn. Carl jumped over the man and said that he knew. He slammed his foot into the ground. The boys stood in front of their fallen enemy. Matthew held out his hand and thought that it looked like they had defeated Ralph, and he would not expect anything less from a third-tier team, led by the Dice Guild. He stood in front of the man, thinking that Liam had already escaped and that they should leave. Barry rushed forward, asking if he was sure he could take a break now. The examiner swung his weapon. He hit the man with his spear. Matthew gritted his teeth and thought about what kind of nonsense this was. How could he be so fast? The man looked away seriously. He stood over his wounded opponent and thought that the reports were not entirely correct. He was much stronger than they had been told. Raising his weapon, Barry said it was a rookie mistake, letting his guard down. Turning to the running boys, the examiner said that even for a second, and he was finished, adding that they caught him. The man stood in front of them, telling them that they needed to end this. He needed the latest news on the wounded. These two would go with them. He was taken aback, hearing laughter. Matthew lay with his hand cut off, asking if it was he who had just said that they should not let their guard down. The guy watched as his ally got up and asked how much longer he would lie there. Raising the flask, Ralph said that he should drink the blessing. Sticking out his tongue with the medicine, Matthew said that he should consider himself lucky. They were the first to see the second blessing. The plot moves us to a skyscraper illuminated by rays. The guys were standing in front of the entrance. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and said that maybe they finished everything so quickly because their guild leader was an earth elementalist. Brittany approached them and said that they hadn't seen the Fun Guild for a long time. She held the folders with a smile and asked what brought them here. Kate stood in front of her, answering that they were here to see Joe, and the deputy said that he was not there at the moment. Putting his hand in his pocket, the protagonist said that this was too bad. He wanted to talk to him about Zeke, asking if she could tell him that they came. Turning away, the woman said that of course, she would tell him as soon as he returned. The worried guy ran up to her and said that they had lost contact with Barry's team. The last time they received news was that they were still in the MSCS building. Taken aback, Brittany said that they needed to discuss this inside. They couldn't talk about it with outsiders, and wondered what was going on. Were they in trouble? Why did this all happen when Joe wasn't there? She looked away in panic. Frowning, Jake asked if she could explain what was going on between their guild and the MSCS. The guy smirked and asked what was funny. Didn't he just say that they shouldn't let their guard down? It occurred to her that he was still conscious. The man sat up, and it was heard that he was going to lie there for how long. The man frowned, looking straight ahead. Matthew stuck out his tongue and said that they should consider themselves lucky. They would be the first to see the second blessing. The guy held his hand out to the side and said that they had lost contact with Barry's team. The last time they had heard news was that they were still in the MSCS building, to which the girl asked again. The girl's eyes widened when she heard her name. Looking at her, the hero asked if she could explain what was going on between her guild and the MSCS. He furrowed his brows. The helicopter flew through the air. It landed on the platform. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked that they were searching the MSCS office. Sitting in front of him, Brittany answered that what she was about to tell him was top secret information. Lowering her head, she added that not long ago, the Hero Association ordered all guilds to conduct a joint investigation into the MSCS activities. An image of a guy appeared. It was said that the main person they were hunting was Liam. He was suspected of being behind the recent incidents with the creation of monster varieties. People looked around. It was heard that this information had already been passed on to all the major guilds, including the top 6. The plan was for all the guilds to conduct a collective investigation within a few days. Looking straight ahead, Kate asked that if this matter was serious enough for the top 6 guilds to participate, then why was the Dice Guild acting on its own? The man walked straight. It was said that Joe did not trust other guilds. These joint operations usually create a lot of unnecessary friction. Looking down, Brittany said that so, this time they took matters into their own hands and began to conduct their own investigation. That's why they sent Barry's team to the MSCS office. But, putting a hand to her face, the girl said that they had lost contact with them, and they could not send reinforcements without being exposed. Nodding her head, Brittany replied that bullseye, the only thing they could do. She looked surprised to hear that they could handle it. Let him leave it to them. Turning his head, Jake said that they were still considered a new guild, so no one would suspect them of anything, and since there were 2 of them, it would be easier to get through. The hero stood at the edge of the helicopter. Frowning, he thought that besides. A sphere appeared near his hand, and the protagonist added that this was a great opportunity to try out the spirit's new abilities. Looking to the side, Jake said that he should use his levitation ability, to which Kate asked that he wanted them to jump. Rushing forward, the hero said that they did not have time to think. Looking at him, the girl said that he should give her time to use the ability. A dark room appeared. The guy bowed his head down. Suddenly, he exclaimed in amazement. Looking straight ahead, the guy thought that he had died. What had happened? Turning his head, he asked if everything was okay. Suddenly, Barry looked in surprise. He was sitting in the middle of a dark room. Corpses were lying on the ground. The girl bowed her head down. The man was lying in a pool of blood. With his eyes wide open, the guy asked how this could happen. Suddenly, his gaze froze. He looked at his severed hand. Barry grabbed it and screamed loudly. Gritting his teeth, he thought it was his fault. he shouldn't have let his guard down. Standing next to him, the man asked if he was really going to stay there. He lowered his head and added that didn't he say that being distracted during a fight could lead to death. Raising his hands up, Matthew asked what he was waiting for, let him get started. Smiling, he added that he wouldn't let that mana crystal go to waste. Looking away, the monster asked if they were thinking the same thing, right? A glow appeared around Ralph. Looking straight ahead, he turned. Looking at them, the boy thought, what does that mean? Their bodies have merged with the monsters, that's what's going on. A bright glow appeared around the monsters. The thought occurred to him that the MSCS really were conducting such experiments. His eyes widened, he thought that he had to tell Joe about this, no matter what. Carl croaked, to which the boy asked if he could hear him. Gritting his teeth, the boy replied that he should forgive him, he had to protect everyone, he was the team's tank. The man looked at him in surprise and thought about his eyes, and then said that it was enough, he couldn't move, the guild would send reinforcements. Frowning, Carl replied that it didn't matter, he wouldn't get out of here, he had to abandon them and run while he could, he would hold them off as long as possible. Gritting his teeth, the commander said that he should stop talking, he would die from blood loss. Looking straight ahead, the boy replied that he had to survive. The monster took a step forward. The man looked at the splash in amazement. His gaze froze in place. The monster's eyes lit up and he said that the hero was dead. Frowning, the commander shouted that he was a piece of shit. Rushing forward, he added that he would kill them both. Barry suddenly opened his eyes in surprise. A blow flew at him. The man flew into the wall. He doubled over in pain and screamed. Looking at him, Matthew said how tragic. Smiling, he added that he shouldn't kill him, they would get information about the hero's plans. Suddenly, the monster froze, hearing that no one was going anywhere. The hero and the girl were walking forward. The protagonist looked straight ahead, an idea appeared, what was he doing here? Holding the radio in her hands, the girl said that they needed reinforcements, they needed medical help, now. Frowning, Jake thought no, too late. Rushing forward, Ralph said that the boss wanted Jake's head. Looking at him, Matthew shouted no, let him go back. Running forward, the monster screamed about killing Jake. With wide eyes, Kate heard that he would deal with him, to which she replied that he couldn't handle him alone. Raising his hand, the hero said that he should just stand behind. Okay, he didn't want her to get hurt or something to go wrong. A fairy appeared in his hands, and he added that he was not sure that he had full control over it. The wind elemental stretched his arms out to the sides. The monster ran forward rapidly. The protagonist swung his weapon and thought that he felt a huge amount of mana. Ralph swung his hand, a thought appeared that it was penetrating his blade. The hero's eyes lit up. A bright light appeared in front of the monster. The glow spread throughout the room, it was said about the last step. Matthew looked in amazement. The girl froze in surprise. Jake frowned and used the aura blade skill. The man held a flame in his hands. It was said that elemental control is a type of magic that allows you to use the forces of nature by concluding a contract with the spirit of the element. The magician stretched his hand forward. A thought appeared that of course ordinary elemental magic also uses the forces of nature, but frankly speaking, this is just an imitation compared to real elemental control. An orb appeared near the man. It was said that elemental magic born from a real connection with an elemental works on a completely different level. The hero looked at the orb. It was thought that for Jake, getting close to the elemental was an easy task, since he had one big problem. The protagonist was breathing heavily. It was said that he had almost no mana. Jake frowned. It was thought that unlike some heroes who were born with natural magical abilities, every time he used them, he put his life on the line. The hero swung his weapon. It was thought that to cope with the lack of mana, he came up with a way to use as little as possible, which is why his fighting style was more like fencing than real elemental magic. But now everything is different. A glow appeared around the fairy. It was said that his Zeke had evolved. The protagonist held the fairy in his hands. The thought occurred that now that his elemental had taken physical form, Jake could use the elemental's mana instead of his own. He was no longer bound by limitations. The hero lowered his sword. He frowned. The thought occurred that this was how he had become a true wind elementalist. Matthew shielded his face from the wind. Looking straight ahead, he asked what the hell was going on. The monster was lying on the ground. The thought occurred that it had killed Ralph with one blow, even though he was in an enhanced form. Lying on the ground, Ralph transformed. Frowning, he said that he must be destroyed. Looking at him, the protagonist heard that the boss's order. Frowning, he thought that it was the strange purple glow in his mana, something that could only be seen in mutated monsters. Looking straight ahead, he added that their bodies meant so. Standing in front of the monster, Jake thought that they had merged with those monstrous monsters. Matthew gritted his teeth, hearing that their paths had crossed before, right? He remembered their little skirmish in the alley. Looking at him, the hero said that he failed to finish him off then, but this time he would leave. Zeke stretched his arms out to the sides. Swinging, the protagonist said that one way or another, he would tell him about all of the plans of the MSCS. Gritting his teeth, the monster thought that he was too strong. Facing him face to face right now would be a death sentence. Looking to the side, Liam said that they should bring him the head of Jake from the Fun Guild. Frowning, Matthew thought what if he returned without his head? The monster looked straight ahead. Turning his head, he thought that he understood, he could use it. Suddenly, the monster rushed forward. The worm grabbed the man. Stretching his hand out to the side, Matthew asked that this man meant something to him, didn't he? Looking straight ahead, Kate said that he had taken Barry hostage. Smiling, the monster said that one more move and he would break his neck. Holding the gun in his hands, the hero replied that he could not allow this to happen. Standing in front of the monster, he added that he should let him go, and they would retreat. Smiling, Matthew said that he was glad that they had managed to come to an agreement, and then thought that weren't they the easiest to manipulate, just put a hero's mask on them and they would become like putty in his hands. Lowering his head, he added that by now the boss had probably realized that everything was not going as planned, the others could show up any minute, he just had to delay them. Swinging his weapon, the protagonist said that he couldn't believe that he had actually fallen for it. He sharply chopped off part of the monster. Gritting his teeth, the monster exclaimed. Looking at him, Jake said that he didn't think he was so gullible. He struck again sharply. As Matthew fell to the ground, he thought he was in his second form. How the hell could he cut him with just a sword? He fell to the ground and wheezed. The monster looked at the blade. Standing in front of him, the hero said that he would ask him again. He held the weapon out in front of him and asked what the MSCS was up to. The monster smiled when he heard who Liam was and where he could find him, to which he replied that he now understood why he saw him as a threat. Raising his eyebrows, Matthew said that he was something, he should consider joining them. Liam smiled. It was said that the boss wanted him dead, but if he joined the MSCS, I'm sure they could figure something out. He lowered his head. It was heard that they already had several heroes blessed by Liam. Smiling, Matthew said that he should just imagine, with his wind elementalist abilities, if he received a blessing, he could be more powerful than he was now. Looking down, the hero replied that he was not interested. Let him stop wasting his time and answer the questions. What is the ultimate goal of their group? Looking at him, the monster said that he was just an ignorant child. The boss's plan was already working. The girl sat next to Barry. It was heard that they would find out about him soon enough. Looking at the man, Kate asked that he heard her. Looking to the side, the man asked that they were from the Fun Guild. Why were they here? To which she replied that Brittany sent them to get him out of here. Sitting up, Barry said that it was true. How embarrassing, just to think that he was their examiner. To which the girl replied that he should not move. She stopped the bleeding, but he should not move. Looking at her, the man said that he could no longer sense the mana of one of them, which meant that they had killed him. Kate's eyes widened as she replied that if he was talking about those half-monsters, then he shouldn't worry, Jake had taken care of them. She looked confused as she heard what she meant. Looking away, Barry said that he could still sense a huge amount of mana coming from one of them, which meant that one of them was still alive. Frowning, he thought that no, this mana, it didn't sound like the mana he had sensed before. The hero stood still, thinking that it was stronger than the other two. The protagonist looked surprised as he heard what was going on here. He swung his sword sharply, thinking that there was another one. The swords collided with each other. Putting her hand to her face, the girl said that he shouldn't swing his sword in front of a woman, such a rude person. Jake looked at him in surprise and thought who the hell was she? Smiling, she added that she liked his relaxed attitude. He was definitely her type. The thought occurred. She blocked his sword covered in aura, as if it was some kind of trifle. The hero jumped to the side. The girl held the blade in her hands and said that well, now she was convinced that it was his type. The thought occurred. She couldn't be a random person. Stretching her hand forward, she said that when she came closer and got a better look at him, she realized that he was quite cute, asked, so, does he want to be her boyfriend? Looking straight ahead, the girl added that she promised to take good care of him. Looking away, the protagonist replied that no, thanks, and then thought that she could be another experiment of the MSCS. Smiling, Lena said that it was true. What a shame. Looking at the monster, she asked what he was lying there for. He would catch a cold, to which Matthew replied that he should give him another chance. Crouching down, the girl said that he should just look at himself. He had already exceeded his limit. She saw that he had already used 2 mana crystals. He had forgotten that experimental samples could not handle more than 2 crystals. Extending his hand, the monster said that he should give him another one. He knew he could defeat him. Swinging his weapon, Lena said that she hated repeating herself. The hero looked at her in surprise. The blade was stuck into the monster. It was heard that for people who cannot even win a single battle, there is no second chance. The girl pulled out the weapon and said that now she was curious to see if he can do better. Smiling, she added that he only had 1 blow. They would see if he screwed up. The protagonist stood in front of the girl. He looked at him in confusion and asked, "Aren't they on the same side?" The girl raised her hand and asked, "What's on the same side?" Said that just don't say that he feels sorry for him. Let him keep his pity to himself. It's useless in battle. A glow appeared around the monster. It was heard that people like him, who give up so easily, are just dead weight anyway. If you keep them around, they'll just get in the way. What could be better than taking out the trash as soon as possible? Putting her hand to her face, she added that in any case, enough talk. Rushing forward, Lena said that she can't stand people. Swinging her arm, she added that they don't know when it's time for them to shut up. The hero looked straight ahead. Suddenly, a glow appeared between them. Smiling, the girl said, "Yes, he's full of surprises. What kind of eccentric little animal does he have?" She flew off abruptly to the side. The protagonist looked straight ahead. He stood still. Looking at him, the fairy exclaimed, to which Jake replied that it seemed like empty chatter. Turning his head, the hero thought that he should return to Kate now, there could be more nearby. He looked in surprise, hearing where he was heading. The girl's eyes lit up and she said that she had not met anyone with such a sparkle as his for a long time. Smiling, Lena said that she definitely had a crush on him. Turning around, the protagonist thought that he knew that the blow hit the target. Standing in front of the girl, he added that he really did not want to, but did he have any other choice but to get rid of her, and she said that she had not played enough yet. Holding the weapon in his hands, Jake said to let the spirit return to the sword. Swinging, Lena asked what the next trick was. Suddenly, the hero struck her. He opened his eyes in bewilderment. A shadow appeared, the thought arose that an afterimage dodged so quickly. The protagonist froze, wondering where she went. Suddenly, he parried her blow. Frowning, Jake thought that if it weren't for his analysis, it would have been much worse. Her style was almost like an assassin. His eyes lit up and he added that there was no way she could dodge the next blow. A notification appeared that the probability of hitting the target was 85%. The hero swung his weapon and thought that no, not when they were so close. Looking straight ahead, he added that she dodged again. The girl landed on the ground and said that it was close. A thought appeared that her movements were not like any other. Smiling, Lena said that another second and she would have died, so he was not just lucky to defeat those guys. The protagonist frowned and thought that if he did not finish with her now, she could become a problem in the future. Holding the weapon in his hands, he added that the next attack could reach where Kate was, but he had no choice, he needed to use the aura blade again. Looking at him, the girl asked what the aura was. Yes, she said that she had never seen anyone use it. Rushing forward, she added that she was ready to take him wherever he was. Swinging, Jake thought that he would just smash this place, see how she would dodge it. They rushed towards each other. Looking straight ahead, Liam said that it was enough. The hero looked away in surprise. The girl turned her attention to him. Putting his hands in his pockets, the guy said that he told her to assess the situation, and not to start a fight. Adjusting his glasses, he added that, well, whatever, it was nice to meet you. Putting his hand to his chest, Liam introduced himself. Looking straight ahead, he asked what, and he must be Jake, right? Waving her hand, the girl turned to him. Frowning, the hero thought that it was Liam. Why did he come here himself? Putting her hands on her hips, Lena said that she would figure it out herself. Why was he here? To which the guy asked that she decided to handle everything herself, let him see what a mess she made. To which she added that what did he expect? It would not be possible to clean up such a mess without damage. The guy looked away. Looking at the corpses, he asked that Ralph and Matthew were dead, to which Lena replied that yes, by the way, he had the nerve to ask for another mana crystal despite his defeat. Frowning, Liam said that he was so pathetic and stupid. Looking straight ahead, he added that he should take the mana crystals from their bodies in return, to which the girl replied that she wanted to stay here longer. It was heard that someone said that they could leave. Pulling his weapon forward, the hero said that he was a wanted criminal of Class A. He was arrested. Frowning, he added that the Hero Association had already sent reinforcements. Even if they didn't try, they would just give up. Smirking, Liam asked what reinforcements were from the association. Looking at him, the protagonist heard that great. That's exactly what he was counting on, to which he asked what he was talking about. Closing his eyes, the guy replied that everything that had happened so far, it was all part of his plan. A glow appeared around him. Lowering his head, Jake thought that this mana, it was insanely dense. No human should have such powerful mana. Standing in front of him, the guy said that well, his original plan was to have all the guild leaders appear here. But thanks to the Dice Guild, everything went wrong. The hero looked at him in amazement when he heard that he had nevertheless managed to distract the attention of all 6 guilds, so it was not a complete failure, to which he asked why he was playing with the association like that, saying that no one from the association would agree to something like that. Smiling, Liam said that of course they would not follow his orders, and Lena added that he was even more naive than she thought. The protagonist looked at him in surprise when he heard that it had never occurred to him that there could be a rat in the association. The association building appeared, and an idea occurred to him of what this meant. The entrance to the chairman's office appeared. The man slammed papers on the table. Looking at his watch, he said that it was time. Mike left the office. He looked at him in surprise when he heard that it seemed like he was in a hurry. Joe looked at him. Frowning, he asked what was wrong, traitor. Adjusting his glasses, the man asked what a traitor, what was he talking about? Suddenly, a stone fell on him. He hit the ground. The man pressed himself against the wall, and asked why he had attacked him. The elementalist put his hands in his pockets, and said that someone who could control all 6 guilds and the Hero Association, and someone who could leak information from the hero departments to the MSCS. Frowning, he added that it could only be one person, and that was him. Standing behind the stone, the man replied that no, he had misunderstood, he would never. He moved the stone. Smiling, Mike said that he should tell him how long he had known. Breaking the stone, he added that he was sure that he had reliably covered all his tracks, and asked what he thought, that he had the right to break into his place without a single weighty proof. Looking at him, Joe replied that his instincts never let him down, besides, he had not liked him from the very beginning. The man grabbed his head when he heard a non-hero acting like the chairman of the association. Yeah, that always seemed a little weird to him, to which he asked what a non-hero was saying. Lightning appeared around him and Mike added that he really thought he had achieved so much success by sucking up to heroes. Suddenly, he grew wings. Raising his hand, he said that this is what the MSCS technology can do. Smiling, Mike added that their achievements were beyond anything he could have imagined. Looking down, Joe asked that this is how they combined him with a bat, which was fine since he also couldn't see the whole picture, and then thought that this transformation was done with those altered mana crystals. Smiling, the monster said that the era of heroes was gone, they were just relics of the past, and to trust him, he would take care of it, he would do everything. Suddenly he rushed forward and added that they were all destroyed. The man stretched out his hand and said that he appreciated his enthusiasm. The rocks rushed towards the monster, it was heard that but that was all, not enough. A wall appeared in front of the man. Joe frowned, hearing that the same weak blow as the others. Grinning, Mike asked that the first-class hero, yes, he was terribly overrated, there was a thought that he just broke through his barrier, as if it was nothing, but how? The man deftly dodged the blow. Squeezing the monster's hand, he asked that he thought that he was bad at close combat just because he was an elementalist. Tearing off the monster's hand, Joe said that it was quite funny, since he liked to fight in close combat. Closing his eyes, the demon shouted that his hand, he tore it off. Standing in front of the man, he asked what he was counting on. Suddenly, the monster used the skill Shadow Pulse. Joe held back his blow and thought that it was similar to the ultrasonic attacks that those evil wings use. Did they seriously merge him with the monster? Suddenly, a devastating explosion thundered. A hole appeared in the building. Raising his hand up, the monster laughed. Smiling, he asked that the mighty Joe from the Dice Guild let him look at himself, how things turned out. Mike stretched his arms out to the sides and shouted that it was no wonder that his guild members were destroyed like ants. With a weak leader like him, what chance did they even have? Let him tell him. He at least feels guilty about what happened to Barry. The monster looked in amazement, hearing that he knew that he was screeching like a bat. Standing in front of him, Joe said that this is why he hated dealing with evil wings. They were too noisy. It occurred to him that he didn't even have a scratch on him. Raising his hand, he added that they were heroes. They were always willing to risk their lives. Frowning, the man said that but he shouldn't fool himself. He didn't believe that Barry gave up that easily. However, his little tricks weren't that bad for a copycat monster. Smiling widely, he added that at least he got on his nerves. The demon looked straight ahead. The building shook. It occurred to him that this was happening. The ground was shaking under his feet. Rocks appeared around the skyscraper. Looking up, Mike said that it couldn't be. It was swallowing the entire building. Smiling, the man asked that wasn't he the one who called elementalists and heroes obsolete. The monster was tied up. It was heard that he should keep talking if he still could. Standing in front of him, Joe said that this ability uses elemental mana to trap enemies, so yeah, good luck getting out. Lowering his head, the monster laughed. Looking at him, the elementalist asked what was so funny. Just don't tell him that he had already lost. Smiling, Mike said that under the pretext of a joint investigation against the MSCS, they made sure that a bunch of heroes, including those from 6 guilds, were expelled from Seoul. Frowning, he added that he still didn't get it. Didn't he understand why they went to such lengths to get them out of the city? The citizens walked around the city. It was heard that now was the time for the real plan. People walked around the square. The boy looked at them in surprise and asked what was going on. Smiling, the woman asked what he was looking at. Suddenly, she froze in fear. The monsters were looking at them. The creature waved its hand and screamed. Mike smiled and said that there was no one strong left in the city to protect him. The man looked at him and asked, didn't he already say that? The monster stretched his hand forward. It was heard that someone should help. The woman hugged her son. A blow flew at the monster. It was heard that they were heroes. The girl stretched her hand forward and said that the monsters were rampaging outside the TM. Yes, that would not happen. She smirked and added that they should relax. They were safe now. Clara looked away and said that they had everything under control. The monsters raised their heads up and screamed. People quickly ran away from the monster. The man swung his weapon. He dealt a crushing blow to the monster. Rick smiled and said that he was so bored sitting around doing nothing. This was exactly what he had been longing for so long. The monsters engulfed the entire city. Bill swung his weapon. Frowning, he asked where all these monsters came from. Looking away, the The man thought that they planned this because they knew that the heroes would leave the city. Turning his head, he added that even so, he didn't care who was behind the monster's appearance. As he struck the monster, the man thought that if it allowed him to reach first class, then he was in. Looking at the city, Mike asked how this was possible, how so many heroes appeared so quickly. Standing behind him, Joe answered that he called back all the heroes who were supposed to leave the city, to which he asked when he did that. Smiling, the monster asked what about his guild members at the MSZS base. If he brought his reinforcements here, then he couldn't. He looked confused, hearing that he had already planned everything. The man hung in the air. It was heard that he sent someone, a guy he trusted more than anyone else. The man put his hands in his pockets. Looking down, he said that this building was quite fancy. Adjusting his glasses, Joe said that no matter how unpleasant it was for him to admit it. The guy came down to the ground. It seemed that he was stronger than him. Liam and the girl looked at him in bewilderment. The hero frowned. Looking away, Ben said that it looked like they were having a party here. They wouldn't mind if he joined. The thought arose that the main character appeared here too. Everyone froze in surprise. A few seconds later, all eyes turned to the hero who suddenly appeared. The guy grinned. It was said that Ben, the leader of the Red Hall, the best guild in the nation, he is known as the strongest hero of Korea. Liam looked at him. The thought appeared that his presence alone was enough to make the battlefield his. Looking straight, Ben asked that so it was he, Liam, the manager of the MSCS. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked why he was here, and the girl said that he was so handsome. Frowning, the manager said that monsters are currently rampaging in Seoul. He knows. It is surprising that a hero of his level is not on the battlefield. Smiling, Ben replied that well, he will say so. Someone really wanted him to drop by. But there is nothing to worry about. Other heroes will take care of the monsters he released. Looking straight, he added that in any case, there are more guests here. Did not expect to see them here. The protagonist lowered his head. He heard Jake from the Fun Guild. Joe talked about him a lot. Putting his hand to his face, Ben asked what brought him here. He was not on the same team as Liam. No, to which Jake replied that he would never. The hero frowned and thought that he was barely holding on under the influence of Liam's mana. The guy smirked and said that in any case, there was an idea that Ben was even stronger. Despite the fact that they were both heroes, it was like he was playing a completely different game. Looking straight ahead, he added that it seemed like the heroes from the Dice Guild had already dropped out of the game. Stretching his hand forward, the guy said that this was not quite what he expected. It did not matter anymore. Smirking, he added that he still planned to destroy every single one of them. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared around him. Covering his face with his hand, Liam thought that this was his ability, the embodiment of dreams. Until now he had only heard about it. He was serious about finishing them off. Turning his head, he said that the new plan, let him forget about the mana crystals. They get out of here, now, to which the girl asked again. Extending his staff in front of him, Ben said that they could try to escape, but there was no way out. Standing in front of them, he added that they were already trapped. The guy used the spatial magic skill, the Dream Realm. Turning his head, Liam asked that they were no longer in the building, to which Lena replied that it was romantic. Smiling, the guy replied that this was a virtual space that he created. No one would leave here until he allowed it. Looking at him, the hero thought that he could not believe that one person created such a huge space. It was similar to the place that Zeke created. His eyes lit up and he used Analyze. The guy stood still. Notifications appeared that spatial magic, the creator of dreams Ben, this magic inherent only to him, creates a world where dreams and reality seem to merge together. The thought appeared that on top of everything, he added a little conceptual magic. The protagonist swung his weapon and thought that now that the mana crushing him disappeared, it was time to act. Looking to the side, the guy said that he attacked quickly, without any hesitation, as soon as he could move. Looking at him, Jake asked what the hell just happened, how did he get here? To which Ben replied that wasn't it obvious, he just moved him. Smirking, he added that he should look there. Standing in front of Liam, the mage asked what he thought would have happened if he hadn't intervened. Tentacles crawled out of the guy's back. A thought appeared, what the hell is this? Adjusting his glasses, he said that things weren't going according to plan. Taking his glasses off, the guy said that no matter, at some point he would still have to face the best hero. His tentacles grew to the sides. The monster stood still. It seemed that he had used so many monsters to create these tentacles that it would be hard to tell them apart. His bizarre appearance was the result of him injecting himself with a bunch of mana crystals. The guy's eyes lit up. It was said that this was the end result of all the research Liam had done over the years, and his idea of the ultimate fusion of man and monster. The hero looked in amazement, and asked how many species he had combined. Looking straight ahead, Ben asked, interestingly, if he had a backup plan. Looking to the side, he said that he should sit aside, to which the protagonist asked again, and the guy added that he heard him, let him not interfere. Jake held his hand out and told him to listen. He knew he was strong but even he wasn't ready for this fight, to which the guy replied that he was here. A bright glow appeared. The guy took a step forward, and it was heard that he should just watch from there. The hero looked at him in confusion. Ben smirked and said that in his current state he would only get in the way. Liam held his hand out and thought that he could create walls here too. How annoying, but there had to be a weak spot. Cracks appeared on the walls, and the thought occurred that since he was supporting this entire space with his mana, something so serious would eventually drain him. Tentacles rushed forward, and the thought occurred that if he continued to drain his energy, this place was doomed to die. Looking at him, the guy said that he should just stay back and enjoy the show. He doesn't see this every day. His eyes lit up and he added that the top-class hero was in action. The tentacles were hit. Liam froze in confusion. Gritting his teeth, he thought how he could use so many high-level spells at once. A glow appeared around the monster. The thought arose that it did not matter. He had 100 mana crystals. He instantly recovered from his attacks. Looking at him, the guy said that okay, this story with healing is already boring. Frowning, the monster thought that damn, he still has not fully recovered. Raising his eyebrows, the mage said that it was interesting. A glow appeared in front of him, and he asked if he could heal himself if he erased the ground he was standing on. Suddenly, he used the skill of spatial destruction. The hero covered his face from the wind. He looked surprised and said that so. A ball appeared. It was heard that this is what the best hero is capable of. The man landed on the ground. The boy exclaimed in surprise. The monster's eye appeared. It was heard that he was still alive after all this. Looking at him, Liam replied that he was stronger than he looked. He destroyed all the crystals except the last one. It can't be. Stamping his foot, Ben said that he was quite talkative for a man who could barely stand on his feet. Crushing the monster, he added that this was his true form, an eye and some skin. The girl smirked, hearing that honestly, such an end, a worthy end for him. Holding the blade to his throat, she added that she can't let him kill Liam. Space appeared. It was said that the Dream Realm, Ben's special technique allows him to use spatial magic without range restrictions. A crack from the blow appeared. A thought arose that but is it really as perfect as it seems? Well, it is not without flaws. The mage extended the staff in front of him. It was said that firstly, the man was exhausted. It seemed like it was sucking up a ton of mana. The Dream Realm required so much mana. A glow appeared around the mage. It was said that most mages could barely hold it for more than a few minutes before they ran out of energy. But Ben was different. He had an insane amount of mana, allowing him to overcome that limitation. The boy stood still. It was said that this was why he was known as the #1 mage in Korea. But he had another weakness. An image of the man appeared. It was said that in order to use this ability he had to keep a safe distance. His spatial magic in the Dream Realm only worked if the target was far away. The man held the blade to his throat. It was said that if someone got too close, the distortions could backfire and hurt him if he was allowed to get close. The mage's eyes lit up. It was said that he would be in a vulnerable position. In fact, it would be checkmate for him. To protect himself from this, Ben uses his heightened senses and always remains on guard to keep his opponent away. Lena looked at him. The thought arose that but somehow she slipped through and ended up in his safe zone. No. The guy frowned, and it was not only that he could not sense her, he completely forgot that she was there. Looking down, he wondered what technique she used, how she managed to slip away from his heightened senses so easily. There was only one way to do it. Looking away, Ben said that he did not think such a thing was possible. The girl smirked, hearing that she was Azizian, yes, to which she replied that she was impressed. He knew about them. Looking at her, the guy replied that of course he should know about people like her. Looking away, he added that he was the one who exterminated their entire race. People were walking through the city. It was heard that 14 years ago the Azizians invaded the earth and started a full-scale war. It would not be an exaggeration to say that her people changed their world. The squad walked forward. It was said that but a small team of 5 people, including him, exterminated them. At least so he thought. He was sure that no one survived. Looking away, the guy said that but now to see one of them alive is a huge shock. She survived and now works for the MSCS. What's the matter? Lena gritted her teeth, hearing that why join them at all, revenge. Looking at her, Ben heard laughter. Smiling, the girl asked why she needed to avenge a bunch of weaklings who could not even win the fight. Looking straight at him, she added that he wanted to know why. It was simple. She was bored to death. She hated it when people talked about some impossible world peace. Her eyes lit up and Lena said that she wanted chaos, she wanted blood, she wanted a world where the fighting would never stop, a world filled with screams, where people tore each other apart. Standing behind the guy, she added that doesn't that sound funny, to which Ben replied that he was a typical Asian. Smiling, Lena said that that was why she couldn't let him kill Liam. Her boss had big plans for him. Looking away, the guy asked what her boss had. Just don't tell him. She meant the Asian leader, who supposedly died a long time ago, to which Lena replied that who knows. Lowering her head, she said that maybe he was alive, maybe he wasn't. Holding the knife to his neck, the girl said that anyway, enough talk, it was time for him to die. Ben's eyes widened, thinking that he thought he could get more information from her, but for now, this was enough. He smirked, saying that she shouldn't pay too much attention to him. There was someone behind her who could pose a greater threat. Looking away, Lena thought that Ben was sure that his spatial magic wouldn't work on her when she was so close. The guy smiled and said that just because his skill couldn't handle her, it didn't mean he couldn't use it on others. The protagonist raised his sword up. He used the skill Aura Blade. A bright flash appeared. A mark from the strike appeared in front of the hero. Looking at it, Ben said that wow, easy, he could have cut him in half, to which Jake replied that he didn't hold back, he knew he would dodge. The guy looked away. Putting his hands in his pockets, he thought that he couldn't believe that he had destroyed such a huge chunk of his dream realm, so this wind control, impressive, he could fight Joe. Looking straight ahead, the mage added that now it was clear why Joe was interested in him. He asked again, hearing that he should take a look. Holding the weapon in his hands, the hero said that he couldn't finish her off. A glow appeared around the girl, it was heard, which is not surprising, the Exileds are hard to kill, just like cockroaches. Smiling, she said that it was amazing, she thinks she fell in love with him again. A glow appeared behind her and the girl said that but it was time to say goodbye. Covering his face with his hand, the protagonist asked what it was, to which Ben replied that it was a spatial rift, his last attack was too strong, so the space was now unstable. Rushing forward, Jake asked her what she thought, would he let her go? Stopping him, the boy replied that attacking her now was useless, if they were not careful, the crack could suck them in. Looking straight ahead, the mage thought that it seemed like she knew exactly how his dream realm worked. Only two people really knew his magic well, Joe and the Azizian. An image of a man appeared, a thought appeared, could it be that he really was still alive? Smiling, Lena said that she would like to stay and finish, but her boss was calling her back. Her eyes lit up and she added that they should not worry, they would meet again. Suddenly, she disappeared. Turning his head, the hero said that damn, she was right here, but they let her slip away, to which the boy replied that he should not worry about it. He smiled and added that they had received valuable information today, then thought that the Exileds had survived, although they thought they had wiped them all out. The people's eyes lit up, saying that it seemed like they had teamed up with the MSCS and were planning to turn the world into chaos again. If they attacked, it wouldn't be limited to Korea, the whole world would become a battlefield. Looking straight ahead, the guy thought that the Hero Association had already fallen. He needed to pass this information on to the other 6 guilds before someone else took over the association. Holding his weapon in his hands, the hero said that he heard what he was saying, so the Exileds were working with the MSCS. Ben stuck out his tongue when he heard that didn't they break the peace treaty and start a rebellion, to which he asked, what, and he just needed to perk up his ears, huh? Looking away, he added that well, there was nothing they could do now, they were heading to Seoul, since he had seen everything, he was going with them. The protagonist widened his eyes and said that but Kate and Barry were still in the MSCS building, they couldn't just leave them there, to which the mage asked that the hero from the Dice Guild was still alive. Jake looked surprised to hear that he would send reinforcements from the Red Room to help them, and he was going with him. It was not up for discussion, to which he asked to wait. The hero frowned and exclaimed. Flying forward, the guy said that they were still far away, so it would take some time. The protagonist lowered his head, hearing that just so he knew, he might feel a little nauseous on the way, to which he thought he might as well warn him about that. Suddenly, Jake looked surprised and thought that his analysis was activating. He looked at the glow, notifications appeared that returning to Seoul with Ben, the probability of unexpectedly running into someone 99%. A view of the city opened up. People were lying on the ground. The monster kicked the ground. Looking to the side, he growled. The man hid behind the car. Gritting his teeth, he said that he could not believe that this was happening. Where did all these monsters come from? Looking at the phone, Chuck thought about what and why Kate and Jake did not answer. Suddenly a call came from a girl. Picking up the phone, the guy said that finally where they are. Why did they leave him alone in this chaos? Chuck looked at him in fear, hearing what he was talking about, to which he asked again, that she did not hear. Holding the phone in her hands, Kate heard that monsters were attacking Seoul and capturing peaceful areas, to which she asked again. Looking down, she thought that the MSCS was also behind this. Sitting behind the car, the guy heard him find a safe place and wait for the heroes, to which he asked what had started raining. The monster looked at him angrily. Suddenly, he cried out furiously. Bright rays flew at the beast. He fell to the ground. Sitting on the ground, the guy heard that it seemed that Korea had become much crazier while he was gone. Adjusting his hat, the man said that this voice? Casper grinned and asked if he could borrow his phone. A bright portal appeared. People were walking forward. Looking to the side, Ben said that they were finally here. The hero fell to the ground and cried out, to which he asked what made him sick. Seriously, everything was not so bad. Looking to the side, the protagonist answered that it was very much so, it felt like his organs did a backflip. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in amazement. Looking around the city, Jake asked where they were. Looking at him, the boy replied that as he could see, they were in Seoul, thanks to the MSCS, the city was in ruins. Gritting his teeth, the hero asked what but why they were doing this, what they needed. Turning his head, the mage thought that he didn't think the damage would be that severe, there was a high probability that they would encounter monsters that were still on the loose. Looking at the hero, he asked that he had been informed of the situation, right? I'm sure he knew that the Hero Association had been destroyed, so they would probably have to go to the Dice Guild themselves to meet Joe, to which the protagonist responded approvingly. Looking straight ahead, Jake thought that in addition to finding Joe, he needed to keep an eye on who this unexpected figure from his analysis would be. Standing behind them, the man said that it seemed like he had saved them some trouble. Smiling, Joe said that Brittany had told him everything. Looking away, he added that he was not the only one who was waiting for them. Crossing his arms, the man said that it had been a long time, they had waited forever, and the girl asked that this guy next to him was Jake. Looking at them, Ben said that at least now they wouldn't have to look for them, to which the hero said that the guild leaders were warriors and a snowball. People stood in front of each other. The thought arose that the best of Korea had gathered together. Rushing forward, Brittany said that thank God he was okay. Looking at him, the girl asked what happened to Barry and his team. They were fine. Lowering his head, the protagonist replied that he should forgive him. By the time he got there, they were already dead. Only Barry was left alive. Brittany put her hand to her face, hearing that he was seriously injured and in critical condition. The Red Hall Guild members were working to bring him back, to which she asked how that was possible. Frowning, Joe asked what the hell happened. Let him tell her everything. Closing his eyes, Ben replied that he should forgive him. He did not manage to arrive in time to save his guild members. Extending his hand to the side, he added that he knew it was not much consolation, but their sacrifices were not in vain. Thanks to them, he obtained some information about the forces associated with the MSCS. Frowning, the mage said that the Azesians were still alive. The man looked at him in surprise. The warriors froze in amazement. The girl smiled. It was heard that in the MSCS office he had fought an Azesian named Lena. She used the signature skill of the Azesians, which allows them to hide their presence. Smiling, the guy said that he learned the information from her, asked that they remember the Azesian leader 10 years ago, who started the war. Joe looked surprised. Hearing that, well, she practically confirmed that he was still alive. Rick frowned and said that it was impossible. They got rid of those bastards with their own hands 10 years ago. Does he mean that their ghosts are wandering around? Looking at him, the girl said that it was enough. They swore that they would never remember what happened. The man closed his eyes and asked how he could not remember after what he heard. They were all just a bunch of weaklings. Standing in front of the guy, Joe said that he should know better than to say what he was saying. Frowning, he added that if he found out he was wrong, he swears he would snap his neck and shut his mouth forever. Ben smirked and said that he understood everything. A glow appeared around them. Turning his head, the hero wondered what the hell was going on. His eyes lit up and he added that in any case, his analysis meant one of them, talking about an unexpected meeting. The people walked forward. The thought appeared that but this is not the feeling he is experiencing. The men looked at the squad. Frowning, Harvey said let him see, the heads of the 6 best guilds have united. Lowering her head, Sarah asked what is true. Does this mean their work is over? They are lucky, she is completely out of mana, we'll join them. Bill looked away and asked if she was crazy. Did she really want to look so pathetic in front of the first-rank heroes? To which the girl replied that what else could they do? They were all exhausted. It would be logical to let the higher-rank heroes deal with it. Frowning, the man said that no way. In times like this they needed to show what the Kara's guild was capable of. Sooner or later they would have to surpass their guilds anyway. Looking at him, the girl asked again if he was serious. Mia closed her eyes and sighed. Gritting her teeth, the guy thought that he was crazy. Damn, maybe he should just ask to be transferred to another team, and then asked again. Rubbing his eyes, he asked who the guy next to them was, to which Bill asked who he was talking about. The hero stretched out his hand forward. It was heard that the guy who spoke to the guild leaders. Looking straight ahead, Sarah asked if that wasn't Jake. That was him, right? To which Harvey replied that he looked a little different, but yeah, it looked like him. Bill froze, hearing what he was doing to these first-class heroes. He looked ahead angrily. The hero was standing in the middle of the city. It was heard that he was excluding him from the team. Lowering his head, the protagonist asked why. Looking at him, the commander said that it was the guild leader's order, and everyone in the team agreed that it was better for him to leave them. Sitting in front of him, the man added that he shouldn't hate him for this, as he knew very well that the difficulty level of the monster territories they were sent to work in had become quite high lately. Jake lowered his head, hearing that so for his own safety they couldn't, to which he replied that he should stop. Looking straight ahead, Bill heard that there was no need to beat around the bush. Smiling, he said that it was great. Looking at the hero, Bill said that he was useless. He extended his hand forward and added that he was just a support. People in that role knew how to keep their mouths shut. But he was always butting in. He didn't even have the skills or strength to support. Covering one eye, the commander asked what he knew, how many times he had ignored his orders, what made him think he could handle everything on his own when he himself was barely standing. The hero stood in the rain, listening to him talk about how close he was to reaching rank 1, and he couldn't let a dead weight like him drag his team down. Turning around, the protagonist said, "Great, thanks for being honest." He agreed to the dismissal. Looking straight ahead, the man turned. Jake stopped, hearing that he didn't want to say anything before leaving. to which he asked again. The glasses fell to the floor. It was heard that he did not mind if he gave him one last piece of advice, no matter how hard he tried. Turning around, the hero said that he would never reach the first rank, let him forgive, but it was simply not in his power. The man looked forward angrily. Frowning, he thought who he thought he was, that he pitied him, and then said that Jake was a worthless piece of trash. The suitcase was on the ground. Standing behind the commander, the man asked what he had just said Jake. Walking forward, he added that he did not know where he could find him. The hero suddenly looked surprised. Smirking, Casper said that he needed to talk to him about something. The people walked forward. The squad looked around. Noticing the body, someone said that the target was located. Barry was lying on the ground. It was heard that it looked like a survivor from the Dice Guild. Let them take him under protection. Looking straight ahead, the soldier asked what and where was the other one. Turning his head, he added that didn't it say that there should be a woman with him? Where did she go? She just left. Suddenly, they were wrapped in a thread. Looking straight ahead, the soldier asked what the hell, was it a trap? To which he was told to calm down. It was just a weak binding spell. They were wearing repulsive armor, so it wouldn't affect them. The girl widened her eyes and thought that but this binding magic was very familiar. Stretching her staff in front of her, Kate asked who they were. The MSCS sent them. She asked again in surprise, hearing her name. The soldier took off his helmet, hearing that how did he know his name, to which he replied that it was indeed her. The girl looked in confusion, hearing that she never thought that her target of salvation would be her. It's a small world, isn't it? The girl grinned and asked him if he remembered her. She was Christy. They had studied together at the Hero Academy. The warriors were standing outside. Bill looked away and asked who he was. The man closed his eyes and replied that he was just a passing citizen. Anyway, hadn't he just been talking about Jake? Looking at him, the commander asked him, "Citizen, the city had been cordoned off for several hours. Why was he still here?" Frowning, he added that this place was a battlefield, so there would be no games. If he wanted to get out of here alive, then let him tell him who he really was. Looking at him, the man thought. Putting his hand to his face, he said that he was a little aggressive. In general, he understood him, but he had nothing that could convince him, and Chuck said that he should stop. He would explain everything. Standing in front of the heroes, he said that he was from the Montan Company, a monster cleaning service. They cooperated with the Fun Guild, and this was Casper, the father of the guild leader. Sarah looked at him in surprise and said that it was him. No wonder he looked so familiar. Looking at her, Harvey asked that she knew who he was, to which the girl replied that of course, he was a legend among magicians. The man stood still. It was heard that he was a veteran hero who led them to victory in a devastating war 10 years ago, and then, after retiring, he became a pioneer in monster research and laid the foundation for all their current research. Every magician knows his name. Smiling, Casper said, "Well, maybe some details are a little exaggerated, but otherwise it is true," to which the girl replied that she is a big fan of his. Can she get his autograph? The guy closed his eyes and said, "Well, that seemed like a good enough argument to believe that he was who he claimed to be." Bill frowned when he heard that anyway. What business could a famous person like him have with Jake? Ben grinned and said that his dead gaze sent a chill down his spine. Let him continue like that and he'll get more wrinkles. Mia looked away in amazement. The men in the squad shuddered in surprise. The boy turned his head. Gritting his teeth, Bill thought that when he had time to appear, it couldn't be how he hadn't noticed him until he appeared in front of him. Crossing his arms, the mage said that he was wondering who was watching them. It turned out it was them, the little heroes from Keras. Looking to the side, he added that it looked like there was an unexpected guest among them, which brought him to Korea. Grinning, Casper replied that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. He hadn't aged a day, right? Frowning, the boy said that he hadn't been in Korea for 100 years, so why had he suddenly come after so much time, when the city was in total disarray? The man smiled and replied that he had family matters that he couldn't miss. He hoped that he would understand why he was here. Looking at him, the boy heard that today was the anniversary of Kira's death. The mage opened his mouth and said that in that case. Suddenly he waved his hand. Throwing his arm over the man's shoulder, Ben said that he should have warned him. The heroes looked on in confusion, hearing that it had been a long time. Right, how about a drink after they dealt with all this chaos? To which Casper replied that he would like to, but he wasn't sure he would have time. Chuck looked away, hearing that the cleaner was him, to which he replied that it was that voice. Rushing forward, the guy said that it felt like 100 years had passed since they last saw each other. Looking at him, the protagonist asked what he was doing here. The man gritted his teeth. A squad appeared. It was said that Sarah, Harvey, and even Mia were here. It seemed they were fighting monsters in the city. Jake walked towards the man. Frowning, he said that it was a long time no see. He sees his team has arrived to protect the city. Looking at him, the man replied that he was a loser, and that he shouldn't act like they were on the same level. Standing in front of the hero, Bill said that he had no idea what was going on here, but that being acquainted with first-class heroes didn't make him anyone special, to which the hero asked again. Smiling, the commander said that he could see right through him. He was just trying to latch on to any first-rank hero, hoping for the scraps they would throw him, and that he shouldn't fool himself. A weakling like him would never reach first rank. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that he could see that he hadn't changed a bit. Bill frowned, hearing that he was still the same self-confident child. Didn't he understand that he was only making life difficult for his team? Raising his eyebrows, Jake added that he forgot what he had told him, and that he should try as much as he wanted. The man looked surprised, hearing that he would never reach first rank. He held his hand out and shouted that he was a bastard. How dare he? Standing behind him, Joe asked what the hell he was doing. Suddenly, he slammed him to the ground. The man looked down and thought. Bill clenched his teeth in anger when he heard that he was holding back. He didn't think he would slam him to the ground so hard. The elementalist smiled and said that he shouldn't tell him that he had been letting a little bastard like him push him around all this time, to which the hero replied that he thanked him for standing up for him. The commander clutched his face and thought that he dared to look at him like a pathetic little bug. He should just wait. One day he would repay him for the humiliation he had gone through today. The girl smirked and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Standing in front of the group, the man said he was glad to see them all again. It brought back memories of the old days. It seemed like just yesterday they were newbies, and now they were full-fledged guild leaders. Life was full of surprises. Looking at him, Joe said that now was not the time for sentimentality, to which Casper replied that yes, he knew. Standing in front of him, the mage asked that the Exileds had finally shown up, right? Frowning, he said that he had seen traces of their mana all the way from Japan. They were not the only ones who knew about this threat. Looking straight ahead, the man heard that the world was already ready for their return. Putting his hand to his face, Rick said that even if he confirmed this, it meant that Ben was really telling the truth, to which the guy asked why they hadn't believed him all this time. Looking away, Casper asked what it must be. His name was Jake. Looking at him, the hero replied that yes, it was him. The hero's eyes lit up. A notification appeared that the probability that Casper was that unexpected person was 100%, to which he thought that he had to find him. The man stood with his back to Kate. A thought appeared that he was her father too. Let him tell him why the analysis led him to him. Standing in front of the hero, the man said that Kate briefly introduced him to everything that happened. He was really grateful that he helped stop the plans of the MSCS. Raising his eyebrows, the magician said that there was something else he would like to discuss with him. But it could wait. Let's get down to business. The protagonist asked in surprise, hearing that he wanted him and Kate not to interfere with what was happening right now. Lowering his head, the man said that what the Exileds really wanted was him, or rather, they were hunting for. Jake looked surprised, hearing that Zeke, whom he and his daughter possessed. The helicopter flew forward. It was heard that he meant. The view of the city opened up, and they could hear that they were finally there. The girl smirked and said that they would be landing soon, so he should get ready. Kate looked away and responded approvingly. The helicopter was approaching the ground. The girl got out of it. Looking away, she asked if they were really in Seoul. Looking straight ahead, Christy answered that yes, according to the latest information, most of the civilians had been evacuated to the suburbs, and the bulk of the invading monsters had been pushed back. Closing her eyes, Kate said that she was glad to hear that the people who were in the city had gotten out safely. The girl chuckled at this, to which she asked what was funny. Stretching her hand forward, Christy said that she should forgive her. She couldn't help herself. It was funny that she was so worried about everyone else, although she was the one in the greatest danger here. Kate frowned and said that of course she was worried about the safety of the villagers. She was a hero after all. She didn't see anything funny about it. Looking at her, the girl said that she really hadn't changed a bit since her college days, but that was what she appreciated most about her. Standing in front of her, Kate asked what that meant, to which Christy replied that it didn't matter. The girl turned around, hearing that besides, it seemed that someone had traveled a long way all the way to Korea to see her. Kate looked at him in amazement, and asked about Dad. The man closed his eyes and smirked. Looking straight ahead, he said that he was glad she was safe. The girl rushed forward, and Casper said that her hair had grown a lot. She was starting to look like her mother. Hugging him, Kate said that she missed him. The man smirked and said that he missed him too. Words couldn't even describe how much. Joe and Ben looked at them. The protagonist's eyes widened. He looked down and thought, this is how it is. Kate was hugging her father. It seemed like this would be the end of the chaos of that day. The view of the city opened up. The warriors were fighting the monster. It was said that more heroes were sent to Seoul. The creature was lying on the ground. It seemed like it was like in other major cities to deal with the remaining monsters. People were walking among the soldiers. It was said that the members of the Korean branch of the MSCS were arrested and put under investigation to find out their role in the monster breakthrough. But Liam escaped, and the investigation would probably not yield much results. The hero was sitting at the table. It seemed like the Hero Association might be held accountable along with them. Joe and the other guild leaders were forced to hold a hearing to give a full account of what happened. The woman held out her hand and asked where they were when the disaster in Seoul began. Wasn't it their duty as a national hero to prevent such things from happening? The man frowned and asked how they knew they weren't secretly working for the ISS. Sitting at the table, Joe said they saved the fucking city and they were making villains out of them, to which the guy replied, "Take it easy." The people's eyes lit up. It was said that all the guild leaders agreed to keep information about the Azesians a secret. Rebuilding the city was a top priority. The girl smirked, thinking that, however, what about Lena? The guilds decided to work together with the government forces to find out her location. The building of the South Korean National Intelligence Service appeared. The guy smirked and said that they were both free to go. The hero bowed his head and thanked him, to which he replied that they thanked him for working together. Have a nice day. They walked forward, thinking that part of the investigation was to interrogate him and Kate, but thanks to Ben, they were accepted as witnesses, and they were released after a relatively short conversation. The hero looked at him in surprise and asked again, and the girl said that she just wanted to go home, take a bath and fall into bed. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that it seemed like the house could wait. The man waved his hand. It sounded like he had to go somewhere today, didn't he? A view of the building opened up. The room inside appeared. On the shelf stood a photo of Kate's mother. Flowers were laid next to it. Grinning, the girl said that she came with her father. Looking straight ahead, Casper asked that he was a little late, right? Stretching his hand forward, he added that thank you for always greeting them with your bright smile. Looking straight ahead, the man said that Kate had become an outstanding hero. Just like she said, she even played an important role in stopping the recent disaster. The girl shuddered, hearing how he wished she could see it. She lowered her head and said that she needed to go to the bathroom, to which the man replied that it was fine, let her take her time. Tears were streaming down her cheeks. Casper looked at her. The father turned his head to the side. He lowered his head and thought. Looking at the portrait, the man said that when they visited her, she always went to the bathroom to cry alone, even though it had been 10 years since she left them. He extended his hand forward and added that his heart ached for their daughter. Casper closed his eyes and said that he couldn't let her go either, no matter how much time had passed. Raising his eyebrows, the man asked why she left so early. They had so many things they should have done together, he remembered. Standing still, he added that he still didn't have the strength to forgive her for leaving them. The sign for the Fun Guild appeared. The hero entered the office. Lying on the couch, he said that he could finally breathe easy. The protagonist thought, with his eyes wide open, that so many things had happened in just one day. The image of a monster appeared, the thought that Liam was from the MSCS. The girl put her hand to her face. It was said that the Azesian Lena. Space appeared, the thought that they were the organizers of everything that was happening, and he let them leave right under his nose. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist thought that his Zeke had awakened, which meant that he could now use his abilities as a true elementalist more, but at his current level, he still had no chance against them. Jake frowned, hearing what the Azesians really wanted. Looking straight ahead, the man said that it was Zeke, which he and his daughter possessed. The hero, standing in front of him, heard that if he had already encountered the Azesians, they would undoubtedly come for him again, to which he asked what they needed them for. Lowering his head, Casper said that 10 years ago, on the day the war with the Azesians ended, Kate's mother, the woman he loved. The man held the woman in his arms. It was heard that Kira was killed by one of them. Looking straight ahead, the man said that this Azesian, for his own reasons, tried to steal Kira's powers, then they stopped him. The hero frowned, hearing that but history could repeat itself. Looking at his hand, he thought that this was not something that would simply disappear if he avoided it. If the one who killed Kira was still here, then they would definitely cross paths with him. Images of heroes appeared. A thought appeared that he needed to become stronger, as strong as Joe and Ben. The protagonist suddenly sat up. He looked at her in surprise, hearing that she knew she would find him here. The girl entered the office. He heard what she was doing there. Smiling, she said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. A view of the city opened up. A man was walking down the street. The guy looked away, hearing that he had watched yesterday's video. It had blown up the internet. The resident turned his head and said that of course, it was completely insane. Holding the phone in his hands, the man asked that he remembered the hero they had seen recently at the bus stop. He was in that video, next to the first-rank heroes, to which he was told that they were serious. He didn't think he was that popular. Chuck froze, hearing that he had to ask him for an autograph. Smiling, he said that they should forgive him, but Jake does not give autographs without his permission. The squad moved forward. It was said that after the soul monster attack, footage of Jake next to the first-rank heroes spread like wildfire. The comments appeared, and it seemed that there was a hype around the appearance of a new hero. Everyone was waiting for his further exploits. The guy smiled and thought that this was only the beginning. Looking straight ahead, he added that seeing how far Jake and Kate had come, he had no doubt that the Fun Guild would succeed. Standing by the door, Chuck thought that even before that day came, he would be their representative, would be there to support them on this difficult path. Closing his eyes, he said that he had come. Smirking, the girl said that she should forgive him for not warning. Looking straight ahead, she added that she wanted to give an answer to his offer, and the thought arose that this was Mary from Snowflake. Looking at her, the hero replied that she could have just called. It was not necessary to come here. Standing by the door, the guy heard that well, When she saw him on the news, she was finally able to make a decision, to which he wondered what she was doing in the guild office. Chuck frowned when he heard her answer was yes, to which he thought there was no doubt about that. Standing in front of the hero, Mary said that she was here to tell him the answer in person, and also hoped for their future together. The thought arose that she was here to confess her love. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth. Smiling, he said that he was waiting for this. The thought arose that this meant that they were now together. The guy put his hand to his face and thought that he believed that the saying that love flourishes even in times of war was created for people like Jake, and then said that he was jealous. With wide eyes, he added that, but what about Kate? The pet appeared behind the door. The thought arose that he was sure that she also had feelings. Stretching his hand forward, the hero said that they could go over her contract with Kate in more detail a little later, to which Mary replied that of course, it was no problem. Frowning, the protagonist thought that it was such a relief. The girl looked around. A thought occurred to her that if she joined the Fun Guild, he was sure she would be of great use in the fight against the Exileds. Jake stood in front of the girl. A thought occurred to her that at least the prophecy had said so. Was it known that they would encounter the Exileds? The guy suddenly fell and shouted, "What was that?" He winced, hearing that it was him again, to which Chuck replied that he could use a little help. The girl looked surprised and said that she thought she had escaped, to leave him alone, to which the protagonist asked again. The guy began to cry. It seemed that this baby was a chinchilla. The cars were driving quickly along the highway. Holding the phone in her hands, Kate asked that Mary join their guild. She smiled and said that was great news. He said that she would be a great addition to the team. Yes, she was on her way back. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that she would be there soon and they would discuss the terms of her contract. Great. They would see each other soon. Sitting behind the wheel, the man asked what they had said about the tamer he had met earlier, to which Kate replied that yes, that was right, he remembered. The car drove forward. It was her that of course he remembered. She was quite famous in Japan. She was also the first person to tame a chinchilla, to which the girl said that oh well, she didn't think it was that rare. Smirking, the father said that such a hero was joining their guild. It was slowly gaining momentum. Kate closed her eyes, hearing that her mother would be proud of her, to which she replied that her guild was not that popular yet, but thank you. Turning her head, she added that her mother always dreamed of a big guild, with a leader of another race. Raising her eyebrows, the girl said that she would do everything to make her dreams come true, no matter what it cost her. Smiling, the man said that he was proud of her. They rode forward. She heard that he could go with her. He wanted to say goodbye to Jake before leaving, to which Kate replied that of course, but let him not promise to create awkward situations. A view of the office opened up. Lowering his head, the man said that he was glad to meet him. He was Casper, Kate's father. Shaking his hand, the girl replied that she was from the Snowflake Guild. She meant she was Mary, a new member of the Fun Guild, and it was an honor to meet him. Frowning, the man thought that she was undoubtedly a very experienced hero. Judging by the calluses on her hands, she was not only a tamer, but also a fairly experienced archer. The magician lowered his head and said that he hoped she would look after his daughter, to which the hero asked if he was the only one who had the feeling that her father was interviewing Mary for a job. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he understood why he was so careful. Kate could become a target for the Exileds, so his inspection of the new guild member made sense. Looking to the side, the man asked that it was probably a chinchilla, to which the girl replied that yes, it was. The pet was biting the guy. It was heard that it was true. She was now in her reduced form, and he shouted that she was trying to bite him again. Putting his hand to his face, Casper asked that this chinchilla could change its size at will, to which the girl replied that yes, in the large version it could reach 3 meters in height. Stretching his hand forward, he asked that 3 meters was very decent, especially for such a small animal, and Chuck asked that no one could see him. The pet looked at his hand. It was heard that if she did not mind, could he take a sample of the fur? It could be a valuable addition to the study. Suddenly the chinchilla screamed. The girl looked at him in amazement. Casper's eyes widened in confusion. Mary pulled his hand away. She smirked and said that if he wanted a sample she would give it to him later. The chinchilla was not the most affectionate animal, especially with strangers, to which the man replied that yes, of course, that would be fine. Kate frowned and said that she felt so embarrassed because of him. Let him just leave her alone. Fine, to which the father said that he should forgive her. The chinchilla glared and exclaimed. The girl pushed her father away. The thought occurred to her that there was only one reason why the chinchilla was so wary of people. The London branch of the IUCN appeared. The people were sitting at a table. They were looking forward. A shadow fell on their faces. The man took a step forward. His eyes lit up. He stopped in front of the people. Standing at attention, the president greeted him. Standing in front of him, the man asked why he had called him, to which Isaac replied that their plans for the Korean branch had failed. Looking away, he added that he needed him to go there. Looking straight ahead, the boy heard that and made sure that everything was going according to the original instructions. The young man walked up, his hands in his pockets. The man had his back to him and greeted him. It was the president of the MSCS, Isaac Becker. The boy looked at his back and asked why Isaac had called him. The man looked into the darkness and replied that their plans for the Korean finale had failed. He turned around and added that he needed him to go there. The young man watched and listened silently, Isaac saying that he needed to make sure that everything was going according to the original instructions. In the workshop, the wires that powered the capsule had come loose. It was illuminated by a bright light, and the boy was in it. He was unconscious, but suddenly he began to breathe, releasing air bubbles. The hero opened his eyes. They were enveloped in magic. The capsule exploded and water gushed out in all directions. On his knees sat the guy who had just gotten out of there. He laughed. Liam turned, hearing someone call out to him, wishing him a good morning. He saw Lena standing in front of him. The girl puffed out her cheeks and said that she was so bored because she waited for 3 days. Liam raised his hand, looked at her, said that if he woke up here, then he assumed the plan had failed. Lena, smiling, leaned forward and answered, confirming that the past Liam was dead. He looked at her in surprise and asked why she resurrected him, the one who lost to the Azazians. Someone approached the heroes and cried out that it was his order. Reese was walking towards them. Liam was questioning who this person was. The young man lowered his gaze, turned to Liam and said that it would be a pity to lose him. The guy straightened his shoulders and asked why him, turning to Reese. The girl ran towards him as fast as she could. She was full of happiness and screamed, calling him boss, that she missed him so much. The girl fell to the floor after Reese dodged her embrace. She, getting up, turned around and screamed that it was incredible. The young man calmly answered, noting that didn't they see each other yesterday, there's no need to react so sharply. The girl exclaimed and continued to say that she could not help herself, she was so happy to see him. Liam knelt down, lowered his head and turned to Lord Reese with regret that the plan they had to. Lena grabbed the Lord's hand and he interrupted him, saying that she had already filled him in on the situation and added that after all, it was quite difficult to deal with first-rank heroes. The boy sat motionless and heard the Lord say that the spirit of the wind had found its master. The girl pressed herself against Reese, and he said that his master was Jake and asked her to tell him about him. The events take place in the city. Casper was standing by the car with a suitcase and said that he was going to Japan. Kate and Jake were seeing father off and the girl asked if he really didn't want her to see him off to the airport. Casper replied that she had many other things to worry about, so there was no need. The heroes listened attentively, keeping their eyes on him. He said that now that they had a reliable member of the guild next to them, he could rest easy. The girl adjusted her collar and said that it was true, but would he like to take a look at Zeke before leaving? Jake raised his hand and said that speaking of which, he had tried to summon Zeke the day before yesterday, but she had not appeared. The girl turned around in confusion and asked how that was possible. The boy looked at his hand and thought it was strange, because Zeke had never acted like that before. The man opened the car door and suggested that she was probably just tired, and that he would wait until next time, and that now it was time for him to leave. He looked at the boy and asked if he remembered what he had told him last time. Jake looked down and said that he remembered. Casper held the car door and continued to say that he had warned him to avoid this as much as possible, but that someday he would have to face it. The man closed his eyes and added that if that time came, he should definitely protect Kate. The heroes watched the car drive away. The father drove the car with a serious look. His eye lit up with a bright light and he said that no matter how hard you try to avoid it, fate will still bring them together. He said that the dice of fate have already been cast. The heroes stood silently and watched to the side. The guy, without taking his eyes off the point, looked at the point and Kate called out to him. She crossed her arms over her chest and asked what he was talking about with her father. Jake, asking again, said that it was just a man-to-man conversation. The girl put her hands on her belt and objected, saying that it was a man-to-man conversation, that it sounded very suspicious. He looked at her with a serious expression and thought about keeping the events of 10 years ago a secret from her. The girl did not stop and told him to spill it. Jake turned around, waving his hand, replied that there was nothing like that there, and in any case, they should finish this for now. The girl raised her hand and asked him to wait. She asked him to go to the bank if he was free. The guy turned around and asked again about the bank. The bank building. The man and woman bowed after Jake and thanked him, telling him to come again. The guy looked at the shining card and said that it was a gold card and that in the times of Kuros he could not even dream of such a thing. The black card was shrouded in magical light. It was a corporate VIP card that was issued by the government for the needs of the guild. The government partially pays for the needs of the guild. The guy raised the card above his head. Looking at it, he thought that it was incredibly difficult to get one of them. He asked how Kate managed to issue it. Jake, not distracted and looking at the card, walked down the street. Passers-by discussed, seeing his sword, that he was a hero and they saw him on YouTube. The guy was distracted by the sword and thought that he should not have taken it, because it would attract the attention of ordinary people. He continued walking down the street towards people, thinking that on the other hand, you never know when and where enemies might appear, like during the invasion of Seoul. He looked at the people passing by and thought that everything seemed peaceful, and it felt like the whole showdown with the MSCS was a dream. There were talks about two worlds, a world of a dark place and a world where the sun was shining brightly were shown. He thought that the gap between the world of people and the world of heroes was annoying. The guy saw a young man in front of him with his hands in his pockets, continuing to think that they thought this was all fun and games and how long it would last. As they passed, the boys brushed shoulders with each other. Jake turned to the stranger and apologized, saying that he was distracted for a minute. He looked at him closely and thought that it was a beast. They parted, moving away from each other, and the guy thought about why the beast-like was just walking around among people. He didn't think that all this should be normal. Reese looked away and said that he found it. The hero's eyes lit up and he thought that this feeling was the same as what he felt from Lena. Jake turned to look at him, but found that he was gone. The guy continued to look and thought that he imagined it. The young man took a bite of a cucumber and was warned that he had to pay before he could eat it. The woman threw up her hand and asked if he even knew how much he had eaten. His eyes glowed and he asked about the money, adding that he had no money. She grabbed him angrily and started screaming at him to look at this shameless man, asking if he was just planning to eat and run away. People whispered in the street, calling him homeless and disgusting. Jake took notice and wondered if he should help. He apologized, saying that he was just passing by. Suddenly his analysis kicked in and he thought that this guy. The young man exhaled, saying that all this fuss was over one cucumber. The woman assured him that they needed to call the police. His eyes glowed red and he said that she had left him no choice. He suddenly turned into a werewolf and screamed that he was going to eat her now. In front of the passers-by and Jake, he rushed at her. People looked at what was happening and were dumbfounded. He held her flesh in his hands and said that it tasted much better this way. Jake thought it was a mad beast. He pulled out his sword and shouted for everyone to run away from here. People ran from what was happening, shouting that it was a beast-like creature. The beast, licking its fingers, turned around and asked who it was, its next meal. The guy prepared for the attack and said that he doubted that it was a good choice. He thought that cases of beast attacks have become extremely rare lately. Thought about what happened then. Jake asked about the chance of winning against the beast-like creature. The monster ran towards him shouting that then he would have to die. A message that at the moment 76%. The guy thought that first he needed to knock it out. The beast attacked the guy. Jake defended himself, waving his sword. The boy realized in the fight that he was making unpredictable, chaotic attacks. The monster cut Jake's face. It was reported that the beastman's fighting style relies only on instincts, and it is dangerous even for experienced heroes. The boy watched him carefully. It was reported that this was only under normal circumstances. He ran at him, striking, and the plot said that for Jake, who grew up as a wind elementalist, the beastman was not a big problem. He struck him with all his might, exclaimed, calling Zeke. The blow hit the beast's mouth. He grabbed the sword with his teeth and asked what kind of weak attack it was. Jake looked at what was happening and thought that the aura blade did not activate. Something happened to Zeke. The monster grabbed him and screamed that he would soon break. The beast tensed with all his might and did not understand why it was so hard. The boy, knocking out the blade in its mouth, sent it to the side. The beast landed and noted that it was really heavy. Jake examined the sword and noticed that fortunately it was scratched but not broken. As expected, the sword created by Nate has excellent characteristics. The opponents looked at each other. The hero thought that the problem was that he could not use elemental magic, which meant that a fight with firepower like before was impossible. The guy saw the probability message and reasoned that nevertheless, the probability of winning was 76%. He stretched the sword in front of him and thought that although this was not a bad outcome, there was a chance of getting seriously injured, and that ideally, he should buy time until the arrival of the other heroes. The monster tried to get the hero's attention and asked what he was doing there, and why he was not looking at him at all. Jake paid attention to him and asked what he was trying to achieve. The monster opened its mouth and asked again why he was suddenly interested in this. The guy looked warily and said that he had just killed someone. The beast covered his muzzle with his hand and said what kind of nonsense this was. He looked at the hero furiously and asked why he thought he had any purpose in killing him. Jake asked again if it was true and thanked him for the answer. He swung his blade and said that it was time to die now, thinking that the strategy of winning time was cancelled. The monster ran towards him and laughed, noting that this was the fighting spirit. The guy rushed towards him. A battle between the characters began. During the battle, notifications about the probability of attacks in one area or another popped up. Jake frowned and thought that he clearly saw the attack paths. The beast noted that he was blocking well, but what about this? The beast began to attack. He made an attack in an unusual way, moving from side to side. The guy gritted his teeth and thought about how he was changing his trajectory right before the blow and how he couldn't read such attacks. Jake barely dodged the blows and heard the monster laughing, asking where his confidence was now. The hero spread his legs wider and thought, holding his blade out in front of him, that if only he could use elemental magic, he could easily kill him. The beast, attacking, shouted that he was weak. The guy, getting ready, stood in a stance and thought about how risky it was, but he had no choice but to counterattack. He heard footsteps. She called the hero from the side. Jake, surprised, looked in her direction. She attacked the monster from behind. The hero wondered why she was here. The defeated beast lay, smashed into the asphalt. Mia came up to him from behind and grabbed his head. She pressed him harder, and the hero called out to her. The girl looked at him carefully. There were marks of a fight on his hand. She asked what happened to his hand. Mia took the beast by the head and asked if he did it. The hero answered that he did. From the monster's beaten face came out that he was apologizing. The girl lifted his head and screamed that he should not have done anything for which he would have to apologize. In response, the beast-like asked for mercy. Mia slammed his head into the ground with all her strength. Jake looked at her and noted that she was still the same. She stood there, covered in the blood of this creature, and heard what the guy was saying. The nickname Bloodthirsty Killer is still relevant. The scene of the murder was cordoned off with warning tape. The policeman grabbed the peak of his cap and said what it was. The man, putting his hands on his belt, interrupted him and said that it would be difficult to get him out of there. The cop saluted the girl and said that it was a great job, they would clean it up, there was no need to worry. She watched as his body was put in the car and said that she should have come earlier. Jake came up to the girl and she asked him if he was okay. The guy showed her his hand and said that he had a couple of scratches, but he had already received first aid. He asked what was more important, why she was there, and what was going on. He looked down and heard people talking around about who was next to her, saying that they only knew Mia, assuming that they were from Bill's group. The guy turned around and saw these people. Jake grabbed her hand and offered to leave there. She ran and agreed. The girl silently followed him. Many people were hanging around the murder scene. Someone was watching it on the roof of the building. It was Ruiz, and he said that the intruder was detected. He said his name Jake, and wondered why he did not use elemental magic. The people were sitting at a round table, waiting for someone. Joe, with his head down, started talking about how the others knew why they were there. Ben put his hand to his face, and noted that it would be strange if they didn't know. Sean looked away and asked how long ago businessmen had been attending hero meetings and added that Red should watch his words. Ben smiled and asked Sean to tell him where he was when Seoul was being destroyed. He had sent newcomers, but no one had ever seen him in person. Sean crossed his arms and explained that he had an urgent business meeting. Ben, smirking, asked if he was sure it was urgent. Clara asked the young man to stop, adding that Karos was a full member of the Big Six guilds, to which he spread his arms and said okay. Rick looked at them and asked if everyone was here. Someone said no, there was still one spot left. Joe looked at Ben and said that the guy sent on a mission to Russia returned. Clara slammed the table and asked if he wasn't being held there. Someone entered their room. The heroes continued to discuss how it didn't matter how urgent it was, but how could they send him back to Korea since he was uncontrollable. The guy took a sip from his flask and said that all the faces were familiar. He looked around at everyone and said that he was glad to see that nothing had changed. They looked at him questioningly. Clint lowered the flask and said in Russian, "Thank you." Now everyone was in place at the round table. The heroes exchanged nervous glances. Rick looked at Clint drinking and called him a bastard. He turned to him furiously, asking what he thought, that they had gathered here for him to get drunk. The guy looked at the flask and exclaimed, "Damn." Rick added, asking that after the trip abroad, his brain still hadn't turned on. He continued to look at the flask and asked them to try to understand him, because it was very difficult to communicate with them, old people, when sober. His eyes glowed red and he said that he had to dull the feeling of dirt that was left after exile from the country. Clint, the Guildmaster of Destiny, was reported. He was standing holding his jacket over his shoulder. It was specified by one of the 6 leading guilds of Korea. The heroes posed against the backdrop of the city, and it was said about the last of the 5 warriors who destroyed Asia 10 years ago. The man quickly ran down the street. He looked back, not understanding how they found them. He ran at the man and added that didn't he say that people do not feel them? There is no need to feel them here, the hero said. Clint pointed a knife at the guy and continued that he stinks, a lot. There were splashes of blood on the floor. He walked over corpses, covered in blood, and it was reported that Clint is a killer and a master of tracking, that he made a significant contribution to the destruction of the Asia, but 5 years later the war ended. He is led by the arms by representatives of the authorities, and the plot says that the national hero was convicted because of an unpleasant incident, after which he was exiled to Russia for an indefinite period. The hero in the shadows looked down. The plot said that the crime he had committed was leaking information. Clint smiled and said that thanks to their generosity, he had vacationed abroad for 5 years, and he had thought long and hard about what he would say when he saw them all again. Clara countered that he should watch his words because if anyone heard, they would think that he had been exiled unfairly. Clara leaned back in her chair and added that he had tried to tell the world the truth about the events of 10 years ago, and considering that, his punishment had been quite lenient. Clint spread his arms out to the sides, laughing, noting that big sister Clara had become so shameless since their last meeting. He looked at her with anger. Remembering them all covered in blood, he thought about the atrocities they had all committed 10 years ago. He looked at them and said that if they pretended that nothing happened, it would not go away. He continued to say that the fact that they were mass murderers of innocent people would not go away. Clara listened carefully and said that he really did. Joe crossed his arms and stopped him, saying that it was enough, since he had agreed not to remember that time in exchange for being reinstated. Joe looked up and suggested, asking if he needed to be beaten again to shut him up. Clint looked at him in confusion and said nothing. Then he smiled and said that perhaps he didn't. He spread his arms out to the sides and clarified that the places where Joe had hit them were still sore and assured that he would not complain anymore. He smiled and added that he also apologized for his rude behavior. Rick gritted his teeth and looked at him dismissively. Clara lowered her head, saying nothing. Ben smiled and said that it was a wise decision and congratulated him on his return. From that moment on, the 5 warriors were together again, sitting quietly at the table. The hero looked to the side and said, addressing Joe, that now that everyone was in place, they could begin the meeting regarding the fate of Rees of Azizia. The young man covered himself with the collar of his jacket. And also the elemental of the spirit of wind, Jake. Joe's glasses glowed in the dark. He added that and about the influence of these two. The sunset was approaching in the city. The couple were holding hands. It was Jake, who was leading Mia somewhere. He looked around in confusion and thought that they were looking for a suitable place. The cafe would be too noticeable. The girl slowly said that Jake's hand. He turned around and apologized. He made excuses, smiling, that he did not think during the rush. The girl, thinking about the fact that she was sweating, said that everything was fine. Mia looked around. She pointed her finger at the sign and asked that if they were looking for a place, how about this one? The guy noticed that it was karaoke. They entered the building and Jake thought, it is true that they will not stand out here, but is it the best choice? Jake handed the card to the cashier asking for 1 hour. The employee raised a finger and asked them to read out loud. The heroes were confused, could not find where and what to read. The inscription on the sign said that there is no romance in the rooms with karaoke. Jake looked annoyed and thought. He extended his palm and said that they are not a couple at all. The cashier replied that everyone says that when they come and invited them to the 4th room. The heroes entered the room. They sat down at the table and bowed their heads down. The girl grabbed the microphone and asked if he would sing. The hero answered that she did not. He looked up and started a conversation about how he just wanted to talk to her alone, that the last time they briefly met in Seoul. Jake sprawled on the couch and asked her if she lived here and what brought her here. Mia replied that she had left not long ago and was on her way to the market when she saw what was happening. He remembered with admiration how she ate at the table, holding out a piece of meat, and thought that she had always loved to eat and could eat 10 portions of pork at a time. He imagined her with a pig's face and mused that if she were an ordinary person, she would become like a pig. The girl sharply asked the hero what he was thinking there. He answered that no, everything was fine. She calmly said that his face said otherwise. Jake wondered how she felt. He brought his hand to his mouth and said that in any case, he could not ask last time because of the current situation and asked about how she was doing and if everything was fine. The girl adjusted her hair and replied that everything was the same thanks to someone, not a single day passes peacefully. The man covered his face with his hand and looked through his fingers. Jake wondered if she was talking about Bill. The guy imagined himself sitting on the knee, behind and thinking that this guy had suffered so much humiliation, obviously something had happened. Jake raised his hand and said that the last time he noticed someone new in the team, and that he had joined after he left, and must be quite skilled. Mia fixed her hair and answered that the hero must have thought about what was going on. He looked at her carefully, and thought that Mia was one of those people who openly said what they liked and what they did not, and when she gave a vague answer, it meant internal unrest. The guy stretched out his hand to her and thought that this was not something he should worry about, since they were no longer in the same group, and he sighed. He removed something from her head and said that she still continued to dirty herself with all sorts of things. Jake, removing it from her head, asked if she had a scarf. She answered that she did. Mia handed the scarf to the hero. He silently tried to wipe the girl's hair with it. He carefully wiped it from her hair and said that he hoped she took care of herself properly. The girl looked at him and asked if he ignored her. The guy answered that of course, because she always gets dirty and he has to wipe it. Mia noticed that he became more confident after leaving and the team. Jake replied that if she did not want to listen to this, then she should fight more carefully. Mia blushed and said nothing. He carefully cleaned the dirt from behind and finished, thinking that now it was clean. The girl asked if he hated her. The hero asked again in surprise. She turned around and clarified that she agreed to kick him out of the team and that if her vote was against, then everything could have turned out differently. Jake moved away and asked if this was true, that is, she was also for it. The girl calmly asked if he did not know this, and that she thought he knew. The guy exhaled and exclaimed that he was kidding, because Bill told him everything. The hero looked into her eyes and explained that he was angry with her at first, but then realized that she did it with the best of intentions. He continued to talk about how, thanks to all this, he joined the new guild. The girl opened her eyes wide and asked if he liked his current team. He answered that he more than liked it. Mia opened her eyes even wider and watched him. Jake added that he met many wonderful people and most importantly, He became stronger than he was in Kuras. The girl continued to silently look at him, as if with admiration. He said that he was now strong enough to protect someone. Mia looked away and said that she saw it, and it made her happy. She was happy for him. The heroes were sitting at a round table. Ben stated that it seemed they had discussed everything. He thoughtfully said that, as it turned out, asking Jake whether he really needed to kill him. The boys were sitting at a round table. Ben smiled and assumed that they had discussed everything. Holding his face, he asked if he really needed to kill Jake. The boys at the table looked at him and asked what he was talking about, if he wanted to kill the man they were supposed to protect, and if he was in his right mind. Ben raised a finger and asked to hear them out, adding that he was not saying that they actually had to kill the protagonist. He placed his hands on the table and noted that it would be a trap. Smiling, Ben stated that in the past, Reese's target was Kira, the wind elementalist, and if he was still possessed by the wind spirit, then this time he would undoubtedly target Jake first. He introduced the protagonist, and stated that they would take advantage of this. They would set a trap to lure him out. The signs in the night city were brightly lit. With his hands in his pockets, Jake thought that he and Mia had talked for half an hour before leaving the karaoke. He turned around and looked at the clothing store. Turning around, the protagonist asked the girl to pick out one item, noting that he would buy it for her because she helped him. Confused, Mia replied that she didn't really think so, after which the protagonist thought that even though he washed the blood off his head and there were stains on his clothes wherever he could, it would take a while to dry clean them, so it would be better to buy her a new outfit as a token of his appreciation. Looking at Mia, Jake asked her to hurry up, because the store was about to close. As the girl looked at the clothes, the protagonist thought that clothes didn't really matter to Mia, other than covering her body. It seemed to him that she didn't really want to dress up. The girl looked at him and said she couldn't decide, after which Jake suggested that he choose something for her himself. The protagonist handed over a bag saying that it was a gift as a token of gratitude. Mia took the clothes out of the bag and Jake said that if she didn't like it, he would buy her something else. He heard with a serious expression that it would do. Looking at the shirt, Mia said that she would wear it and thank the protagonist. The protagonist held a wallet in his hands and reasoned that it was the first time he gave her something. He pointed to the side and said that he needed to go in that direction, to which Mia replied that she still needed to stop at one place. Smiling, the protagonist said that they would see each other next time. She should be careful on the way home. The girl waved her hand after him. Holding the bag in her hands, Mia said that she had received a gift. There was a smile on the protagonist's face. We were taken to the London building of the IUCN, on the day of the press conference. A man stood in front of many photographers and said that they would thoroughly investigate this incident and take appropriate measures. He promised to do his best to regain their trust, and that was the end of his speech. The man was walking down the stairs. He had a coat hanging over his shoulders. The man looked down. He walked to the podium while many people were taking pictures of him. The man's face was serious, and the story introduced us to Isaac, the president of the IUCN. Looking at the audience, he said that the recent tragic events in Seoul had deeply shocked everyone, and he expressed his deepest condolences to the victims and their families. The guy stood in front of the microphone and said that Isaac had officially stated that the events in Seoul had nothing to do with the IUCN headquarters, and then asked if he wanted to say that it was organized exclusively by the Korean branch. The man lowered his head and replied that this incident was due to the independent actions of the Korean branch. It was something they would not tolerate, and the headquarters would also conduct an investigation into the culprits. The viewer crossed his arms and asked what measures the headquarters would take in response to this situation and if there were any plans for recovery or additional support, to which Isaac replied that they would mobilize all possible resources to assist with the recovery in Korea. The man raised his hand and asked if he had a specific plan to recover, considering how much this incident had damaged the trust in the MSCS. Isaac placed his hands on the table and stated that trust was their greatest asset, and they would take full responsibility for the damage to trust caused by this incident. The company president looked at the people and said that going forward, they would closely monitor all activities of the branch and ensure transparency in operations, and they would also make every effort to provide all necessary assistance to the affected areas. He was taken aback by the question, was it true that he was quite an eloquent speaker? The girl smiled, and then we were introduced to Shirley, a senior official at the ISS. Isaac stood in front of her and asked if she was ignoring his orders, noting that he had asked her not to come to the press conference. Shirley's mouth dropped open. She asked with satisfaction if Isaac could imagine that she had almost fallen for it. The guy removed his mask, and then the story introduced us to Robert. He calmly noted that the girl's eyes could not be fooled. Shirley stood in front of him and asked what was going on, where the real Isaac was, and why he was the one giving the speech. Holding the back of his head, Robert replied that the president had to meet an urgent guest. The guy frowned and said that he had heard that it was a friend. Isaac was standing in the office. A blue light fell on his back. Turning around, he said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He looked at the man and called him a friend. Looking at Casper, Isaac suggested that he had some special reason for coming all this way, to which Casper replied that he hoped he wouldn't pretend not to understand. Frowning, Casper asked if Isaac had discussed the recent events in Seoul beforehand. Holding out his hand, Isaac stated that it was just a small misunderstanding. The Korean branch had acted independently, but the issue had already been resolved. Clenching his hand into a fist, Casper asked how Isaac would explain that his daughter had been put in danger because of this small misunderstanding. Raising his hands, Isaac stated that this was all part of the process of creating the paradise they were aiming for. A little chaos was always inevitable. He noted with a sparkle in his eyes that, moreover, if this was what would make him a perfect being, then some disagreements were acceptable. Looking at him, Casper stated that his daughter's safety was non-negotiable. He would not tolerate anything going against his interests. Closing his eyes, Isaac wondered what could be more important than the goals they were striving for. Casper, with a calm face, said that next time it would be better to discuss everything in advance, otherwise he could not guarantee how long this partnership would last. He was suddenly taken aback. The man appeared behind him. Standing behind Casper, Isaac asked him not to forget who had made his research a reality. Looking back, Casper asked how much of the magic crystals he had given him he had managed to absorb, noting that it was intended to prolong his life, a completely different level than normal means. Licking his lips, Isaac noted that his research was impressive. He grabbed Casper by the throat and said that this was not just prolonging life, but raising this body to a new, transcendental level. He just wanted to see it for himself. Frowning in pain, the scientist replied that it was reckless greed, and asked if he thought he could handle it on his own. Isaac continued to hold him and replied that this power was the first step towards the perfect body he dreamed of. He suddenly let go of the man. Stretching out his hand, Isaac said that as the ruler of paradise, he must become even stronger. Thanks to his research, his dream is becoming a reality. The man began to tremble and said that he should not be too ambitious. If he exceeded his capabilities, this power would kill him. Turning around, Isaac said that he would heed his warning, but before that happened, paradise would be ready. Turning around, the man asked not to even think about interfering with his plans again. Sunlight enveloped the city. The doors to the room opened. The man smiled and asked who he had. Looking at the guys, he wondered what brought the fun guild to him. Nate held his hammer on his shoulder and said that the fame of their guild was spreading at the speed of light, to which the boys replied that it was all thanks to Nate. The protagonist imagined how he fought and noted that they decided to visit Nate's workshop after the recent intense battles. It was decided to upgrade their weapons. Mary put her hand on her chest and suggested that they need to buy new equipment that matches the guild's level. Kate cried out with a satisfied look that it was just in time. As a welcome gift from the guild, fun, she would buy whatever Jake chose. The protagonist turned around at the voice that called him. Covering her mouth with her hand, Mary asked if this was the gnome that was rumored, then asked how he managed to find a workshop run by a gnome. Kate pointed her hand at Nate and stated that this was not true at all. He may look like that, but he is a native Korean. Mary began to examine Nate's ID. Studying the document, the girl clarified whether he was 27 years old and who it was in the photo. The main character stood in front of her and said that although Nate was not a dwarf, he was an excellent blacksmith. He even forged his sword there. Mary approached the blacksmith and apologized. Holding his beard, Nate asked what kind of weapon they were looking for, noting that judging by their physique, she seemed to specialize in long-range combat. Surprised, Mary replied that this was true. She was looking for a bow that was more focused on strength, not mobility. Standing in front of her, Nate asked if they were switching from single-player to team battles and if she would be supporting the back line and covering the rear. Mary turned her gaze to the protagonist and asked if they had agreed on this in advance, to which she received an answer that this was not the case. Opening the doors, Nate noted that in any case, if they were looking for a good weapon, they should look there. The guys began to walk around the storage. Taken aback, the protagonist asked what kind of place this was. Holding the katana in his hand, Jake said that he actually wanted to ask something. Inspecting the blade, the protagonist said that there seemed to be no visible damage on it, but given the intensity of the fighting lately, he wanted to check the condition of his sword. Stretching out his hands, Nate said that this was one of his masterpieces. There should not be even a scratch on it, after which he asked to let him take a look. The blacksmith pulled the blade out of its sheath. Standing in front of him, Jake asked if something was wrong. Frowning, the man said that something was wrong with the sword. The blacksmith thoughtfully noted that he was talking about the wind spirit that lived inside his sword. It was very scared right now. The protagonist was taken aback by what he heard. Stretching out his hand, Jake asked why Sylph was scared, to which he received the answer that something or someone was suppressing it. The man held the sword in front of him and said that he did not know why, but the spirit energy inside this sword was flowing incorrectly. In this state, no matter how much he called it, it would not come out. Jake imagined the last battle and noted that this explained why she was silent even during the last battle. The blacksmith put the sword in its sheath. The protagonist took his sword and asked how he could get Sylph back, to which he received the answer that he needed to find out what was scaring her. Nate frowned and explained that the power of the spirits was not just a tool, If there was no trust between them, the connection would fall apart. In his imagination, a spirit appeared, imprisoned in the blade, and he stated that judging by the marks left on his sword, it was clear how they had communicated with the spirits so far. He should talk to her, on behalf of the wind elemental. The protagonist stared at his blade. He was taken aback by the words that they would speak as his first master, Kira, did. Looking at the man, Jake asked how he knew this name. The blacksmith opened his mouth and said what it was. Kate waved her hand and asked him to look at something. Turning around, Nate called him to join the guys. Jake's gaze fell on his comrades. He agreed with the man with a serious expression. Mary was closely examining the bow. It began to glow. The blue sky surrounded the city. A tearful Kate asked why the bow was so expensive. Turning around, Jake said that it was lucky that they hadn't gone bankrupt. He looked at Kate, whose mouth was full, and then asked how she could have spent more than half the budget right after receiving the card, noting that as the guild leader, she should be more careful with her spending. The girl pointed her finger at him and asked if he really thought he had the right to say that. The dumbfounded protagonist asked what he had done and if he had ever made thoughtless purchases. Kate pointed her finger at him and screamed that on the day he received the card, she knew that he had bought women's clothing with guild funds. Mary was taken aback by this. A puzzled Jake stood in front of the girls and said that these were completely different circumstances. Looking down, Mary asked if he had a girlfriend, to which she received the answer that he did not. The protagonist, confused, held his hand out in front of him when Kate asked him to explain the cute pink plaid shirt on the receipt. The protagonist imagined Mia and thought that telling her he had met her would only complicate things, then wondered what he should do. Chuck stepped forward and asked for the protagonist's privacy to be respected, then Kate asked if he was on his side just because they were both men. The protagonist looked at his comrade and thought that he was not making things any better. An angry Chuck asked if it would make Kate feel better if he said out loud that the protagonist's hobby was dressing in women's clothing. Taken aback, Jake wondered if he was serious. Confused, Kate said that it was gross. Chuck winked at the protagonist while he thought he could actually kill him. The protagonist grabbed his comrade and screamed that he was disgusting. A stranger in a torn jacket was drinking alcohol on the sidewalk. He smirked and noted that he was lucky. Jake looked at him. Rising to his feet, the guy said that he had a headache and knew that soju was not for him, after which the protagonist asked who he was. Shifting his gaze, the stranger clarified if Jake thought that if he told him his name, he would recognize it. A bottle was thrown at the protagonist while he asked him to stop talking nonsense and tell him who he was. Swinging his blade, the protagonist cut the bottle in half. His eyes glowed brightly. The guy in front of him disappeared from sight. He was sitting on the protagonist's blade. The stranger, with a satisfied look, called him a weakling. Jake looked at him. Wiping his mouth, the guy said that he finally felt alive. As expected, there is nothing better than vodka. The protagonist, with a serious face, clarified who he was. The guy held the bottle in front of him and replied that Jake was persistent. If he was so curious, then he could tell. Spinning the dagger in his hand, the stranger said that he was the master of the guild, Fate, a former first-rank hero, exiled from Korea. He caught the blade. The man with a satisfied look introduced himself as Clint, from the 6 great guilds. It was nice to meet him. Watching him, the protagonist asked why Clint attacked them. Landing on the ground, Clint said that the council of the 6 great guilds made a decision regarding him. The surprised protagonist asked again about the decision. Smiling, Clint said that Jake was the one the Azesians wanted, therefore, the council decided that he needed to be protected. He held the dagger in front of himself and stated that he did not agree with this, after which he clarified whether it was true that if he simply killed him, the Azesians would no longer have a target. He rushed into battle and cried out that he came there to see for himself if he was worth protecting. The protagonist parried his attack. His hand began to shake while the protagonist reasoned that even though it was a dagger, it was quite heavy. Smiling, Clint noted that Jake had pretty good reaction speed, but if that was all he could do, he would be very disappointed. The protagonist was taken aback by the question of why he did not use the spirit of the wind. Clint prepared himself for a dash, and asked if Jake was still silent. He rushed into battle, saying that if he continued to point it out, sooner or later he would have to use it. The protagonist's eyes began to glow. The man dodged his attack. He said with a smile on his face that the protagonist's movements were too sweeping, they were only useful as a defense. Clint was suddenly surprised when Jake replied that he knew it. He noted with a serious look that he was not the one delivering the main blow now. The magical blow flew past Clint. He noticed a block of ice behind him. Turning around, the man said it was impressive. Looking at Mary, he emphasized that he had heard that the Fun Guild did not have anyone who could attack at long range. The protagonist looked at her and said that she was just in time. Adjusting her glove, the girl asked if this man was an enemy, to which she answered that at the moment he was. Looking at Clint, Jake said that from what he understood, this man was a first-rank hero, someone they would not be able to handle in their current state. Standing surrounded by his comrades, the protagonist said that he knew it was asking too much, but he needed to be given some time, after which Mary clarified how long they needed to hold him off. Frowning, Jake replied that he needed to be held off for as long as they could. Holding the dagger on his shoulder, Clint asked if they were finished, noting that he was already tired of waiting. He noticed the girls coming forward and wondered what they were planning. The girls said they were ready to fight with a serious expression. Kate started casting a spell under the man's feet. He was tied up with pink threads and thought it was a simple spell, but it seemed to have changed its properties. Kate created several magical barriers in front of her. Mary was preparing to shoot frost arrows. The girls fired streams of energy at Clint. He cried out with satisfaction that it was funny. He waved his dagger and blocked all the attacks. Kate, surprised, said that it couldn't be. Looking at Clint, who was covered in a red aura, she wondered if he blocked all the attacks. Smiling, the man asked if that was all. The protagonist watched the fight from the side. He closed his eyes. The protagonist remembered Nate, who said that the power of spirits is not just a tool. If there is no trust between them, the connection will fall apart. He imagined the spirit sealed in the blade and stated that he understood how they had communicated with the spirits so far. Holding the blade in front of him, Jake recalled the words that it was time for a proper dialogue with Sylph. Arrow hovered around him. The protagonist suddenly opened his eyes. He found himself in another world. Looking around, the protagonist asked if this was the space created by the spirit. He began to look for Sylph. Jake was suddenly taken aback. His gaze fell on the spirit of the wind. Sylph was surrounded by a barrier. The protagonist stretched out his hand and cried out that he had come to her. The spirit opened its mouth and ordered him not to approach her. A barrier appeared in front of the protagonist's hand. Sylph looked at him and stated that she did not want to see him. Sylph emitted a bright light. Touching the barrier, the protagonist clarified whether he wanted to kill him. What did she mean? Kira hugged her knees and said that he already knew her first contractor. The protagonist looked down in surprise and asked if she was talking about Kate's mother. Sitting in the barrier, the spirit told her that she was a truly great person with great strength and spirit. She looked away, saying that she was stupid in the first place. Frowning, the boy listened that she could not allow him to walk in her path. The boys were standing in the street. The man surrounded by mana walked forward, asking why he was standing there. Grinning, Clint asked if he was going to attack. He walked down the street, saying that he did not want to hurt any of them either. The only one he was interested in was Jake. Raising his sword, the man said that if they quietly step aside, they will live to see tomorrow. Mary answered with a serious look that this is not the end. The chinchilla pushed off the ground. She raised her paw above the enemy. Turning around, Clint wondered when it happened. The beast stepped on the ground with a crash. The dust rose up. Smiling, the man said that it was obviously a chinchilla. He had heard that there was a trainer in Korea who worked with chinchillas. He stood in front of the animal, asking if the rumors were a little exaggerated. Looking at the animal raising its paw, Clint said that it was certainly big, but the blow was a little weak. The man jumped back from the blow, saying that he did not have a habit of torturing pets. He threw the chinchilla back, asking why it didn't rest a little for now. Taken aback, the girl called her pet. She sat down with the animal in her arms. Smirking, the opponent asked if this was her last trick. Kate sat on the ground and answered that it was unfair and too cruel. Turning to the protagonist, she asked how he was, adding that he had said that they needed to buy some time. The protagonist held a sword in front of him. Putting down her bag, Mary said that she trusted him. The girl put her backpack on the ground. She frowned. Standing in front of her ally, Mary said that she could hold out for a little while longer. The girl said with a serious expression that she would protect Jake. She remembered holding the weapon, listening to him say that this was what she had chosen. Putting his hands on her waist, the man said that she had a sharp eye. Mary imagined herself looking at him in confusion and asking what he meant. Looking down, the girl listened to him say that this bow was a shape-shifting weapon. It changed the nature of magic. If an inexperienced person tried to use it, it could completely drain their mana. She imagined herself looking at him in surprise, asking if he meant that it could completely drain her magic. Mary remembered the blacksmith touching his beard and saying that for an unskilled person, it could even cost them their life. The girl threw the cover off her suitcase. In front of her was a shield and a bow. She raised the weapon. Clint smirked and asked if it was a magical bow, adding that he didn't think it would change the situation. Mary created an arrow in her hand and replied that whoever said that, they'll wait and see. The girl pulled the bow. The man watched as it emitted light, thinking that this weapon took a huge amount of mana, a little more and it would be dangerous. He ran forward and asked if he thought it would even fly. Mary looked at him seriously, and replied that they needed to check. The girl fired an arrow at the enemy. Clint frowned and thought that it was quite powerful, but in the end it was just an arrow, although its trajectory was quite predictable, so it was just child's play. The man was taken aback, thinking about what was happening. He covered himself from the bright light, wondering if the arrow had suddenly changed shape. Ice flows enveloped his body. Mary stood in front of the ice. She grabbed her hand. Trying to catch her breath, the girl thought that she had landed perfectly. Looking at the ice flow, Mary thought that this should be enough to deter even a first-class hero. Taken aback, she wondered if he had gotten away. He must have hit the epicenter. Kate looked worried and shouted that behind her. The man appeared behind the girl. Grabbing her face, he said that it was a beautiful bow. Clint held the weapon to her, telling her that before hitting the target, he changes the form of magic to create an explosion. He was caught off guard. Smirking, the man said that she had miscalculated a little. Remembering how he stood among the monsters, he reported that, exiled to Russia, he was subjected to sub-zero temperatures every day in conditions where even his breath seemed to freeze. Clint imagined the woman holding the ice block and saying that if she was planning on freezing him, she should have at least reached the level of Clara's absolute zero. Covering Mary's mouth, the man said that it was nice either way. Their care for each other was heartbreaking. He smirked and asked why she didn't join his guild, adding that if she agreed, he would forgive her for this little prank that had failed. Kate held out her staff and shouted that he should let her go. Clint stood in front of her and told her that if she didn't want to hurt her comrade, she shouldn't act without thinking. Turning around, the man said that she should just give up and hand over Jake to him. He looked back in shock. Clint looked at the serious girl, wondering where the protagonist was. Frowning, the protagonist said that he needed to be faster. The man looked at him in surprise. The guy waved his hand and asked if he wanted to see his spirit of the wind, adding that he was ready to show him everything that interested him. Clint jumped back from the blow. He covered Mary's mouth with his hand, thinking that he was waving his sword even when his comrade was hostage. It meant that he was confident in his accuracy. The man raised his leg. Throwing the girl back, he said that he already thought that he would never attack. Clint smiled, asking what he was doing while his comrades protected him, meditating or something. Looking down, Jake answered that something like that. The protagonist looked away. The protagonist stood in front of the opponent, and the system reported that the probability of civilians nearby and their participation in the fight was less than 10%. Turning away, he thought that something was wrong. They were in the city, and there was not a single resident, and there were no signs of evacuation either. Frowning, the guy thought that at least there was no risk of civilians getting hurt. Looking at the girls sitting, Jake said that he was grateful for the time he had bought, and now he should leave it to him and get out of here. The protagonist stood surrounded by mana and said that he did not think he could guarantee their safety. The protagonist looked at the flying spirit and said that it was time to begin. Kira sat in the barrier, saying that she could not allow him to follow her path. Frowning, the guy asked why she had changed her position, because she had previously said that appointing him as his successor was her mother's will. Extending her hand with mana, the spirit replied that she had tried to respect her wishes then, but now she realized that she was wrong. Sylph looked at the illusion of Kate's mother, saying that she believed that she could save everyone by sacrificing herself, but this is what happened. Remembering how Clint raised the woman, Kira said that she died, leaving behind only hatred and endless wars, and now this tragedy could repeat itself. Hugging her knees, she said that it was impossible to protect everyone from the start. She was afraid that the same fate awaited him. Jake frowned and asked if she was telling him to leave. The spirit looked away in displeasure, answering that they did not need him, they needed her. Covering himself with his hands from the whirlwind, the protagonist listened that he should never have become a part of this. She could not drag him into all this anymore. Extending a hand with mana, Kira said that he should give it to them, and went to her comrades, returning to Keith and his guild. She was surprised to hear that she was wrong. The protagonist put his hands on the barrier, and said that she was also his dear comrade. Looking at the serious guy, the sylph wondered if he could really withstand her power. The spirit extended her hand and answered that it was useless. This was her mental sphere, he could not break through it. Frowning, Jake said that if he knew it would be useless. The protagonist was blinded by the flash and continued to say that he would never have started this. Kira looked at the glow, thinking that it was incredible how a person could break through her spiritual barrier. The protagonist took her hand. Smiling, he said that she couldn't take everything on herself. The guy said with a serious expression that he and Kate had achieved everything only because she was with them. The sylph's eyes widened in surprise, hearing that it was therefore time to trust them. Looking down, she said that Kate's mother and he were both such fools. The spirit stroked his cheek and said that perhaps that was true, that was exactly the kind of fools she needed. Kira floated in front of him, telling him that she would trust him this time. Jake swung in the flow of mana. Frowning, the sylph said that she would fight with him. The blade was enveloped in the wind. The protagonist swung the weapon, using a wind dagger. Clint covered himself from the attack. Putting his hands in front of his face, the man thought about how incredibly dense the magic was, and how a normal sword couldn't block it. He smiled. Clint blocked the blow and shouted that it was very interesting. The man rushed forward, asking why he had been holding back until now. Kira held out her hands with mana and told him to leave it to her. The protagonist ran in the wind. He struck many blows. Clint grinned evilly. The guy's face was serious. The guys were fighting in the middle of the sidewalk. Mary, holding the chinchilla in her arms, said that this was incredible speed. It was hard for her to even follow their fight. Looking at her friend, she asked what happened to Jake, adding that he had become much stronger than before. Kate looked at her palm with concern, thinking about how the protagonist was becoming so strong. But as a guild master, what could she do? The protagonist quickly swung his sword. He looked down in surprise. Dodging the attack, the man asked if he hadn't learned anything yet. He told me that excessive movements made him an easy target. Clint struck. He frowned. Looking at the sylph in the barrier, the man wondered if he had blocked the blow with his spirit. Smiling, the protagonist asked what he said. Clint flew away in a stream of wind, thinking that this was what they had been trying to achieve from the beginning. There was a powerful explosion. The guy stood among a lot of dust. Grinning, the man shouted that this was really amazing. He didn't think that there were heroes of such a level in Korea. Kira flew in front of Jake and said that she didn't have much time. Her physical state would soon end. Raising his weapon, the protagonist replied that then they would use the strongest move they had, let it enter his sword. Clint ran towards him, asking if this was his strongest skill, he should show what he could do. Raising his sword above himself, the protagonist said there was no need to talk. Jake launched a bright stream of energy on the ground, saying that he was doing just that. The man rushed forward. Raising his hand, he said that they were fools, that's why he hated hot-tempered guys. Clint blocked the blow with dark mana. The protagonist was taken aback. The man directed the energy ball, asking if they both would stop or if they wanted to destroy everything here.